PKA 673 fan favorite Brandon Buckingham. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Faro Distro and Blue Chew, a couple of wonderful products to get your penis hard and get you high. We'll talk more about them later. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us. Very highly requested. We missed you.
Yeah, nice to see you guys again, man. It's been like 14 months.
It's been too long. You're looking good.
It's been a long time.
Yeah,
Hey,
been in the gym.
Nice. Do you have a feud with Danny? What was his last name?
Danny Mullen?
Danny Mullen. Yeah. Did that fade away? Did you squash it? Did you escalate it? Where are we on that?
Nah, it didn't really fade away. I'm just waiting for a mayonnaise round 2.
Just you're gonna fight him?
No, he's not going to fight me. It's fine. I mean, it's kind of old news at this point, but no, hasn't really been squashed exactly.
What does mayonnaise round 2 possibly mean?
I squirted him in the face with mayonnaise. You don't remember that?
No. I remember that. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
He didn't care for it at all.
No, he was upset. He was very upset.
Did he know it was mayonnaise? But
to be fair, no, he didn't know what it was, and it could have been anything. Yeah. So I'd be a bit upset as well.
Can I say, like, you're one of those guys. You're out there on the streets sometimes with a camera and a microphone, and I've seen Ice Poseidon in particular not recently, but twice over the last couple months, get some mystery liquid thrown on his head or in his face. Dude, like that's got to be a concern, right? I mean, here you are perpetrating it.
Dude, throwing the bottle afterward is so fucking funny. Like,
he was playing a mentally handicapped war veteran, but no, Ice Poseidon got allegedly piss and diarrhea like dumped on him, is what I heard.
Yeah, like prison style.
A poo supreme or whatever. I think that was in Oz. Remember, they throw a shit and cum cocktail at the Asgard who was going to go to the NBA, and then he has to get tested for AIDS. Life comes at you fast. Christ. That was the lesson in that episode.
Yeah, fuck Oz. That's a bad show.
Dude, Oz. I don't want to get sidetracked by Oz.
I love they found time to taking guards' NBA dreams away.
What happened afterwards?
In their depressing show.
No, this was after he had his Achilles sliced.
Stop it with the Oz talk. Brandon literally got it like squeezed it. What happened after that scene? I don't know this scene.
Oh, after the mayonnaising, I like squared up with him, and then his camera guy pushed me, so I kicked him in the leg, and then the cops tackled me and arrested me, and then
So he squared up with you. It's kind of a tie at this point, I guess. Maybe
he got mayonnaised.
Yeah,
well,
I think I'm up.
Surprised mayonnaise. I mean, I guess you're up, but
I feel
it
like
wasn't like he cowered and said someday.
Well, his camera guy got in front of me and then pushed me, and I leg kicked him, and then they claimed I kicked him in the nuts when I didn't.
He's a real one though. Like, you got to appreciate your camera guy stepping up in a moment like that. Do you think your cameraman would do the same if things were swapped around?
No, I wouldn't let him. I would want, I would want to.
You're getting mayo out of your eyes. You can't stop anything.
Yeah, right. What if it's spicy mustard?
Oh shit, Dijon.
You could get Dijoned.
Yeah. No, he thought I came in the mayonnaise.
That would be excessive.
I don't know.
I didn't do that though.
I just imagine him gathering all the particulates and having them tested at a great expense to himself, looking for your seminal fluids.
A DNA test, but if there ever is a second time, you better leave.
There we go.
No, I'm just kidding.
See a second bottle over there. You're absolutely gushing. That's perfect.
That stuff rocks though. Got me juiced up. But no, there's not going to be a second mayonnaise. I think that the beef is just about it's dead pretty much at this point. It's been over 2 years.
It's kind of faded. Okay.
That's a good clip, though. I had not seen that clip before.
I hadn't seen it either. And you're both jits guys. You both are. Either one of you would win against normal people.
Yeah. I think he's a purple belt. I'm a white belt. So
okay,
that means he should win. But I wrestled for 20 years.
And you trained in Thailand. Like, you're not a typical white belt.
Yeah. But
that's
I only
do
no
slide in though. I wrestled for 20 years. Like, that's so much wrestling experience.
Did you figure it out? Yeah, Jesus, bro.
I've been training MMA. I'm about to have an MMA fight in December. Well, the contract isn't signed, but I'm supposed to.
Really? Is it like a high profile thing, like a YouTube deal, or are you like in a minor show?
It's supposed to be in like KSI's Misfits thing with you guys actually. I'm sure you know who he is. I don't think I can say his name, but he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, friends with Keemstar.
I know him.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, I like the guy a lot.
He weighs a lot more than you. Am I crazy?
Yeah, I walk around like 78, 80, and he's like 85, 90. So.
Oh, I thought the gap was bigger. How tall are you?
6'3".
Okay.
Yeah.
What is he, like 5'10"?
5'10", 5'11". But yeah, on paper he should take me down and submit me, so that's exciting.
Is that why? Because I was seeing your Twitter and everything, how you're like, I'm totally sober. I'm working out every single day, doing flexibility stuff. exercise, training? Is it in the lead up to that?
I didn't know about the fight until like 2 weeks ago. I was just doing that to get my brain right because, I was having some brain issues. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Sometimes you have brain issues and you need a break from everything.
Yeah, just feeling like down and stuff. And especially when your job's going good and all I'm doing is like editing videos and traveling, but I'm neglecting my health and stuff.
Dude, isn't that crazy how like you can just not feel the joy you're supposed to and there's no root cause? Like, man, there's a 30 million people who would trade spots with me right now. And fuck.
No, definitely.
But they're stupid.
Yeah. Want to trade spots with Woody? Woody's got a sweet life.
I mean, Woody in particular. I wanted to ask you about that Palestinian rally that you attended. Mm-hmm. What are the feelings on the ground? What would you the temperature of the room?
Are they upset?
Angry, happy, cheerful?
The J-Boys got him riled up. I'll say that. J-Boys got him mad riled up. But I mean, I watched the Fox News coverage of it. They said it was like a terrorist uprising and they were like trying to overthrow the Capitol or some bullshit. But it was calm. It was like similar vibes to January 6th. It was just a bunch of people outside screaming with signs. And it was pretty calm. I didn't think it was that intense or insane or anything.
Were you at January 6th also?
Yeah, I was there all day.
You didn't go inside?
No, I didn't go inside because I'm not fucking a complete idiot.
You would, and you'd tell us if you had, of course.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. But they were welcoming people inside. Like you could have just gone inside. It wasn't like didn't seem like a difficult thing to do.
We've all seen the footage of the people who like busted in, but not everyone had to break a window to get in.
No, it seems like a lot of people didn't.
They were opening the doors.
What was part of you like? Oh my God, the content. If I go into the Capitol, like that would be such good footage. And then you'd be in jail right now. You'd be in solitary, being sprayed with a hose.
I think I had like 12,000 subscribers at the time. And I was just thinking like, if I go in there, it's over.
Oh, for sure.
That's what I was thinking. Like I'm never going to
jail.
It could have been a second Boston Tea Party, if enough people had just piled on in there though.
Yeah. Dude, it was crazy because January 6th, everyone was outside of the Capitol building for like 4 hours. There was conveniently like bleachers set up. And then I don't even know if I should be talking about this, but they eventually tear gassed everyone and we left. But why didn't they tear gas them like hours earlier? They like let us be there for hours and hours. And as soon as they tear gassed everyone, we all left. So I was like,
they got their footage. You know how it is.
Yeah, I saw a guy get shot in the face with a rubber bullet through his cheek.
Through his cheek, it penetrated.
Mm-hmm.
Those are real deal.
So do you think it just to be totally clear, you think it went through his cheek and out the other side into his mouth?
Yeah, I think it went through his cheek and busted his teeth, and then he had a big hole in his face. It's still in my YouTube video. That's still up on YouTube.
Damn, I did not see that one.
But yeah, the Palestine rally is the biggest in American history, and
really,
it was just a bunch of people yelling outside in the streets with signs.
And they were upset that we're supporting Israel.
Yeah, they were like, Joe Biden sucks, and he's got Palestinian blood on his hands and whatnot, stuff like that. But there was an exciting subgenre of black people that the Uhuru people, and they were demanding reparations. Yeah. They were out there demanding reparations, and they handed me the sign that was like, "White people need to give reparations to black people," and I was like, "Oh, that sounds awesome." And and I tried to get them to do an interview, and they made me wait for like 30 minutes, and then told me that they wouldn't do an interview with me to get away. And it's like, how are you gonna get reparations from me if you're not going to tell me what the fuck is going on?
They can't even organize their own rally. They're piggybacking on the Palestine people. They're like, you know what? This is a big group. Let's bring our shit.
Yeah. It wasn't a very good sales pitch.
I'm going to bring a sign about how the NHL draft lottery's rigged. They just like, look at how pissed all of us are about this. And then Chicago got Connor Bedard.
So you saw a lot of anti-Joe Biden stuff. Was that the main focus? Because there's a lot of ways to get mad about what's going on. You could be like down with the Zionists, right? Or you could focus it solely on just them, or you could be like down with all of Israel, or you could be down with all the Jews. But you saw some Biden stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of anti-Joe Biden, a lot of anti-Zionism, a lot of I don't know if you guys saw Nikki Haley tweeted out that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. It seemed like a lot of people saw that and they were pretty adamant to fight against that. Like they were saying, like,
whoops. Yeah,
we're not anti-Semitic, we're just anti-Zionist. So there's a bunch of people talking about that, and people bringing up the Nakba and things that are from Palestine's history.
What's the Nakba?
The Nakba was like the 1948 displacement of 900,000 to 2 million Palestinians.
And they're not.
I don't know anything about it.
hated it.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
You got the numbers pretty close.
No opinions either.
I don't know anything
Yeah,
about it, nor do I have
much.
any opinions.
I agree with whichever side is going to get me in the least amount of trouble. You know what I mean?
That's the
Well,
safe
we know
option.
which side that is.
Yes, we do.
B-Town.
I love. We were talking the other day. Who was it? It was like, yeah, Kanye's just always ahead of his time, man. Always ahead of his time. They're in the streets, like saying what kind. But damn it, could have waited 8 months.
He could have waited 8 months. I think he still would have lost his bank and his shoes.
I don't know, man. If he dropped some sort of anti-Zionist album right now and started talking about the Jews took my my wife away or something, with his craziness.
If he hadn't held up that like graph of on his phone, where like because that made him look a little goofy, where he was like, remember that, Woody, where he's being interviewed about it, and he's like, I'm not going to say who it is. They're Jewish, like that hilarious line. But then he like holds up this like 4chan meme that shows like the media and all that, and like it's all, of course, it's Reddit out, like with the Jewish people and whatnot, and he's like holding the phone like shakily at the camera that is videoing him, and it's like, don't ever hold your phone up with memes when you're arguing with someone in person. It's bad optics, makes you look dumb.
Yeah, what about this? I thought it was really interesting. I asked like 24 people why they think that the American government is supporting Israel over Palestine, and pretty much all of them were like, I don't know, we don't know. And I feel like it was mostly because I was there with a camera, and they don't want to like lose their jobs and stuff. But people definitely seemed hesitant to talk to the camera.
Stay confused.
Understandable.
Walk away.
Yeah.
Don't come to any definitive thoughts about this.
Or you might get got.
I'm a good boy. I know who's right and who's wrong. I was saying earlier, I feel terrible for those dogs that they're sending down into the tunnels in Palestine.
Kyle doesn't watch anything but Hannity.
Like
just nothing.
And Mark, don't forget about Mark Levin. Okay, all right. He's come on.
I like Ben Shapiro. I'm Ben Shapiro. That's my boy. His sister got them titties. I love them titties, and I love him. He's so handsome and smart, and he's good.
He's so smart. He's like debating 11-year-olds who are trying to play like pickup baseball.
Taylor, at what age should we start educating the youth? I think you should get them early, because if you only argue with 60-year-old men, I don't think anything's going to change. Okay, Ben Shapiro would tell you that too.
Kyle's making a lot of sense. He'd just say it faster.
If each of you need his sister to be there with him, like like nodding along and like affirming him with a low cut dress, and he would do so much better.
She can make you like agree and disagree by doing this and this.
Show us the titties.
Dude, you get her up there talking about Zionism. I'm like, you're right, babe. Like you should. I think we'd give you all of Egypt, huh? Like, does that get you going? How about the whole Middle East?
She's a coercive young lady, that's for sure. With them titties, boy.
I'd be okay if they wanted Egypt. Like they could. I know that they didn't build the pyramids, but most people don't know that, so they could make a claim for reparations.
This woman makes good points.
They're bigger than her head, which is a subreddit that I love. They're bigger than her head.
Good for her. I don't know what her beliefs. I can guess what her beliefs are. Her brother's Ben Shapiro, but who cares?
Yeah, she's about to make me donate, boy.
Yeah, about to make me enlist.
Yeah, we should all join the IDF. You know what I mean?
I was
allowed?
into that the other day. Yeah,
I think it's fun.
I'm just interested
Jewish,
because
I don't know if we're allowed in.
You know about we were talking about the skin bank before. Woody, do you know about the IDF skin bank?
No. How does the skin bank work?
Are we allowed to talk about some of this stuff?
Down. Don't be so loud about the goddamn skin bank. All right.
Well, I'm looking to make a deposit. I've got
somebody at your house is gonna fuck. Oh, they're stock full. They don't need any deposits.
My doorbell rang just now. That
I'm an old man.
I'm not expecting
if I donated a little skin, would it be like a facelift? Maybe
they want the whole goddamn thing. I think so. The IDF skin bank is like they've got all that skin there in case their soldiers get all burnt up and stuff. So they need lots of human skin. And they're skinning the Palestinians, and they're skin thieves is what the word on the street is.
Do they need any fat? I could go for lipo.
No, they don't want that. Just your skin. I think human skin goes for a lot on the market.
Now, Woody, you're not a baby, but they might, if you're not circumcised, they are willing to circumcise you and suck your dick. That's rumor on the street.
Can
You
we
know- you know
can we
how in, like,
negotiate
the,
on the circumcision part?
You know,
Just
you
the
know how
dick
in like the American military, you join the Marines, they sit you down and like roughly shave your head. In the IDF, they like have a second guy trimming your cock skin before you go out into battle.
It's
Just
like
to
a
be
fluffer.
sure.
Wait,
IDF
the
fluffer.
second guy. I was laughing. Does he blow you or circumcise you?
No, he circumcises you.
That's a
little off the
terrible
top.
deal. No. They should shave your head and blow you as your initiation into the Israeli Defense Force.
Yeah.
You get a lot more people interested if they're
Hard to
handing
get
out.
more
I,
people since it's mandatory.
Isn't there like a 20%? What's the percentage of Arabs in Israel? I would be curious about that number. Like population of Arab Israelis, I guess. Because I know there's no Jews in Palestine. There's none. Well, I mean, there's some right now,
Yeah.
but like normally you wouldn't see so many. You know?
I don't even
Like
know.
zero.
I guess you're right. Like it.
Yeah, 100%. Like there's none there that live there.
How
Okay.
many? So
Yeah, I
how
don't
many
know.
Arabs live in Israel?
Oh no, I would need Zach to fill me in. I don't have the number, but I guarantee it's greater than zero. Right?
I'm gonna guess
18%.
20%. Oh, I didn't even see it. I was close. That was pretty good.
Thank you, Zach.
What
I think
about
that's
the inverse,
That's
Zach?
as much research as I think anyone needs to do about this entire topic. That's very telling right there. Don't look any
Wait, what
deeper
did
at
you
all.
learn from that? That
You don't
there's
need to research
18%
any
of
of it.
Israel is Muslim. I don't
Well,
know what to infer.
You and I both, Woody. I don't get it either.
Okay.
I was just pointing out that like there's zero Jews in Palestine, but there's 18% of Muslims in Israel.
Dude, if
So
I had the
the
option to live
Israelis
in
are more
Palestine or
welcoming?
Israel,
Is that the
Obviously,
Israel's
yeah.
nicer.
More tolerant to the other, more nicer.
Are you kidding me? If they're like, hey, you get a free house in Palestine or you get a free house in Israel, I'm going to go to the place that has like running water and nice infrastructure, which I assume.
Everybody's always complaining about real estate. Go to Palestine. I bet
Yeah.
that stuff's cheap.
Louis
You
Theroux
just
did a
walk-
documentary called "The Zionist Settlers of Israel" in like 2012. It's a really crazy watch. There's like Christians will go over to Israel to serve Jewish people and work for them for free, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, they're the chosen people,"
That's insane.
and it's like a real thing that happens. But I like the name Defense Force a lot. Next time I get into a real beef with someone, that's what I'm going to call myself. No matter what, I'm just going to be defending
The Israeli Defense Force.
Mhm.
You
the
can't
Brandon
be
Defense Force,
the BDF.
the Buckingham. Yeah, go around
Yeah.
rocking people in the face.
Yeah.
One of the,
Well, I'm sure this won't escalate into a much larger global conflict. So
I
that's
told you
good.
it is. It's going to be fun to watch. I saw they were using some future weapon stuff. They've got drones flying through the tunnels and then exploding with foam, like foaming them the tunnel out. And I'm
this
so
is like
upset.
expanding foam to close the door, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I imagine it like gigantic, right? Like not like just a doorway size amount of foam.
guess.
But
And I
like-
imagine the foam to somehow be harder than the great stuff I use to seal
you would-
holes.
I hope that it catches people and that they're trying to escape it, but it envelops them in its wake.
13% of Palestine is Jewish. 18% of Israel is Palestinian. I don't think
Wow.
this is
Fact checked, dumbass.
How can that just can't be true?
Zach wrote it. It's
Where's
You just
end
wrote
Palestine?
of
it.
conversation.
I'm not going to Google it. And so it's true.
I don't believe it.
You're
I choose
wrong.
not to believe it because the last
Zach,
3
Zach,
times
can
you
you-
fact checked me, he was wrong.
Zach, can you go ahead and confirm that
true?
fact with a
Okay.
thumbs up in chat? I'm thinking it's confirmed.
I don't think we can do emoticons.
You're
Fake
telling me
news,
13% of the population of the Gaza Strip is Jewish. Is that what
What
you're
is
telling me?
dot line
So
dot dot? Is that a
200
middle
quarter
finger?
million Jews are over there.
Now you're flipping
Right
around.
now.
You said all Palestine. Now you're going just Gaza Strip.
I don't even think Palestine exists, Taylor.
Yeah,
You and
same.
Ben Shapiro. Yeah.
A land
Me
without a
and
people.
I think does the United States recognize Palestine as a locale?
Probably not. I don't know.
If they do, they're soon to not. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to go over there
Um,
next year. It'd be cool. Wouldn't it be cool to go over to Israel and do some like on the ground, man on the street interviews?
That'd be sweet. You should
Just
do
talk
it.
to the people.
Yes.
Not right now,
I
but
think-
like
Why not now? I think now is the time because I do see those clips on Reddit of like people at like having a great time in Israel, like back home, like chilling on the beach in bikinis and stuff by the pool, like having a great time. Like I think it'd be fine right now. I think it's
That's the
semi-safe.
TikTok difference. Like I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
TikTok that like if you look at what the Israelis are doing right now, they're on the beach, they're partying, they're kicking off the next music festival, girls in bikinis, boys
Mhm.
flirting, whatever. And then you go over to Palestine, and there's like children bleeding, legs mangled, dead bodies, blood, ruined infrastructure, and it's a night and day difference.
Yeah. I've seen enough war footage for a long time. Just scrolling through Twitter, it's like, oh, I don't want to see that. That's like all those dead kids. Like
Lively got shut down and just became Twitter.
Neither of us have been within like 3,000 miles of a war, and we're like, I've had enough of this.
I mean, we're not wrong.
Yeah,
you know,
it's hockey season. I'm going bread and circuses mode. like that's it's all good. That's what I'm looking.
Dude, it is basketball season, and my team is the best in the East right now.
I'm gonna have
only 180 games to go.
Yeah, that's true. But
I hate regular season sports. It's all. I truly believe
football.
that major sports are mostly fixed, and that they're regulating the scores and keeping them tight so that nobody leaves the TV and we get the full, like, you know, everybody watches the commercials at the end. Like I just fully believe it's all fake. It's just fake.
I don't know why a Georgia fan would say that. Like,
I mean, look, I'm not saying that.
And that thing about keeping the scores tight doesn't seem right at all.
Yeah, Mizzou is supposed to win.
In basketball, right? Like, don't they do that all the time?
See, I want to be like, no, there's lots of blowouts, but the big game I just watched, it was a blowout, and then Boston went on a 10-0 run, got it close, still lost.
I don't know.
Things happen.
I shit on basketball all the time, but I think I would like it more if, you know, they just completely changed the game and altered it, and made it better.
There isn't another sport where you
it.
connect with the players as much. I feel like that's basketball's strength. If you're a stats and stories guy, well, actually MMA, I think you connect even more. But basketball,
I love that.
You can see them, you talk to them, they get the media access is outstanding. A bunch of these guys have like Instagrams and YouTubes and X accounts, and they like share their views, and they get into trouble. Their girlfriends tell on them. It's fucking hilarious. That's in the NFL, for example. Like, I wouldn't recognize most of these guys on the street. They're wearing helmets.
Yeah, the helmet's no good. They need some new tech. That's the new tech thing they need to do for that sport. We need to be able to see their faces, like helmet delete on the video. Let me see that dude running around. Let me see him looking around. That'd be cool.
Yeah, like POV angles.
Yeah, no. Like digitally remove their helmet so I can see his face.
Oh
no,
I was thinking more like
angles.
Iron
That's
Man.
so much better.
You know the scenes where you see Iron
Ooh,
Man
we going inside?
Yeah,
dude, a POV angle where
cool.
like you could watch a linebacker's point of view, or you could watch like an NHL player shooting or whatever it is. Like that'd be awesome. I can't believe they haven't done that. They got little
there is
cameras.
a lot of tech. I look forward. It all gets better in the. So in the NFL, they have those orange pylons right at the corner of the end zones. They have so much tech in them now. They have CPU cooling fans in the pylons. It's pretty cool.
There's too much tech there. In the NHL, they put sensors in the puck. Like 2 years ago, they tried it out because they were like,
again,
with these sensors in the puck, they'll know exactly when it crosses over into the goal, so we don't need to analyze it. And then, if I recall, like a couple players were like, yeah, it's unbelievably obvious we're shooting a puck with something inside it. Like this is not
weird.
game ready. And then they didn't use it for games, and I guess they haven't figured out that technology. It's because we're funding all these foreign wars. We can't get the pucks right.
I'm super happy with Georgia, obviously, on the brink of a third title in a row. But if they lost, it would just bum me out a little. But if like my favorite UFC fighter loses, I'm genuinely upset tonight.
Way more
and
connected.
Tomorrow and the next week, I'm still bummed that clearly Thug Rose has some mental issues going on right now, and they've been persisting. And that's why she's not there contending for the title or in the division at all. Like that bums me out. When Sean Strickland inevitably loses to Dricus Duplessis, I'm going to be bummed out. I'm going to be bummed
in the other
out.
direction.
I love that guy.
When Sean Strickland won, I remember you being on cloud nine. Like 4 days later, you're like, every day I woke up and thought, I live in a world where Sean Strickland is champion.
I dislike Adesanya so much. So to see him get fucked up like that by a guy he was just looking way past was beautiful. And Sean's such an interesting character. The mercenary nature of a professional sports is a big turnoff. Like you can root for that red and black UGAG all you want, but it's a different crew every 4 years at least. Maybe every year you got a different QB even sometimes.
That's how college works.
That's how all sports work is what I'm saying. Like your Minnesota Blues will not be the Minnesota Blues that you rooted for next year. They're never going to be. They're always shuffling around.
He has a point.
No one cares.
That's true. The Minnesota Blues aren't.
What's the
St. Louis Blues is who he roots for. And the
You know what
Minnesota
I mean.
is the Wild.
Did you see the video of Israel-Adesanya jerking off his dog?
Yeah.
Oh,
What was up with that, man? I never got
hundreds
with
of
that.
times.
If you watch, do you follow the MMA guru guy, the guy with the big beard?
Yeah, I've heard of that guy.
Luke something?
He has a real hard on for that subject. So he'll break down Twitter posts and like dive deep into Adesanya's like search histories and shit, and prove that Adesanya is into bestiality and into pup play. And he's got the tattoo, and he talked about like shout out to the puppy when he was talking about his sex life on that interview show. There's lots of evidence for Mr. Adesanya
That he's actually into bestiality. It seems like
yeah,
the best
he makes
evidence
out with it. He's making out with the
would be
dog and
jacking
stuff.
off the dog.
He wore the collar at the press conference. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's it.
this guy's a menace. He needs to be stopped. He can't be let
He was
I
back
think
stopped.
you should ask the dog first. You're making some assumptions.
Is he the guy Sean Strickland beat up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a
I-
good fight. I like that.
Yeah, I
Taylor only cares
maintain
about one Israel, and it's not Adesanya.
Yeah, it's not.
for more than 10 years now, I've said it's okay to have sex with animals, provided that the animal is large enough that it can defend itself. You want to fuck a donkey or a Clydesdale? Knock yourself out. You want to fuck like a chicken? I'm not sure the chicken's down for this. So, dog? Yeah, it's right in that in between spot.
Is that the real meaning of this? Is like you're trying to fuck a gorilla? That's why there's a gorilla on it.
That is. It's because
Yeah,
his
it's
logo has like a gorilla on it. I lobbied hard for it just to be even more sperm on the bottle than that when we were talking to the designers, and they kept coming back and being like, is this enough cum? And Kyle and Woody were like, yeah, that's fine. And I kept being like, no, it has to have more. And I fought for every splatter on that bottle, every single one. It was like 50% less than that. And I had to bite and claw and be
I
valiant.
only cared about the cannon. I was like, yeah, lock it low because it's a gun. We're making a pun here, but hey, it was like more cummies.
Yes, yeah, and it's good that it has a lot of cum on it because it's funnier, it's better.
Yeah. That bottle costs 80 cents more because of the cummies. That white ink ain't cheap.
I think the ingredient Pygium africanum is kind of weird. Would you guys know what that is exactly?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
Pygium. Yeah,
Pygium?
it's,
That's for the pre-cum.
That's
yeah,
what that is.
yeah, that gets you leaking, and so
Is it
that's
like
why you're
The
you're
blood
leaking
of
more.
a pygmy African or something.
Well, we tried for that. It was really expensive to source, so we stuck with Pygium, which is some kind of bark, some kind of it like makes you create more pre-cum. Because like as you know, everybody out there, when you take it, you'll just be having sex or doing whatever you're doing, and you'll be like, "What's going on? I'm just leaking. I'm leaking pre-cum, just absolutely
dripping.
dripping, and it's good. That's what you want."
It's good.
It is.
Women say, "This is great."
Like, you gave me a taste.
They say, "I love this."
Did you guys watch Sam Hyde's fight versus I Am Thompson?
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah. In the pre-fight press conference, he's like screaming in his face, "I Am Thompson." He's talking about his dick. So good.
that was very funny. Like Sam came on here after the fight and everything. We talked about it, and he didn't seem like he had any plans ever again to fight. Like he had done the 1-0 out in front of people, and now I don't think, or maybe he's changed his mind, but I don't think he'll do it again.
Yeah, I think both of us after we did our fight was like, this fucking sucked, like really bad. The training sucked, the fight sucked, even though we won. But I don't know. I don't know why I'm going to
Training
fight
sucked.
again. Really.
What did you not like about the training? Because I really enjoy having a purpose to do something hard.
I guess the hard sparring, everything besides the hard sparring was good.
Okay.
Because I was getting my
that
ass
sounds
kicked. I
dreadful.
was, yeah. Besides the sparring, it was good.
How did that
I
impact
definitely,
your confidence?
it was just like a steady, like medium confidence.
Okay.
Not very high,
yeah.
not very low. But I lost like every sparring round I did in preparation for my Ice Poseidon fight. I didn't win a single round.
Yeah, yeah. Ice was in over his head.
Yeah, I don't
For
think he
that
did
fight.
any. I don't think he did any hard sparring. So where like when I hit him once, he was shocked.
Dude, what the hell is that guy up to now? I have no
That's what I was
idea.
talking about earlier. Last time I saw him, it looked like he was on like a pier somewhere in California maybe, or Florida, and somewhere like that. And some dude comes up behind him and douses him with a stinky mystery liquid. And when I see that, I always suspect that it's the prison thing where you take shit and piss and make a homogeneous goo that you throw on somebody. And it sounds like that's what Brandon suggested that it was, which is
I think it was.
You just hear Ice going, "Oh, what was that?"
Dude. And then Sam Pepper like chased the guy down and tackled him and put him in a rear naked choke. But Ice has been doing a prison stream where he has people like stuck in a room and essentially like harasses them until they quit.
Oh, okay. Little fish tank, maybe mini fish tank, basically.
Yeah, it was like the fish tank before Fish Tank. Actually inspired Sam and Jet, I believe.
I've never watched Ice's. Actually, I think the second season of Fish Tank is coming up, right?
Yeah, it should be here before too long, a month or so.
I'm going to watch it again.
What I told them
very
before.
Funny.
They need to invest in some single wide trailers and take them out somewhere and have them isolated, and it would be so much better than having to worry about the police being called or anything like that.
I bet they've got some changes for this next season. Jet said that I could come and dress up in a gimp suit and run around and tase people.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Maybe I'll do that.
They talked about doing the diaper idea where everyone has to like fill a diaper or something, or just wear a diaper.
Where is it? Is it in California typically?
The first season was in Delaware or Rhode Island or something. I think that's where Sam lives, Rhode Island.
It was in Ottawa, Canada.
Oh, was it?
No. I don't know. But yeah, I went on Fish Tank season 1, and definitely the swatting and shit was like so annoying. People just doing that is ridiculous.
Yeah, I liked your cameo on Fish Tank. Just like, what was it like going in there? Did it smell as bad as you thought it would?
It was pleasant. It was really nice. I mean, I was like drunk as shit when I was on there, but they said they were having trouble finding a prostitute to come onto the show, and I was like, dude, why didn't you ask me? And I got that wonderful prostitute on within like an hour.
Yeah, that big fat bitch.
Yeah,
Jesus
great.
Christ. Where do you source a prostitute like that in a pinch?
Fiverr.
Just a litany of sites. I don't know if I should say them, but yeah, if you just type in like the escorts in this town, and then you just text a bunch of them, you can get one to come over. But yeah, she was actually down to get sexual with Airsoft Fatty, but he smelled like such shit that I just, that's a sad situation.
Dude, that was one of the most soul-crushing clips from the show, is like Airsoft Fatty getting kind of stoked that he's going to get to do something sexual with this fat prostitute, and then her like being diplomatic in like how gently she let him down. And it was clearly because of the smell. Yeah, she was nice about it.
No, it was like actually upsetting. It was like,
why did he smell so bad?
He had shit on his britches, man. He had poop in his britches.
Okay. That's crazy, but it's also a solvable problem. Like,
he showered and then put the same britches on. Come on.
Dude, that undoes the whole shower. You can't do that.
And then he was like devastated in the bathroom, and Sam had to like pep talk him, and it was just like, man, this went so left.
Yeah, it was sad instead of funny.
I mean, I didn't know humans would ever do that. Like, I'm baffled. I'm out of words. He smelled terrible to the point where the prostitute wouldn't sleep with him. Cleans up, and then he just gets back in his dirty underwear and
look at him. Oh man, hard to not feel bad for that guy.
Man, he's so poorly shaped. Like it's like some people are in bad shape, but he is shaped badly.
That fall, like, is probably the hardest I've laughed in the last year. Was watching the little stutter step fall, and then the Yu-Gi-Oh boxes go flying, and he tumbles down. Like I've never seen someone fall so brutally in such a slow motion way.
What's the opposite of pigeon-toed when your feet are pointed outwards?
Owl-footed. I don't know.
I forget, but anyway, yeah, he walks with his toes pointed outwards, and it seemed to make steps not tenable for him. I don't know.
Yeah, he's like a big fucked up gumdrop. But after he fell on the stairs, he could have swore his jaw was broken. He was trying to like get medical attention.
Yeah, and I remember like he immediately started back up the stairs again, and Vance was like, "Hold on to the rail. Please hold on to the rail." And he's like, just not holding onto the rail. Just took an embarrassing, painful look. Dude, when you fall at that weight, it's got to hurt. Like, there's a lot of mass pushing you into the corners of those stairs. And you're not built for recovery either. Your body.
You know how regardless of weight, you fall at the same speed? That doesn't seem right. It just doesn't seem...
Would Neil deGrasse Tyson say that shit?
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson would be talking about how fucking, holidays are actually made up. And it's like, shut up. Shut the fuck up, pussy.
Yeah, I hate that guy. We should all fight him. 4v1.
Dude, the four of us could take Neil deGrasse Tyson so easily.
How about that?
One of us I'd distract him by giving like bad information on math and physics, and then you guys could all go in.
Yeah, I'll mayonnaise him.
like
Kyle, Woody can put him in a hill. Kyle can shoot him.
Yeah.
I don't think you should mayonnaise a black person. That could be seen as a hate crime.
Reverse racism. It's white facing them.
Yeah, he's the racist.
I stand by what I said.
You're ghosting.
I was saying that the other day, like that's one of the slurs they call us. They always reference mayonnaise. They call us mayonnaise mayo monkeys and stuff like that. Yeah, mayos, stuff like that.
How
They say that and apparently white women have sex
I've
with
always
dogs.
been a cracker.
I saw some black girl on Twitter said some stupid ass thing like today it was a video of white people doing something like hiking, and they were like, oh, today it's cloudy with a chance of colonization. I'm like, what the fuck? What shit is that?
Yeah. What are people bullying you off of hiking trails?
Yeah.
Like, is that what's going on? White people can't hike anymore. Seems like that lady has hate in her heart, and she needs to chill out.
No, definitely, man.
Yeah.
I think it seems like a lot of people have hate in their heart these days. We just all need to try to get along better.
Yeah, exactly. I have zero hate in my heart. Right, Kyle?
I've got so fucking much hate in my heart. It's all there's left. No, man, it's easy to feel that way though, right? Like you can imagine how you would feel if you were involved with any of that craziness overseas. We're just chilling over here, worried about video games, and I'm worried Baldur's Gate's not going to win Game of the Year. That's my main concern, right?
That is a problem.
And meanwhile, over there, the Houthis are shooting ballistic missiles and from outer space at you. Like you got completely different issues.
Yeah.
So it's easy.
Sometimes all you need to feel thankful is to like see a clip from Sudan and be like, damn, on the best day here, it sucks. Like
that's how you know nobody
so much better.
That's how you know it's all hypocrisy. No one cares what's going on in the Sudan with that whole Darfur conflict and the fucking that whole, it's a civil war. It's what's happening. Two generals are splitting the country in half, and one of them has most of the land, and the other has a lot of the armaments, and they're having a civil war.
Dude, Africa's keeping like the map and globe industry running because you constantly need to buy new ones because they've got a new country with a new general every 8 weeks, and then that gets dissolved or absorbed into something else.
Have you seen the stripe of like where the wars are in Africa? It almost seems like it's climate related. I'll look for it and ask Zach to post it.
It's fucking hot.
Like they're in a bad mood because it's so hot.
Yeah, right. Like
I am so sick of this weather.
I know in Baltimore there's a lot less aggression in the wintertime. I'll say that.
Atlanta traffic, like on a hot summer day, if they're out of their car, they're gonna kill you.
Yeah, you got to be a real piece of shit to be like getting violent in Minnesota in February. Like who's doing that?
That's all war.
It's like the whole continent.
Internal armed conflict. External armed conflict.
Why haven't I heard about this? I haven't even.
If you limit it to coup attempts, it's like a really narrow slice across the middle.
Oh, wow!
That's
when you limit it to coup attempts. I like that South Africa skates by, even though like they're probably the worst nation in that continent.
What's that country inside of South Africa called? Mozambique or something goofy?
Rhodesia.
Rhodesia? I don't think so. I think that was a different
District 9.
Yeah.
I watched District 9 the other day. You ever seen that?
I have. I remember it's kind of liking it, but I haven't seen it in many years.
Yeah, it's a pretty good allegory for what's going on right now. I would say, it's all about an apartheid state that's made up of those dirty shrimp people from another planet. So it's easy to hate them at first. But, by the end, you're team shrimp people because the humans are so callous and disgusting toward them.
No, I totally disagree there. There's no amount of propaganda that's going to make me cool with a shrimp monster with blades and pincers on their mouth.
Never had shrimp pussy, Taylor.
Get out of here. I haven't had shrimp pussy. That's true. Maybe if it was really good, I'd come around. But
no, by the end of that movie, I'm
be okay
shrimp
with
people
have to kind of look humanish.
What movie are we talking about? I was looking for
District
Squid Attempts
9?
in Africa. Oh, yeah.
I turned. Yeah, there's a little shrimp person. He's like, "Daddy, are we going to the? How many moons does our planet have? When are we going home?" And Daddy's like, "We can't go home anymore because that shitty human used all our gasoline or whatever the fuck, and we're gonna go to this concentration camp. Look, this might be our tent." And it's like, fuck, it's so sad.
Yeah. But then a heroic South African military guy comes in.
A white man
and ends
steps up big. Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it white guys in it? I don't
Yes,
even.
it's
I don't
the
remember.
Drickus guy, which is my new favorite.
There's the
name.
coup attempts. There they are. See the little stripe? That's why I made it. Was like, damn, like the hottest little section of the planet, like where the equator is. They're all doing coups.
Let's
It's
change that country name. Can we all?
It's probably also
The
a very
middle
fertile,
one?
Yeah.
valuable
let's
resource.
get rid of
Niger?
How do you say it, Taylor?
that. The way they do it on the news is they hit the French part hard. They're like Niger.
Yeah, something like that.
Like it's like okay. What do you call someone from there? I don't even know.
I don't know, but that's how they say it. I watched this chick
Nigeria.
that rides her motorcycle
Yeah,
around Africa, and the natives, like, she called it Niger.
What do I call
I
it?
forget what she called it, but
Yeah.
the locals corrected her and said Niger. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
going by.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I never once corrected anybody on what to call me because you can't really upset me. Like it's everybody's so goddamn sensitive. Why does everyone care?
What are some mean things you?
I don't
can
think
call,
people. I don't think people really care anymore. I think the whole identity politics thing might go by the wayside. I think there's enough real problems. I think that came from a time where we didn't have any real problems, and now there's like real problems, and we'll start focusing on those again.
probably not.
No,
What if they called you a cauliflower conqueror or a chalk chimp?
Damn, that's okay. That first one is cool.
No,
I
really,
would-
I prefer chalk chimp.
Oh no,
Cornstarch
then I can be
colonizer?
the cauliflower conqueror. That's a gamer tag. That's
These would all be really good names for YouTube channels. All this stuff.
yeah.
Dandruff demons.
Is
Desaturated
dandruff unique to
donkeys.
white people?
Some
Yeah.
black girl put like a big list of mean things you can call white people, and it's just
Mhm.
like I just owned her because I love it. It's so good. It literally it's made me happy for days. Marshmallow manipulators.
No, that's too many. That's too many syllables.
Nah,
That
it makes me
sucks.
feel fat.
Yeah, kind of a concession.
Lipless lieutenants.
I mean, come on.
That's. I mean, ending it with lieutenant or general or conqueror is cool.
Yeah. Hell
Like
yeah.
being a conqueror rules. Like that's cool. You don't go Alexander the Great. That guy conquered.
Yeah,
And
Right?
It's
What
like,
a
yeah,
fucking
you're right.
loser.
He was
All her
dope.
insults were subservient to white people. Like, I don't know. What's she gonna call us? Like wealthy whites or something? Like, oh no, it hurts.
Yeah, they're not like that. Those weren't even mean. Those were just like
Somewhat complimentary.
dumb. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mayo monkey. Who gives a fuck?
I think she's really smart.
I'm
and
upset.
educated.
I love mayonnaise. It's a wonderful condiment.
I don't like mayonnaise, so I
Do you
don't
really like it, Kevin?
Yeah, I really do like mayonnaise. It's fucking tasty, man. On a chicken sandwich,
Ugh.
spicy chicken sandwich or
Obviously,
something.
I'm not a
mayonnaise
mayo
is
boy
outstanding.
either, Brandon. I don't care
disgusting,
for
man.
it. It's just
Horrible.
empty calories.
Good
Oh,
stuff.
well, it is empty calories. I'm on you there. I'm not saying it's not empty calories.
is that something we're against?
The sandwiches are 1,000 times better with a little mayo in there. Without mayo, the sandwich is dry and yucky. And then
I'm not huge on condiments a lot of the time. Like if I have a burger, I don't really want like I'd rather have like lettuce, tomato, onion, pickles, like the food on there,
Aren't they
not
all
really not like
condiments?
mayonnaise. No, those
Those
aren't
are-
condiments.
Those are vegetables.
No.
Tomato, yeah, those are like
There's toppings.
Is that what you say? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
toppings. Is that what
condiments
you'd
is-
say? I don't eat burgers all the time. Yeah, not my culture.
No, I want some mayonnaise in there, and I want some mustard in there. I don't want ketchup usually at all, though. And people that put ketchup on hot dogs upset me. Like I'll straight up judge you. Like I'm
Oh,
looking at your
no.
ketchup. dog.
What do you put on your hot dog that you're Mr. fucking high horse over here?
Ketchup's just a no-no. But usually I put mustard and raw onions on there.
mustard
All
and
right, that's
relish
fine.
over here. Are you also racist against mustard?
I
do hot
think
dogs
yellow
raw.
mustard, but spicy mustard's fine. You wouldn't want it like a Dijon or anything. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'll
I
eat
do
hot
like
dogs
those,
raw dog.
Those dogs
Sure.
we had up in Seattle, maybe that had cream cheese on them and some other shit. That was actually good. That was pretty fucking good. We were drunk though, so who knows?
Mm.
Yeah, the cream cheese on a hot dog. That is such
Blade
a
ate
Seattle
3
thing.
of
Those
those hot
fucking
dogs.
cunts.
Blade ate 3 of those hot dogs and then carried White Boy another 2 miles. It was one of the greatest physical feats I'd ever seen.
He had to fuel
As
up.
drunk as he was, incredible.
How long
guy
has it been
could've
since
gone-
you guys have gotten together and done like an IRL podcast?
Oh,
we
man.
haven't- It's been
Podcast?
forever.
I have not
Shit.
seen Woody in
Ages.
person in a decade, and I
Holy
haven't.
shit.
Kyle and I hung out. What was it like? What year
Atlanta
did
Super Bowl.
Atlanta lose the Super Bowl? 2018, 2017. So it'd be like 6 years.
That was an upsetting year. Yeah,
Wow.
It's been a while.
that was an upsetting year.
I feel like you guys did a Colorado trip more recently than that. Maybe I'm wrong.
That was the
He
Colorado
wasn't there though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't make it to that one. I had a work thing. That was. We should do it again.
Yeah, that'd be
should-
rad to
me and-
see.
That'd be
That was
fun.
me and my associates over in Colorado. We thought we had picked a good Airbnb out, but I really did not like that place we stayed in. I think
really? I thought it was amazing.
well, the TV was amazing. And so that's what I really focused on. I got hyper focused on wanting like an entertainment like center, like a whole media room, I should say. And once I found a nice house that had one, I don't know, had rose colored glasses for everything else about the house. And it wasn't great. It wasn't
Dude, Kyle's a brutal guy to go on a trip somewhere with, in that you'll be like, hey, you want to go get dinner somewhere? And he'll be like, no. And it's like, but we've DoorDashed every meal. Can we go somewhere other than the dispensary, please? And he's like, you can. And it's like, well, like we gotta like just like and I feel like a girl, like because you know that's usually the girl like responsibility on vacation is you're trying to sit on the beach and read, and they have to cram all these activities into it that you don't want to do as much. And I felt like that on the trip with you, where I'd be like, hey, Kyle, chiz, let's go to this steakhouse.
You're making me want to go. I'll go with you, Taylor. Let's go skiing.
Let's go to Kyle's house.
Yes. Should we tell him or no?
No,
You guys should invite every
The,
guest of the year to Kyle's house.
Oh,
we
let's not
should.
do that.
I'm gonna invite Boogie to Kyle's house.
Woody's is the one on Google. Let's go there.
Woody does have the
No,
most
I
rooms,
like,
so it'd be better.
Tell me though. I want to clean up. And mow.
It's mostly because with the Colorado trips, it's oftentimes like a weed-cation for me. Like especially the Atlanta one, there was no weed in Georgia, right? You know, not any legal weed. I mean, we've got Delta 8 or whatever now, and our wonderful sponsors. But back then, I was like, I'm here to get high. I'm here to get high all week. And, you know, I got my girlfriend with me. I'm not going out looking for girls. The food we were having delivered was delicious. I liked that place we were in. I've been to Denver before. I'm not exploring. I went to the zoo one time. I'm not exploring that place.
Simple
I'm-
pleasure.
North
I'm here to
Carolina
smoke.
lost its Delta 8. It's fucking ridiculous.
Really?
That's fascism.
One of the fucking Democrat people in the House of Rep became Republican, and now they have a veto-proof majority, and they passed like every fucking Republican wet dream. And
Oh my
one of
God.
them was to ban anything THC related.
Damn.
Oh, so they're like one of the few totally illegal states then?
No, in theory, there are hoops and you can jump through, but basically every place that sells it now doesn't.
That's so lame. Like just
That's stupid.
that's a losing
This
battle.
stuff is great. It's you know, it gets you real fucking high, and I love it. No, if we could do a trip, I'll tell you what I would rather do though, because you're right. Sitting in a room and smoking weed is not like a great like destination event. It was for me though.
It gets old. Yeah.
An activity. I'd want to do an activity that I've always wanted to do, something fishing related. And you know, every time we come around to this is such a circular conversation piece, because then we go to Woody getting sick on boats and the drama man, and then we go to the story about him getting sick on the boat that time and the guy being rude about it. And
Fly
it's just-
fishing. Boom.
could-
You're standing on the ground.
Yeah.
It's very active. And so if you're against like the whole, I don't want to sit there and fish with a bobber just staring at it. You got waders on. I've fly fished once in my life and it was a bunch of
I
fun.
would hate that. No,
But,
I hate
Outdoor
see-
go-kart racing.
No.
I'd do that.
that. I'm not completely against that, but you know, that's like an hour, right?
You could go
Yeah.
catfish
To
noodling.
me, it occupies the middle of the day.
We could
you
go
probably
noodling.
Tell you
won't
what I
go there.
enjoyed.
Fun.
Tell you what I enjoyed that one time when you, Chiz, and I went on our little trip, and we had like 3 things to do because we were at a place that did 3 things. There was like whitewater rafting, zip
Oh,
lining, and
yeah.
I think there was a third thing.
I
I
do
don't
think
remember it,
that. I
though.
can't recall it either.
Yeah, that was a
Zip-
fun little time.
yeah.
I really enjoyed zip lining because I don't know, we got to meet all those new people. I found them to be interesting and fun to hang out with, and zip lining's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I found it to be scary. There were parts of it that frightened me, especially when it started raining and we had that big gorge to cross. But yeah, I like ziplining.
The rain didn't scare me. The stuff that scared me the most was the things I did on purpose. Like you're I'll make up a number, 95 feet in a tree, and your harness is clipped in and everything. But if you want, you can put your feet on the edge of the stand and fall backwards and just be like supported by. That was the shit that scared me.
That was a moment. Have you?
I've never bow
hunting?
hunted. You'd have to teach me the whole thing. Or I could bring a gun and just alpha.
Is it okay if I never stop talking during the bow hunting?
100%. Like that's
it would. I think it would be easier for you to teach me to shoot a hockey puck on the ice than it would be for me to teach you to be a deer hunter. It's so fucking hard. It was years of training.
Yeah, I
it was my entire.
I'm not going there to
childhood.
be an ace hunter. I'm just trying to think of an activity you would agree to.
It's so deer hunting with a bow is so upsetting to do, and that's not a fun thing to do. That's us sitting in silence, 30 yards apart, looking at each other occasionally and nodding. And of course, modern days we have a cell phone. When I was a kid, we just sat there and
you guys are going to be like, Woody, stop snoring, scaring away the deer.
Yeah, no, Woody has to pop a perk 30.
Just call he's asleep up in his he's barred out.
One thing I've never done it, but I always wanted to try to kill a bow with a recurve bow. Or kill a deer with a recurve bow, I should say, because I always used a compound bow. Obviously,
is a recurve like what Legolas had?
Yes.
Yeah. When you pull it back, you're still holding all the weight. That's the main thing. With a compound bow, you're holding like 15% of the total draw weight when you get back here and get the lead off. So it's a lot easier. It's more like a gun. Compound bows are like guns. They're so fucking accurate.
I could miss.
Well, what activity would you be?
The bow won't miss.
What activity would you be down with? That what activity in Kyle's mind goes, that would be fun as a group?
Oh, I'd have to give it some thought.
Not sitting still.
I'm baffled that outdoor go-kart racing didn't just be like, yeah, that's an amazing idea.
That would be
more
fun,
things like that.
But that's like 40 minutes of activity.
Yeah, we've done that on a trip. We and I mean, eventually your forearms are blown out, right? And you're just like, all right, that's all the driving I can do today. I remember when Taylor and I and Chiz did the racing. After like an hour of driving and just fucking controlling that thing, it's like, man, I'm done. Yeah. My forearms hurt.
Dude, Chiz was mad at me. I rear-ended him hard like 3 times throughout the day, and those were like 50+ mile-an-hour go-karts. And so I was hitting him. Yeah, his neck wasn't feeling good afterward. My neck wasn't feeling good afterward. Like I really, it had never occurred to me that you could do go-karting where you didn't floor it the whole time. Like
it was like a real collision. I felt bad for everyone involved and was glad that I wasn't there. My girlfriend started crying. Like,
dude, the guy like pulled me aside, gave me like a correction. The guy who worked there as I came around that bend, like after the second time I smashed into Chiz's thing because he wasn't even flooring it. He was being a bitch. And the employee was like, hey, slow it down. And it was like, I paid for this.
Fuck that. Why didn't you go around him, Taylor? Like, if you're that much faster.
I was out of control. I was going around the corner flooring it, and it did that like where they were skipping across, and I just slammed into him. And like the second time it happened, Chiz did that thing where like someone turns at you like rapidly in anger, like he was so mad that I hit, because I hit him. I saw his neck snap back. Like I hit him hard. I was going 50 miles an hour. Like it was.
You probably didn't see it coming.
No, I didn't see it coming. I overestimated my own spryness on the track. I thought I'd be better at we.
That's the place we went back to when we went like 3 years ago back, or whenever I got to prison. I was like, or when I got off probation, I was like, let's go karting. We went to the same place, and it's real intense. Those things are fast.
Next day, jet skiing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so down to jet ski. I would love to go jet skiing. When's the last time you jet skied, Brandon?
I have a lake house. My uncle Mel has a lake house in Smithmont Lake, Virginia. So I was just jet skiing like probably 2 months ago, man.
Yeah,
living the dream.
Was it? What kind of jet ski was it?
Fuck, dude. I have no idea. I think it's a Sea-Doo.
Sea-Doo. Okay, so you sat.
You can
down.
just say like
it's a sit down one. I want to get one of the stand up ones you can do backflips with. That'd be so.
That's what I had
cool.
growing up.
I want to go fast.
Yeah. Mine goes like 58 miles an hour, where your eyes are just.
Oh my god,
it's so good.
So fast
on the water. That feels like 100. Like
you hit a wave, you're just like.
You guys know that's really fast.
Yeah. Oh, an activity that would be fun is a water jetpack. One of those things that you hold on to the remotes and you can kind of steer yourself over the lake.
Can you rent those or like get it like rent?
You can
time
steal them.
I thought you stood on them. And like the jet stream.
I know the kind you're thinking.
You're like
about.
Dr. Octopus. You've got water coming out of your hands and water coming out of your butt, right? Like not your actual asshole, but like back on your back, like a jetpack.
You can get the butt mod if you want, Kyle.
Yeah. You can get any kind of mods you want.
And you make it go in your butt.
Bring anything.
Yeah,
I would do that.
Pay
that
extra for that, but you always do.
I wonder if that's one of those activities though that after like 3 minutes you're like, I get it. Like I did that with parasailing. Parasailing, that's when you're attached to the boat, right?
That sounds scary.
Yeah, I did parasailing when I was like 12 or something, and I remember being like nervous about it. And then I got up to the top height because the like Jamaican or Dominican guy like was feeding the line out. And after just a couple minutes, like literally 2 minutes, it's like, all right, I'm full. I'm all full up of this. Like, I don't think we're going to suddenly start going faster. This is the whole thing.
So I do that. Of course, I didn't even do it this year, but that acrobatic flying over the lake in Georgia, and you use a boat to tow it about 5,000 feet in the air on a really good tow. And then you do your acrobatics on the way down and you land on the beach. Cool. Other people, like locals, would be like, yeah, I went parasailing in Key West. And it's like, it is not the same thing. That's not what we're doing here. Don't you compare this to parasailing, you dick.
No, it was just parasailing. Yeah,
Did you say how does it tell you to 5,000? Maybe I misunderstood. The boat pulls you and you've got to shoot on you, right? You get up to 5,000 feet of altitude?
No.
I mean, call it 3,000. You get anywhere near that?
Oh, yeah. 3,000 is not that good a tow. A really good tow is like 4,000, and the line is like 6,500 feet long, something like that.
You got to describe this line to me because I'm fascinated by the line itself. It's the most interesting thing about all of this.
It's really strong. It's some super high tech material. It doesn't tend to rot. You want to look up what the line is?
There a guy on the ground who's like got you on the other end of like a click,
so the boat,
the strongest man on the island. Just
the boat has a winch attached to it, and the boat will go like 40 miles an hour, but the line is letting out at like 25 miles an hour. So he's pulling, like you on the wing are going like 30 something. The boat's going 40 something. The line's letting out, making up the difference. And
I have no idea that's what you've been doing.
He does a lap around like a mile diameter. Yeah. And then you sort of follow where the boat was. The line gets so long, you're going where the boat was like 10 minutes ago. The boat's going sideways now, and I'm still going straight, waiting to make my turn.
Aren't you ever afraid? What happened if the line just like got cut?
Oh, that happens all the fucking time. Lines break constantly. If you're low, then you land in the water and you're kind of fucked.
Imagine you're at 3,000 feet.
Oh, if you're at 3,000 feet, now you've got fucking work to do. You need to fly this line to some location where it's less likely to cause problems. You might be able to drop it at the LZ, the landing zone, or maybe I just take it to a part of the lake that I think boats are less inclined to run over it, and then I let it go there and land back, hopefully where I started.
So you're going to land in the water, like splash down, and they're going to pick you up in the boat, presumably?
I hope to avoid that. If it's at 3,000 feet, I shouldn't be landing in the water. That's enough altitude for me.
You're going to fly back home with that.
I'm going to take the line somewhere, handle my responsibilities so that whoever needs to fix this line doesn't find it to be like a big piece of shit. Boats come, running around there all the time. They'll slice your line. Like, now you got 3 breaks. Now you got 4 breaks. Like the problems are getting worse.
Or maybe they get like wrapped around like a skier's neck.
Turns out people get really mad at you when you hook their like outboard engine, and they blame me, like because it's my fault.
Dude, you cut my girlfriend in half.
So So you fly, you drop the line in a good spot, and then you handle landing, and that's what happens if the line breaks up high. I mean, I am in a flying apparatus. It's not a problem if I stop getting towed.
Oh,
that's true.
You've got the paramotor on.
No. It's a paraglider. So they tow me up. What happens normally, the whole goal over the lake is to get towed up to like 3,500, 4,000 feet. And then I have this special kind of knot that I can undo under tension. And then I fly on my own while they pull the line in. But if the line breaks, I have to handle the line for them.
I was going to ask you, Taylor, if you have any interest in doing any things above the earth with Woody, but I'm going to be honest. I am afraid of jumping out of that airplane. I have not done that, and it does frighten me. I would be willing to do it if it were required for something, but I'm not looking to just go do it. You know what I mean?
I don't want to jump out of a plane. That would scare me a lot. If there's something tying me to something else, I'll go real high. That will give me like a sense of security. But and
I fully understand
like
that
my hands are getting like a little clammy thinking about like being up there and hearing the loud whipping of the air, and then some guy who I imagine like bullying me, like, it's time to jump, pussy.
And you gotta go.
Yeah, the light is red. The light is red.
Yeah,
wake up.
And there'd be like some like 11-year-old girl that did it in front of me, and that like, and like laughing and having a good time.
Though, like,
and I'm like openly weeping. Like
have you been skydiving, Brandon?
I wouldn't do it, dude. I'd rather do fucking crack. I'd rather try crack. There's just no way.
I really thought I was
honestly, in a heads up thing, I think
I
would try my hand at one dose of crack.
Yeah,
and then try and cut it.
What is the big problem with skydiving?
Because it's scary. I don't like heights. Heights.
So
I'm about to do an MMA fight. I would never jump out of a plane. Like, there's just no way.
When you do it,
influencer boxing.
I know I've told you two before. It might be news to Brandon. You have two options. You can either take an all-day course, and then when you jump out, you're going to have two instructors holding like your leg and your shoulder, elbow, or something, and they'll make sure that you're straight. They'll tell you when to pull it, but you're kind of solo aside from having all these people holding you.
Yeah.
The other way to do it is Baby Bjorn style. That's what I did. And there's no all-day training on that. They just take care of you like your baby. Like I'm standing there and they have me stand in front of like this outfit I need to put on. And they're just like, all right, put your foot here, put your foot here. And unbeknownst to me, now I'm getting dressed. I walked into the place where you do the jumping, and like 7.5 minutes later, the plane is taking off. It's all going so quickly. They're teaching me how to like slide out of the plane. They're teaching me how to get out of the plane on the flight up. There was no ground training. There's zero ground training. They taught me how to land at about 100 feet. Like, it is right.
I would be like, I can tell you what I would be thinking. Like, on that plane ride up, I would be thinking of any lie I could grasp to about why I couldn't do it. I have a heart condition. Which one? That's private. Like, that's personal. I can't tell you about it.
Well, you're strapped to someone, or someone strapped to you in that case?
Either way.
Yeah. So I'm the girl in this doggy style jump we're doing, and I'm strapped to them. Yeah.
I'd do it if I could be face to face with
with a hot babe. Get some breastfeeding in there, dude. If it's like breastfeeding special, I would do it.
I want to look at his strong eyes and know.
So like you and your 4 buddies roll up, and they have a bunch of tandem jumpers who you're going to strap to, and they assign everyone by size.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't get to pick your guy.
I've agreed to do it by like technically, you know, like we do deals where it's like, and one of the ideas would be
there you go,
plane,
dude.
And it's just that I am very afraid of it, just to be clear. I don't want to be wings like talking about a survival trip like
okay. Yeah, right.
Very afraid of it, just to be clear. But if there was money to be made at jumping out of it, I can go to I can like flip a switch where I'm like, all right, now it's about work ethic and not about that other thing. And then I can get it done. If it's about work ethic, or if I've agreed to do a thing, then I can just sort of flip that switch that says there is no option B, and I can just do something awful. But I would be very upset. I would be the quiet one. You would be like, "You sure you're okay?" Like, I just need to sit here and be quiet, pretend like what's about to happen isn't about to happen. I would love that it happens like lickety split, like you're on the ground and 8 minutes later you're, all right, red light, let's go. Like I would like that about it. But,
we should totally do it. It'd be fun.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't want to do it. My hands are sweaty.
I don't. Kyle, we can veto this. I don't want to do this. I
wouldn't do it. How much money to do it, Kyle? What's enticing?
Like 10. It would
10K.
take 10.
I'll give you $10.
It would take 10.
I'll give you 20
because
you'll have to come up with the other 140.
You do it for $10,000, right, Taylor?
10 grand, jump out of a plane. As long if and I'm strapped in like a baby to a capable strong man, 10 grand I would do it.
Yeah, see, that's like a number where you can like 5,000 is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. I suppose,
I'd be so
but,
scared.
like, you can't make a thing happen with
For
$5,000.
10 grand, I would do it with no training. I could figure
Jesus
it out.
Christ. I would do PEDs. I would do Xanax, and then I would do it.
I do it with no training for 10 grand too.
You just dose
Yeah.
yourself
Like,
up on benzos and just be
now, unless I have to fold the parachute. That I want to watch the. You know how you always talk about when you're getting an IV put in, you're like, hey, bring me the old nurse who's got hands that are as like fucking steel. Bring me that gal who could put it in one shot.
No
I
surprises.
want a Japanese origami master to fucking pack my parachute and fold it just right.
Oh,
Like,
I want a guy who's done it so many times. He's like on his phone sports betting on the way up there.
no, you focus.
Paying attention.
You're not going to like this, but the person who packs the parachutes is the lowest man on the totem pole.
No,
They,
that should be
they
the
are
highest
called
man.
dirty packers. They have hygiene issues. Their lives are not together.
That's what
They're-
Dirty Packers means.
yeah. They're dirty
in
packers,
Georgia.
and they just do it all the time. And they probably haven't washed.
I would rather do, Brandon, and do you agree? Like, I'm much more scared of jumping out of a plane than I am like scuba diving and going into the deep.
Yeah, I'll go in the deep more. I mean, I don't want to go in the deep, but I would go in the deep before I
would
jumped
pick
out of a
that
plane.
over a plane 100%.
I think it's unfair to just be like vague about the deep. You got to describe as particularly scary kind of diving.
Deep enough that you don't like that you're wearing the real
shark
stuff.
diving is the equivalent. Shark diving without
What
a
kind
cage
of
is the
sharks?
equivalent.
Like nurse sharks?
Sharks that'll bite your hand off.
Whale
if you
sharks.
don't get out of the way quickly enough. No,
I
like
would do
scary
it if
sharks
I
on
was in
reef.
I need to be in a. We need to be in like a big group, not just the
Orcas.
three of us.
No.
Actually, you know what?
Like,
I bet I can out. I think I could outswim you, Kyle.
you
so-
could definitely outswim me. I'm
I was like,
awful.
where is this going? I thought you were going to claim you could outswim a shark.
Do you,
No, I can't
do-
outswim Woody or a shark, but I can outswim Kyle. I'm kicking Kyle in the nose, trying to get it to bleed. Just-
my respirator's like.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
all this
murder
stuff
now.
is scary. I don't know if scuba diving's scary, but the I didn't want to act like I wasn't scared skydiving. Like I totally was. I just,
What about the
I'm
submarine
so
that like
surprised that you were scared
killed
of.
everyone?
Oh,
I
the submarine.
like
yeah, I would not go on a bootleg bullshit tech bro Xbox controller submarine.
I would have gone,
but
before
I'd go
the
on. I'd go on a
accident,
real
if I'm being
submarine.
honest.
That guy,
Really?
doesn't that guy
Yeah.
who invented
Like,
Minecraft?
before the accident, I would have said yes.
Oh, shit.
wait,
No.
which accident? I can't catch up again.
The submarine accident.
Oh, that.
implosion
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
But like, no, if
Yeah.
you would have seen that thing and been like bullshit. But if
No.
it was that guy, I think it's the Minecraft guy, the guy who invented Minecraft, has that really crazy
Notch.
one, right? That's like a
Or
you
Gabe-
see
I
a
thought it
you
was
see a
Gabe-
picture of his
I think
submarine.
you're thinking
and
of
it's
James
guy.
Cameron, maybe.
okay, James
They
Cameron. it's
both
one of
have
those
aquatic
guys.
craft. When you're
What?
nerdy and rich enough, you get yourself.
Notch has
a
one
sub- I
too?
think it's Gabe Newell that has it actually.
Gabe
and-
Newell.
Oh.
He's the guy who
A
has the
steam
record
guy?
in like every sea for the deepest seaman.
Yeah,
And so,
the
like-
dude's fucking Jacques Cousteau, like
Yeah.
7 seas of the
I
earth
would get
going
on
to the
his
bottom.
without a second thought because it looks like a real submarine.
I
got
would be
hatches.
too stupid to know the difference. Like I imagine again, the accident hasn't happened yet, and they're like, "Hey, Kyle, we're going in one of those
Yeah.
deep sea submersibles." I wouldn't question whether yours is the
You
good
wouldn't
one or
question
not.
it when they hand you the Mad Catz controller.
They're not going to hand it to me. They're not going to hand it to me. And honestly, they use Xbox controllers in nuclear submarines. You know, like
They
it's
do
a
not
good
use
controller.
wireless Mad Catz controllers on
Neither
reputable.
did he had a wired controller. Do not act like he had a wireless.
It was
controller.
wireless. That was a big.
I know he did. It was so
Yeah.
shocking when I saw it was wireless.
Insane. Dude, those fall
Although-
apart in your living room sometimes with no
You think
pressure.
he had batteries at least, like an extra couple of AA's, or did he just pop them out of his remote in the morning on the way to work?
Yeah, he's got like two. Like you just kind of like bounced him on his.
You ever do that? You're like,
That's got power.
all right, let's game some more. Pop him out of the back of the fucking remote.
Took him out of a vibrator.
Yeah, I wouldn't get on one of
Yeah,
those things. Gabe Newell's looks like a big fucking just white rectangle. This is what
Yeah.
I'm looking at.
Put up Gabe Newell's sub because you
I'm
showed a
not-
picture of Gabe Newell, Zach, but then you showed a picture of the bullshit, PVC pipe sub that those people died in.
I'm not getting in
Yeah.
this fucking thing, dude.
I
No.
would absolutely get in theirs. That to me is cooler than going to space. Like if you go down to the Marianas Trench and see some cool life that's literally never been seen before. And I'm not. They go to the Amazon. They're like, look at this little stick bug. It's a centimeter long. You're the first human to ever see one. I hope I'm the last. I hope I'm the
Yeah.
last. This thing sucks. But if you take me down there, it's cool that it has a face there for some reason.
Mhm.
But if you take me down there and we see like a little, some skeleton clownfish or some shit, or like
You're getting in that fucking lunchbox, Kyle.
100%. That doesn't
Oh,
scare me at
man.
all. Like,
Yeah,
look,
this
that
is a
thing
good
looks
one.
so.
We need
What
a person
I
for
see in this
scale.
picture is a craft where they got so good at making it safe and appropriate. They had time for style, like
Yeah.
this. You know what I mean? Like what?
That craft looks surprised.
Yeah.
It's
It
like this is the point of view of when it goes in subreddit.
We're not
That's
gonna
what I'm
make it.
looking at.
That's what it looks like. A face of shock and fear.
It's
More of a
it's soy-
panel fan
soy
myself, but I see your. see the
Yeah,
connections
I
you're
agree with you that I would rather go down into the sea and see something cool than go to space. You're not going to see anything in space. No critters.
I take it back. I'm
it's
wrong.
just like the blackness
I
of
choose
space, and then the
I
planet.
agree with the no
space.
critters, but you can see stars in a way that you can't on Earth.
You see, I want to see
mean,
the Earth. I want to look back at that's. I think that I would rather. All right, we're in space. You have two
Okay.
windows. You can only look out of one of them for 30 minutes. Then we're going home. One of them faces out toward the blackness of space with all the pretty stars, and the other is Earth. Like I'm staring at Earth the whole time because that's the cool thing to me.
No, how about this? If you go that compared
think
to
you're
being
right.
in a sub, and they guarantee you're going to get to see a bunch of deep sea life. It's not like I hope we find something. They're like there's a
man.
pocket of the farthest deep sea down fish.
I bet that the amount of money that you have to pay Gabe or whoever has one of those to actually go down there is reasonable. You know, like hundreds of thousands. But back in the day, you had to pay the Russians like $10 million to go up on that Soyuz capsule bullshit. So I just think it's a real treat to go to space. That's what I would want to do. Plus, I'm a Star Trek nerd, so I would have a fucking uniform under my shirt. You know,
I don't
I'd be
think
up there
space is
nerding
going to
out.
be that exciting. After the first couple minutes, you're going to be
The
like, all right, I got
weightlessness,
it.
I think, would be very interesting. I wouldn't want to spend a long time there because when I hear about like just going to the bathroom seems so awful, and you're just in a
And the
room full
atrophy?
of everybody, the farts, the
Ooh.
you know the just the stink of it all. No one's getting a bath up there, not a real one. I would, and I hate that there's so many lady astronauts. The smell must be just gruesome.
Didn't
You know
one
who
of
I
the
would
ladies-
take up
Do you
there?
think women
I
smell
learned-
worse?
Yeah, women smell way worse. They got all sorts of hygiene issues. Like dudes have
Yeast.
dude smell. Yeah, women can rot from the inside out. If you leave them to their own devices. The Japanese,
true.
on the other hand, so
They don't have
So-
Kyle maintaining their
How does this
hygiene.
connect? I'm so curious.
I want to talk about the Japanese because this so that like I think it's I don't know what the percentage is. It's like half the Japanese people have this gene where they don't get body odor. Like they don't get BO. They don't stink when they sweat.
They're going to say
And
they're
so-
immune to radiation.
And so, well, they've proven like no, that's their main vulnerability. When you right click a Japanese guy,
That's
radiation.
their main vulnerability.
Yeah.
Look for his vulnerabilities.
It's that and dairy. Like
Yeah. Can't handle it. All gassy. Alcohol make them all flush in the face. Anyway, they half of them don't get BO, so they would pick those guys for the submarine force. You're gonna put a bunch of dudes in a can. They're not gonna be bathing at all.
yeah.
You want the guys that don't stink.
I don't think there's one Italian or Greek guy on Earth who has that gene. I think that they are all.
How about Indian people? dude?
Wherever the
Jesus
Japanese
Christ.
dropped that gene off, the Italians and Greeks found it. Oh, Kyle, your sound cut out, bud.
Damn.
Yeah,
I went to Japan in February. Did you know that Japan has women-only public transportation because of the gropings that happen?
I heard about that. Yeah,
that's on me. I went to Japan a few years ago. and-
it's just
Couldn't help yourself.
yeah.
groper. How long does that have to go on for them to just finally make a woman's only car?
They have
Like decades.
I don't know. They also have like Japanese only businesses and stuff, which I thought was cool. Getting refused because I was white. I like that. I like
think
the
it's-
national pride.
That'd be kind of fun. It'd be like, wow, these guys are fucking serious. They're not
Yeah.
going to serve me raw fish.
I thought it
And you
was
know
rad.
what? More
I
power
think
to
it's-
you.
I think it's Korea. It's one of those countries, but I know that the phones you cannot silence them when they take a picture. So for upskirting is such a problem that they made it so you could not disable the ka-chunk click sound when you take a picture because dudes are upskirting chicks like so much. They're like, hey, you can't turn that noise off anymore. I actually make it louder.
Ridiculous. Now I have to time my sneezes. no
Dude,
one buys it.
getting nuked really ruins you. Like that,
I think that's
like,
South
makes you
Korea.
into a
Like,
whole country
I
of
think it
weirdos.
was.
So I want to know about you got turned away from a sushi restaurant because you were white, and they're like, "No, we do not serve your kind."
Yeah, they were like, no sushi fish. the restaurants and like various stores would be like no foreigners, which I thought was pretty badass. I also went to this place called in the Nishinari ward. I didn't think that Japan had like homeless bums, but there's an entire little town of Japanese people that are drunk at 9 a.m, pissing and shitting in the street and like vomiting and
What?
smelling horrible. And it was cool. I filmed there. I haven't
That
put
would
the video yet.
ruin that ruins my perception of the Japanese. I don't imagine them as like having a New Orleans outlook.
It's going to be groundbreaking when I drop it. It's like the dirtiest place in Japan. Yeah, like a dude was jerking his dick in the street. It was
Oh my
Do you
god.
think if you you previewed it for like the Bureau of Japanese Tourism or some shit, you could get them to pay you off? Like, hey, I'm selling this documentary. Here's a taste of it. Pretend like your video is a sizzle reel. And you've got like 2 solid hours of this, and be like, I'm actually like shopping it on the market right now. You could be the owners, and it'd go nowhere forever for hefty price of blah
The
blah
catch
blah.
and kill story is what they call that in the biz.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
shocked to see it. They have vending machines where you can get what's like the rice liquor stuff? That's
Sake.
Sake. You can get like sake, 1 kapu of sake, and you don't need an ID or anything. It's just unlimited vending machines of liquor. People getting fucked up. It was wild.
Is it just like a little plastic cup with the lid you peel off the top?
Yeah, like a mini jar.
Jesus Christ,
That's kind of cool. I like the exploration of vending machine options.
Yeah, a guy was
I do as
boiling
well.
a turtle at 10 a.m, just boiling a live turtle.
I don't like that.
Like
Yeah.
it was alive while it was boiling.
Yeah,
I
it
have
was
my
like
doubts about it being alive.
I have a video of it. It's like moving. His head was. Yeah, I think I pet the
Really?
turtle.
And it was in boiling water?
Yeah.
That's
it
pretty
takes a while
fucked
for
up.
the boiling water to kill it. That's the whole thing.
I think I'd die pretty quickly in boiling water.
You think?
Oh, I
you
definitely
would.
would.
There are several historical. They used to boil.
I mean, as I think about it, like what kills me? Not pain. So what am I? Shit.
The heat?
What kills you with boiling water?
Yeah, the water.
Heat kills you slowly.
Yeah, that'd be a horrible way to go.
How much water's in there?
Yeah, is that me?
Enough to put a person in. If you're
That's
being
not
boiled.
an answer at all. The cauldron is what you need to. The size of the cauldron's important for getting a person into it. But then, how much water do you allow a person before you throw them in it? Are you boiling 8 inches of water or 2 feet of water?
No, it's whatever the
4 feet of
recipe
water?
calls for.
The recipe?
Yeah.
Are we going to eat them? George H.W. Bush was shot down during World War II over a Japanese island while he was bombing it.
I
I
did
think
not know.
he's the last president
Really?
to have served in a war.
Yeah, he bombed this radio tower on an island. His plane was badly damaged by AA fire, and as he's heading back toward his aircraft carrier, he goes down in the ocean and he's out there treading water. He parachutes in, and for 4 hours or something at least, fighters have to circle above him and fight off Japanese guys in boats who were trying to go out and capture him. They captured at least 4 Americans, and they ate them.
Oh fuck yeah, dude!
They ate them. It's
Oh.
like
I love the Japanese spirit.
it's like
They have good
historically
taste.
recorded the whole thing about how like it wasn't until like 2003 that they told George H.W. Bush like, hey, that island is where they cut the guys' livers out, and the Japanese officers feasted on them. So narrowly escaped being cannibalized. Our great president and future head of the CIA.
Yeah. Well, damn. Shame they didn't get him.
Kennedy could have gone on and had a great presidency had the Japanese just been a little quicker back then.
I want to know about this. So, is it like a point of shame for the Japanese people that this like mini New Orleans exists, and they're like, that doesn't represent us, or is it like a place where a lot of them go to cut loose?
I think it's like where all the impoverished just alcoholics go for like low income housing. But I had a translator, but there's such a fucking language barrier that I really had a hard time even communicating with my translator. But it didn't seem like they were ashamed of it. I was even in Osaka and I saw a man urinate in the street on camera. I have it.
Oh, that's
In the middle
not
of
how I
Osaka,
pictured Japan.
right outside
I
of Don
see-
Quixote.
Whenever I see videos of people shitting in the street on like CCTV or whatever, they're often Asian men.
Yeah, street shitters they
and-
call them.
And I don't point fingers or judge cultures. I just always assumed it was
I do.
the diet that they had there that was causing them all to poop themselves. But
Yeah.
you're telling me that this group of people might just be more prone to pooping in the street.
Yeah, you hear Japan's clean. I don't know. It was pretty wild when I was there. No, but the streets are really clean and safe and nice. You guys have heard of Japanese onsens, right? The bathhouses, the non-homoerotic bathhouses.
I have not heard of these onsens.
They're like
What are they?
everywhere where you can just bathe with a bunch of Japanese men. But if you have tattoos, you're not allowed in, which is pretty awesome, I think.
Do you?
No, I don't have any tattoos. No tattoos, no piercings.
Okay.
Same. Keeping your body pure. It's a
What
temple.
about you? Do you have some, Woody?
For the Lord.
You couldn't be allowed in the onsen. You're a gang member. You're a thug. You're a criminal.
You
Yeah.
If they saw
you
his
saw
tattoo,
it.
they'd be like, "Come on, right on in there."
What is
not
what
dog.
is it?
You are either in the gayest gang of all time, or
Yeah.
you're fine.
There's also swastikas everywhere in Japan because I guess it's like a Buddhist symbol. But yeah, just swastikas like
Yeah.
all around.
We got a
It's crazy.
friend. We
My
got a
wife
friend
and I
who's-
got matching tattoos.
Oh, that's sweet.
You got to bring her to. Or no, you couldn't bring her. She'd be part of your gang. They'd
Yeah.
pick you out.
Yeah, right.
There'd be evidence.
I know our friend that was stationed in Japan. He's got lots of tattoos on his arms.
Oh.
I know that was a whole thing. I guess the Yakuza are the people who usually have tattoos, huh?
Yeah, dude, I did a video searching for the Yakuza. Couldn't find them anywhere. I was like looking up online where their headquarters are and was looking around asking. They're like very covert, not like the gangs in America at all.
You know the fighter Rampage Jackson. He had that. He's the one who had that huge slam knockout back in the day. Was it
Ricardo
K1 or
Arona.
something?
Yeah, against Ricardo Arona. Again,
After he did that, he got invited to like meet the Yakuza. He like goes into this back room. He's like, "It's a bunch of Japanese dudes back there playing video games and smoking weed."
Oh, shit.
They was real hyped on me. They liked me a lot. And they said, "The boss man's coming." And this big dude come out. Must have been 7 feet tall. Biggest Japanese man I ever seen in my life. Covered in tattoos. He wanted me to do a clothing line with him. I really should have took that money. I love those stories. I'm glad that you get guys like that on podcasts and you get those ridiculous stories like that. He
You know
said
what's
his
shocking
wife
for me?
was scared, so he didn't take the money.
In the Don Quixotes, they had gigantic posters of Bob Sapp of all people. You know
Oh
Bob
yeah,
Yeah, isn't
Oh,
he
of
huge in like
course.
exhibition matches over there?
I guess he's like a star.
No.
over there. I had no idea.
Don't call them that unless you want a taste of Bob Sapp for 48 seconds.
48
What he
seconds.
does, and this is legit.
This
What he
is
does,
great.
he's like, "I'll go as hard as I can go for like a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever I got. I'll give you every ounce I got. But the minute they hit me and it hurts, I'm dropping like a bag of shit. If they hit me and it hurts, I'm done." Because he's just like us, big or not. Like it hurts to get punched in the face.
Yeah, didn't
it
Crow
hurts
Cop break
so
his
much.
face?
Maybe.
I don't know specifically like his wins and losses. I know he's had some real beatings over the years, but he hasn't taken a real beating in probably a decade and a half because he does what I just described, right? He comes out like a monster. He won one not long ago.
He's got a lot of losses.
Does he look like that anymore? Because he's got to be 50.
He didn't get shorter, you know, and he didn't get obese. So like he still looks terrifying to me.
Okay.
I haven't seen him in probably a couple years. Last time I saw something, it was because he won. Came out and starched the guy. But you know, like I said, he comes out like a fucking bull in a china shop, which apparently isn't real. A bull will just delicately walk around China if you put them in a china shop. Mythbusters. But he comes out like a don't be racist here. He comes out real violently for as long as he's got. Yeah, see, look at him. I mean,
Damn.
God, damn.
Jesus, that's
He
him
looks-
recently?
Queer passing there a little bit. Is that Mike Tyson on the left?
Yeah, I don't know why
It is
that's
Mike
Tyson.
What the fuck is Mike Tyson doing?
Zach said he's being ducked by Tyson right now.
Really?
I think Tyson gets him.
I think Mike Tyson
Yeah.
would knock the shit out of him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mike Tyson. fucking
Why does he look like he
Tyson.
wants to fuck me right there?
Yeah, he's he's got Bob Sapp's got
I think you're
bedroom
reading the
eyes.
room just fine.
It's OnlyFans. That's Bob Sapp's OnlyFans.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I like that he shaves his chest.
Stipe's got OnlyFans. Stipe's there's like workouts and shit. I think on OnlyFans. I think a lot of male athletes. That's what they do. Is they put like non-sexual workout stuff
Really?
and diet stuff on there. Yeah.
Why
Wow,
not?
Dude, I
he's
gotta get
kind of
serious
doing a
about my-
racist face there. You know, just because he lives in Japan.
What did they record him with? Well, anyway, Bob Sapp was always a giant scary man. I think he gets paid like a decent amount of money for each of those little crazy fights he does, and he does a lot of them.
Yeah, he's so
He's a big
obscure
celebrity
in
over
America. Yeah, in America he's like an obscure figure, but apparently in Japan
Mhm.
he's huge. Japan's weird, man. They have animal cafes where they just have like meerkats and otters and shit that are just on fucking benzos that you can hold, and they're just like,
Dude, that's
kind of sad.
They just have
Really?
drugged up animals.
I mean, I thought it was cool for my enjoyment, but for the fucking for the meerkats, it's like, the fuck?
It sounds like they're pretty chill, right? They're getting petted and fed well, and they're on drugs that make you happy. That's my dream come true.
Maybe you'll be reincarnated into a benzoed up meerkat, and
That's
Osaka,
if you're gonna.
Japan.
I could pick few better animals to become. I mean, like a rich American's dog is probably sick, but a benzoed up meerkat is a close second.
Oh yeah, dude, dogs are lucky. I just got 2 wiener dogs like a few months ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of them, dude. They have it so easy.
Were those the first 2 dogs in your house, or did you bring them into like you already had another dog?
I had 2 dogs that died like in back-to-back months, but they were like 15 and 11. So then I just kind of got 2 more.
Were they wiener dogs?
replaced
The
them.
old ones?
No, it was a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel and a Jack Russell Terrier that had its arm amputated. It got bit on the penis by a spider and got an infection, and then had to get its dick and its arm amputated. And I wish I was joking.
Oh,
Had to get its urethra rerouted. Should have just
Fuck.
put the fucking thing down at that point.
Right? Kill me now.
that was near the end. I hope that wasn't like
No, that was
dying.
it was like 2 when that happened.
oh.
It is
Oh,
like 9 more years. Yeah,
Man,
it's
he
like
comes
grandpa's
home from the
dog.
doctor with his balls gone, and he's like, "This couldn't get any worse."
Little did he know. A year later,
Damn.
yeah, it was my grandpa's dog. My grandpa lives at my house, and it was his dog. Shout out, Papa.
Shout out your grandpa.
Yeah,
How's your grandpa doing?
he had stomach cancer, and then he beat it, and then now he has a girlfriend. And he's living with his girlfriend in Frederick, Maryland. Half
Damn,
the time.
everything's coming up, grandpa.
Yeah,
Right?
He's doing good.
That's like one of the worst cancers to get. Very painful.
Yeah, it seemed like shit, dude. And he had to do chemo
Yeah.
and whatnot. I was hoping to get him like a big-breasted ebony woman, but he found a little white lady. So,
There's
not
still
all my
time.
dreams. Yeah, yeah.
why
Maybe she'll
stop at
pass.
one?
Yeah, there you go. I think it'd be cool to do like an international find someone to fuck my grandpa.
I think Lock and Load should sponsor Brandon's grandpa.
Yeah.
We should sponsor Brandon's
think there's
Fuck
a
My
dating
Grandpa
show.
contest.
Well, there's a dating show called like MILF, and you've got like a MILF on there, and then her son is there. So he's like, "My name's Pete, and this is my hot mom, Diane. She's looking for a guy." And I was like, "Why are the sons there?"
Yeah, what kind of kink is that?
Why are the sons? Oh, speaking of reality shows, I keep meaning to bring this up again with Woody because I know he's seen it. That show on HBO where they start by looking at everybody's penises and vaginas before they pick a mate. I love that show, Woody.
Wait,
I
what's
love
that?
that.
Get into it.
I need to
Okay.
watch that.
It's
What-
called
so-
what is it called, Kyle?
Naked Attraction, maybe? Does that sound right?
Yeah. So it's a
Yeah.
British show, like Channel 5 or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's a British show. And you have each episode has 2 rounds essentially. And the first round will be like there'll be a guy there, and the second round there'll be a girl there, and they're looking for love. And they've got them like 4 or 5 potential partners who are in this sort of chamber that can reveal their body in increments.
Telephone
But
booth
it's-
sized.
But they're revealed from the bottom up in these little increments. And like right away, it's like, all right, let's see what we got. And
Yeah.
usually the chicks will be bisexual. So you'll have like 3 pussies and 3 cocks or something. And
But
we just zoom in on everybody's genitals.
Can I jump in? I thought, like, before I saw the show, like, all right, we're going to waste a lot of time looking at their feet, and then we're going to see their knees, then we're going to see, then they're going to, like, be a little tease. Unless the guy's 19 inches long, we're just going to see some. Oh, no. They're like, all right, let's meet the contestants. The little door rises to their belly button, every one of them. Like,
Immediately?
Yeah.
well, fuck. And then, like Kyle said, like, there must be a cameraman, like, right up on the dick or vag.
He's got a long lens. He's
Any Audi, there's no questions.
Yeah, and the one guy can flex his balls, so he's like drawing them up like toward his body, like some guys will like flex their pecs. He's flexing his balls. He's like shashunk, shashunk.
Dude, everybody can
Like,
lift their balls up.
What?
He's pulled. I can't lift my balls up.
You
if
can't?
that's a thing. No, I can't.
Nothing I can do
He
that.
has pulled them up.
I can.
He has pulled them up like in the front in a way that's absurd.
He's beckoning you.
he's
The
like-
ball sack
He's
beckoning.
flexing them like biceps next to his cock.
Okay, well, the way he's doing it sounds pretty impressive.
It's a visual display.
I don't think I could flex him like.
It's not censored.
Peacock, like turning it.
No.
You see everything, and
It couldn't be less censored. It's gynecological.
Yes,
Jesus.
medical. And it's dudes and chicks. So like, and eventually she narrows it down to her 2 guys. And often they'll be very different. They'll be like a short, like nerdy guy with a little dick. And there'll be like this big, like tan motherfucker with like a man bun and he's like 5 inches soft.
And then I think when
like,
she narrows
I don't know.
That's when the chooser gets naked. So you get to see that person naked too. And they walk in, but it's like, all right, whole body shot. And then they're like, boom, here's her cunt.
You know, it would be discouraging is if you were like the guy and like they come up to your belly button and they're like, that's a great dick. And then you're like a front runner and then it reveals your face. And then she's like, oh, no.
That's how it goes.
Like,
That's
that would
exactly
be
how
so
it goes.
discouraging where I'd be like, damn it, I passed the dick test. And then she saw the face and
Wait.
shut me
Which
down.
test would you rather pass?
Oh, definitely the dick test. Like, I'd rather pass that one because you stay in the game longer.
You're going to, are you suggesting that either way you're going to fail? Like,
I'd say that it would be discouraging to get all pumped up on yourself, hearing that the lady's like, number 3, I'm all in. He's got nice calves, not as good as the other guy, and then he's got a nice dick, and then sees the face, and then it'd be like, oh,
so Taylor,
no, thank
I want
you.
to ask you this: if I'm your creator and I give you 10 points of goodness to distribute between your dick and your face, what is your distribution?
on top of where he is now, you're suggesting?
No, we're building his character in this game from start.
Can
That's
I
a
put
good question
points-
right there,
Can I
dude.
put points into like being taller too?
These like skill points.
Yeah,
Don't get greedy, Taylor.
we'll weigh that
You're
off.
right, you're right. When you're right,
Intelligence
you're
and
right.
height will be a
Don't get
decision
greedy.
you make later.
I've always wanted to be 6'10". Like this, just like Sonny. Yeah, I guess you're right. I would put more points in the dick because chicks
Okay.
seem to be more like if you're funny and you're good at conversation, you can overcome like looking average or below average with your face.
I'm on the other team here. It's my opinion that guys care about your dick more than girls do. The girls are okay with a wider range of dicks. At least they say they are online. This is don't get me twisted.
Well,
But
they say they are online in public, though. That's
Yeah, I saw a girl with a not a ruler, with a tape measure I'm looking for, and she pulls it out. She's like, "This is 4 inches. It's enough, really. If you have this, you're fine." She's like, "This is 5 inches. It's perfect. This is 6. We're borderline too much here. This is 12. This is what 12 inches looks like. What am I going to do with that?" And I'm like, I am convinced she's telling me her truth.
well, of course, no one wants
maybe,
a foot
I
of
don't know.
cock.
Yeah, a foot long penis.
My
that
blood
doesn't
pressure
exist.
can't handle that. I can't. like
That'd be
at
good for
some
your blood
point-
pressure.
No, it would plummet. I would just drop unconscious.
you'd get to eat
There
as much
wouldn't be
salt
enough
as you
blood
want.
There wouldn't be enough blood in my brain if we
I want
filled
to
up
test
like
that. I have a home blood pressure thing. I want to check off and do before and afters.
You know, in order to figure out the facial point distribution, I would have to be able to see like my face fast forwarded. Because if it was like, all right, throw 8 points into my face, and I'm like stunning, and I'm like, oh my, who's that guy? You might need to do that because
It's not just variations of your face. Like there's prime Brad Pitt with some micro penis, all the
can't
way
do that.
down to some legendary schlong
No.
and
Yeah.
Steve Buscemi.
No,
You
I want to
can't
be
go
like
down to a
David
micro P.
Schwimmer. I want to be like David Schwimmer with like
Yeah.
9 solid.
Come on, yeah.
Dude,
John
I
Holmes.
want to be Stephen
can
Hawking with a 14-inch dick, just in a chair,
The
dead bodied, quadriplegic.
The thing
but
about
hung.
David Schwimmer, he's fucking
15
yoked.
inches long.
Like through all those
Is he?
years on Friends, he looks like the nerdy paleontologist. He's always wearing this big sweater. You wear like a trench coat or whatever. He could beat the shit out of Joey Tribbiani. He was always real big. He did an action movie, at least one. But
It's
it didn't
funny
catch
because
on.
even in Band of Brothers, they didn't show that aspect of it.
No, I don't know that he was
Yeah,
then.
they don't show his
That's
dick
real
in
early
Band of
David Schwimmer, I think.
Okay.
I'm about to start watching a show that's got Sergeant Winters from Band of Brothers in it. It's some sort of CIA show. That's on
pretty
Showtime.
yoked. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it might be.
I've
better
seen him
than
way
Joey.
bigger than this.
Yeah,
This is before
I think he did an
Curry.
action movie. I think he did an action movie, and he legitimately looked big in it.
I saw Matthew Perry did this thing where he thanked everyone, and he thanked David Schwimmer for like not taking all the money. I guess at one point in the negotiation, he was like the most established name. Question mark.
I think it was his character was the most vital to the show, or it was very vital to the show, right? Like him and Rachel's thing, I thought was, just to be preface, I despise Friends. I didn't think it was good then. Don't think it's good now. Don't care what happened to that guy that he got turned into a pot roast. I just don't care. Friend, Seinfeld is
Seinfeld. That's who you're talking about. Yeah. What else was he in? Like, what else would I know him from other than Friends? The guy who died in the hot tub. Did he do anything else?
He was in
he did a bunch of comedies.
Rehab.
9.5 Yards with Bruce Willis.
And then Rehab, the sequel. He was just sitting
that.
out of rehab the whole time.
He did a bunch of comedies and romantic comedies and sort of like funny action movies, like
I didn't
sort
know
of
he
comedy
had any
action.
career after Friends.
Yeah, he had a lot of like high class girlfriends. I think he was dating Julia Roberts for a long time, among other. I think he broke up with her. Pretty sure he did. Yeah.
Good for him.
But I don't give a shit about that show or those people. I never really liked any of them or that show. I remember my sister would watch it, my mom would watch it, and I was just like, man, it's a good thing they got a laugh track on this because it's garbage. It's
like Seinfeld.
And I always thought Rachel
Seinfeld
was such a dirty whore that like it was like, who would want Rachel? She's so nasty. Like Rachel's just a dirty whore.
Rachel was Jennifer Aniston, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I liked how she didn't wear a bra for a good deal of the episodes I saw. That was nice.
I think she just has like real hard nipples all the time. That's what I read. They're just
shows virility.
I didn't expect the slut shaming to come like this.
Yeah, all of them really. I just hate that show. It's a terrible show.
I think Elaine was hotter than them because I was like watching Seinfeld and being like I like her personality. She's funny too. And like I liked Elaine, had a little mini crush on Elaine in the, what would that be, early 2000s. Thought she was hot.
Yeah,
I thought Jerry was a fucking fool for not sealing the deal with Elaine.
Wait, he had an opportunity?
Yeah.
They should have. I mean, they kind of would have ruined the show.
Well, they dated twice. The show, she's introduced in the early episodes or whenever is like his ex-girlfriend or someone who he has dated. And then they, hook up again and they date again sort of for a while during the show.
Have you guys seen Kramer apologize for saying the N-word on
It's so awkward.
It's so fucking good, dude. The audience doesn't know if it's a joke or if it's
don't laugh.
It's so is that the one where Jerry's sitting next to him like
yeah
it's not funny, it's racist, and like people are just laughing at Michael Richards because Michael Richards is hilarious. He's a funny guy.
If he'd owned that, I think it would have gone over so much better. If he'd been like, look, it was just a joke. All right. You've seen me kicking doors in, being wackadoo, passing out on hookers for years. Yeah, I said some words you're not supposed to say, and I won't repeat that mistake because I see the reaction it's gotten. But come on, I'm a wacky guy. Don't take everything I do don't even close to seriously. Come on.
And then he could have written an episode
and
about
ran away.
Like
that's
Kramer's bursting into Jerry's apartment. He's like, I'm telling you, Jerry, the neighborhood's changing. People are looking different around here. I don't like it. I feel like my entire home's been taken away from me. And he's like, Kramer, stop. Don't wear that shirt. And he's really got a swastika on it or something. That would be
Jesus Christ.
Good. Yeah, alt-right Kramer.
Well, if you watch the Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes where they're like doing the Seinfeld reunion show, that's a big part of it, is that Michael Richards is pretending like he's really upset about the whole thing and he's afraid of black people. And so Larry has his black friend go pretend like he's representing, like, I don't know, the black Muslims or something. And then to like forgive him, he's like, go forgive him. It'll make him feel great. He'll be able to act. And they have this whole bit. It's great.
Yeah, it's so weird how that went down. I like how the Mel Gibson shit went down. He seemed like he owned it a lot better.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
part? The Jew part or the sugar tits part?
He hit every
Or the N-word part?
Yeah, the N-word part where he told his girlfriend that she was dressed like and she was going to get raped by a pack of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, he went on a talk show like 4 years later, and the guy asked him about it, and he was just like, that's 4 years ago. Why don't we just let the past be the past, asshole? He was all, like, pissed
Dude,
off.
Mel Gibson rules.
Dude, I was watching Mel Gibson clips for hours yesterday. That guy fucking rocks.
Oh, once every 2 years, I go back and listen to the Opie and Anthony Mel Gibson tapes saga because it is hysterical. Them just sitting around in 2004, 2005, going through his tapes because he's like, I bet. Like one of the hardest I've heard, I think Anthony Cumia laugh was how many times they replayed him being furious that he wasn't blown before the jacuzzi. Like he was so insistent where she was doing that manipulative recording someone voice where she's like, Mel, why are you so mad at me? I have not done anything to you. And he's like, you do things to me all the time. Mel, I just wanted to come home and have fun with you and have a glass of wine and use the hot tub. And then what'd you do? You didn't blow me.
He's like, I'm going to put you in the rose garden.
I'm going to put you in the rose garden.
Shit's crazy.
It's anyone who hasn't listened.
Why
to
are we
Gibson
pro
tapes,
Mel
give it a go.
Gibson in this situation?
Because it's
so funny.
hilarious. It's so funny.
Because his
so
wife's a
good.
bitch. You know,
Yeah.
It sounded like he was going to blow him after the jacuzzi. He can't be flexible.
Even just hearing his side of those voicemails or conversations, you kind of glean something about how the relationship has gone. He's like, those ridiculous fake tits you got. You look like a whore. You look disgusting. I hope you get raped by a pack of ninjas, and it'll be your fault. It'll be all your fault. You filthy whore.
I don't think I'd want to be in a
raging.
relationship with this guy.
Oh man,
He's raging at her, and she's clearly baiting. Oh, but why are you so mad? I never done anything to you. It's great.
He sounded like a Wolverine. It was awesome.
He really does. He's growling at parts of it. It's so mad. I love Mel Gibson. He's one of my favorite all-time actors. I always thought he was Australian, but I think he was born in the U.S. and then immigrated to Australia and lived there for some of his childhood and then came back to the U.S. So I really don't understand why he had that Australian accent for so long. I think he was just putting it on to seem more exotic.
He's a man of many talents. But yeah, his wife went on a talk show. Who was that really old talk show host guy that died not long ago? He lived to be 90 something. He wore the fucking overalls.
Larry
King.
Larry King.
Oh.
He
I think,
died?
right?
Took a shot in the dark.
Am I wrong about that? Is Larry King alive?
I thought he was still alive.
Wait, he went on. He went
was old in the 90s.
She went on his show and she's so unlikable. I mean, granted, she was abused and hit and supposedly had her teeth broken. So
he paid for him.
Yeah. Larry King apparently died in 2021. Man, rest in peace, man.
Damn. Rip.
Yeah. Well, he was due.
What do you think about that, Taylor? If you buy your significant other some new teeth, say you sink good $35,000 in them, that's probably what a good set of chompers cost these days. She cheats on you, she leaves you. You're allowed to pop one of those out. Just give her one right in the mouth. Little repo action.
You bought them all.
I think I should be able to take her back to the dentist and be like, make me whole, doc. Take these out, leave her with her little sharp under the veneer teeth.
Oh.
And then I get all the crowns.
She gets piranha mouthed.
Yeah. No, I want all these in my mouth now. I double up.
Give me a second row like a
layers
shark.
of teeth, like a tiger shark. Yeah, I just wanted to control F to find that rose garden line because I'd forgotten about that. She said, nothing. I'm not the one to threaten. And Mel goes, I'm threatening. I'll put you in the fucking rose garden, you cunt. You understand that? Because I'm capable of it. You understand that? Get a fucking restraining order. For what? What are you going to do with a restraining order? For me being drunk and disorderly? For hitting you? For what? Don't hire blank. It's so over the top.
He's listing all the stuff.
Fucking rose garden.
She's like, yeah, all of those reasons. You're nailing it. In the correct order, even.
Yeah. Apparently, he punched her so hard his hand ricocheted off her face and hit his child. She was
my god.
That's his side of the story. In reality, he just hit them both.
He was just collateral damage.
Imagine if that's him trying to make things seem not so bad. Here's I did not beat my child, Your Honor. See, I hit my wife so fucking hard. Look at that noggin on that bitch. Bounced right off that thing. Hit little Timmy. I felt terrible, of course. You can imagine how I felt.
This was a brutal phone conversation for him. You look through it, he doesn't come off looking good.
From Mel Gibson in this.
The fact that on top of that, there's the audio from when he got pulled over that time, and he calls the cop sugar tits or whatever. Like he's like, like Mel Gibson. There's no way. These
but he made
Apocalypto. He lived his life like that from like Lethal Weapon 1 until he got caught. You know, like that was just how he was rolling, I bet. What a king.
Yeah, he's flying a little too close to the sun, but I still love him.
I do too. The Road Warrior
he goes
forever.
Icarus mode every so often. It's just, it's a little, goes Kanye mode.
He was badass.
Is Kanye going to get his career back? Is he already have it back? I don't even know.
He's fine, right?
They had him at the Ngannou fight. They flew him out for that, but then it was like he refused to go on camera or anything or something because I never saw an interview with him. They made a point of like sticking a camera in everybody's
He was in
face.
the Middle East though, so he was probably like trying to like show those graphs to like the Arab guy sitting next to him, and he's like, "Kanye, you're preaching too quiet here. Stop it!" Like,
yeah.
Like,
dude, Kanye could make a resurgence right now. There's a huge young crowd who'd be open to his message. I feel like.
Yeah, at the Palestine protests, like there was like a lot of the same people that would be like a Black Lives Matter protest, or like Antifa, blue-haired people. It was quite the culmination. It was very, very interesting.
Remember back, I remember when it started. It was what were they doing in Wall Street, where everybody just laid on the steps or whatever?
Occupy Wall Street.
Occupy Wall Street.
When I was in college, they were doing that.
I think those are the same people. They just keep finding a new like fucking scam to run. There's got to be money in being an asshole.
Those people are like 40 by now, right?
Yeah, they're the ones in charge.
I think it's really interesting to be holding a sign and screaming in the street, and then someone comes up to you with a microphone and they're like, "Hey, what's your message?" And they're like, "Get away from me!" It's like, well, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah,
what's the point? Are you
having
trying to get
fun, man? Why are you harshing my vibe?
Yeah, they wanted to post it to Instagram, get some
I think that's what it is. They just want to be like, "Hey, I'm a good guy, but I don't actually have a message or anything to say."
Yeah.
Here's one. I keep seeing that, and I don't even know why it's a thing. So what happens is people post these posters of like the Jewish POWs or whatever, or prisoners. Like they'll why are you sticking that on a? First of all, why are you putting that in the United States? Like someone in New York City is going to see that and be like, Hakeem. I was FaceTiming with my friend in Palestine last night, and I saw this little fucker in the background for sure. Let me call. Who do I call? IDF. Like, no. What the fuck are you even putting it there? Even still, if you're putting in there to be like, hey, this is the evil that's happening in the world. Don't forget. Maybe doing that. I can understand that, I suppose. But then these other people who come around and want to claw it off, like, you're so much more petty than the people who are posting them. So I don't mind when they sneak razors in between the pages so that they cut their fingertips off. That's funny to me and it also means that the people who like to scratch at posters now have to bring a knife, and it's New York City, so then they get arrested. So I've been enjoying watching that on the internet. That's kind of what I watch.
They need a hobby. Like, I can't imagine tearing down posters in public. Calm down, idiot.
Oh my goodness! Like, have you seen Babylon 5? You got plenty of stuff you could be watching.
Is there any cause that could actually get you going to a protest? Like, in my head, I'm trying to think like they'd have to do something. Like, I don't even know. Like, I've never participated in a political thing.
I guess if an Israeli settler stole my home from me, like in America, I might go.
Okay, if someone steals my house from me, I'm going to a protest.
Like, if that happened,
yeah, I would do that.
Even then, I might just go get a different house. I don't know.
I mean, here they just like rezone your area or something and price you out or like buy you out or something. They won't resort to genocide. But I don't know. Maybe if they were doing something that took some of your core rights away, it's like, no
How about
more
something
cars.
meat related? I just thought of something like if they
I was
were
gonna
like,
say,
we're getting rid of meat. We're not allowing beef farming anymore. It's too bad for the environment.
Would protest if there's no scoreboard at the end of the Vermintide round.
I just won't play their fucking faggot ass game anymore because they don't put a scoreboard in it. Fuck those pieces of shit. It matters who wins. It matters who fucking wins. If it didn't matter, then I wouldn't play.
We are petty.
Yeah, I'd go on the street for that if I could. Someone should be outside.
Wait, did they do that?
Audiences. this
Yeah,
game
they
called
got rid
Fat
of
Shark. Or Fat Shark's the developer, but they're owned by some Chinese overlord
What's it
that
called?
made
It's
some
not
changes.
Vermintide.
It's not Vermintide. It's called Dark Tide. It's the 40K version. It's
Warhammer.
Yeah, it's Warhammer. You go in with like 3 of your boys and just waves and waves of enemies as you make
It's a
your
lot
way
like
through
Left
this
4 Dead
badass-
if you ever played that.
It's incredible music. Like the music's like this gothic electronic music that gets you pumped as fuck to go slay the heretics or whatever. But still, there's no goddamn scoreboard. So why would I try to get better? Like the whole reason I like play games like that is like, shit, I got 100 kills. Next game, let's see if I get 110, right? Like, so I can help my team. We can go deeper, play on a harder difficulty or something.
Mhm.
There's no fucking scoreboard, so I don't play. I don't
That's a
fucking
real
play.
thing.
And I don't.
They took away
Yeah.
the fucking scoreboard.
Yeah,
You
they just
don't-
didn't
in
add
the
it.
next version of the game, it didn't have a scoreboard, so
Who
they didn't like
benefits
take
from
it away.
that?
Well, I guess they felt like people were playing for stats. The goal of the game is to have a lot of teamwork. So, for example, you might choose a character that's not particularly good at slaying all the bad guys, but your presence heals everybody. So on the scoreboard, you might feel like a loser and be like, I'm never going to play him again. This sucks. I want to be the elf. And they were like, let's just get rid of all this score counting and focus on teamwork.
Which is
Got rid of me.
insane because
That's
it's
so
like,
fucked up,
why
dude.
wouldn't you just add another column for like heals or something? Or like
Y'all
they already
protest for
had
that right now. I'll fucking. You guys want to meet up?
You know,
Fucking-
okay, you're
Get
right.
your pussy hat.
I
Fuck,
forgot
dude.
how heated I was over this.
I hadn't heard of that.
Yeah, because that game would have been so much fun because it's a cool property. 40K's neat.
I think there might be a mod for it where we could do that. If there is, I'd be down to play that some because I've been looking for a game for us to play, like literally you and me to play.
Yeah.
I was even thinking about doing single player Tarkov because that eliminates the human element. You're just playing against AI. So now we're just sneaking around in the dark with night vision shooting AI.
there's not as big of an incentive to find those games when like Codenames is so fun.
Hunt Showdown would be really fun. I was watching General Sam with a really funny fucking Hunt Showdown video recently. That looks neat. But yeah, Codenames is the shit.
Get him back on.
I like the yeah, for sure. General Sam's hilarious. We played some Codenames recently. Those games get heated. I get upset. I get so fucking upset when people do silly things. Like the guy on your team, he had when he didn't say scurvy for orange and ship. That was a real win for us though. That meant that I didn't have to punch any walls that night after I got off. I get so upset at that
Yeah,
game.
you were pretty ornery. Well, this was like a few game sessions ago. At that point, you haven't been ornery since.
Yeah,
you guys play Age of
I-
Empires?
Oh yeah, I love AOE too. Like I went
Yeah.
through a big like resurgence with some buddies of mine like a year ago where I was playing 5-6 nights a week. I was memorizing build orders. I was practicing my fast castle. It was so much fun. Do you play?
Yeah, I played AoE 2 a bunch, but I've been playing AoE 4, and they're about having an expansion in 5 days. Cannot wait.
Do you
But
like
I'm
AOE
cool.
4?
No, I don't like that nerd shit. I'm do cool stuff, football, and drink beer. You know, me.
No, I love all that gay shit. Like
Dude, I love
Age of Empires is the most satisfying way to win a game in gaming I've ever experienced. Like it's also the most devastating when someone comes into your carefully constructed base and destroys it because they run a better economy than you and they had a better build order and they scouted better. Like it's devastating to watch all your stuff be destroyed because it's not like, oh, they nuked me and it's gone. It's like, okay, they destroyed that barracks in that house, so I'm pop capped, but okay, I can kind of recover back here, maybe. And so, but it's like a slow, protracted battle where you're losing. But the inverse is like when you get the jump on someone because you were more clever or you scouted them out and saw, oh, they have an archery range in feudal age. I need to rock into some skirmishers and go over there and tech them out. Like it feels so satisfying because it's not just beating them briefly like Call of Duty. You're wave after wave, grinding them down, destroying them for like 20 minutes until they concede. It's so satisfying.
It's
I've
so
never
good.
played AoE 4.
Dude, you
I
gotta
just
play.
played 2.
It's very similar to AoE 2, obviously a little bit different, but the expansion is bringing in the Japanese and the Byzantines. I'm sure the viewers that are listening to this are at the edge of their seat right now. But
Oh, yeah.
come in their pants over this. But dude, I don't have a single IRL friend that plays Age of Empires, which I guess just shows how much of a loser I am. But the game
Oh,
is
dude,
awesome.
if you ever play AoE 2, I haven't played in almost probably like 10 months now. Add me and I'll play with you.
I'm so down to play. Literally
Yeah.
anytime. I love that game.
It's great. I haven't played in a while. I need to bone up on my build order. And then also it's like, it's so disheartening because like I had like a group of 8 or 9 friends, like my buddies from high school, college and stuff. And like, we all would play together. And among that group, I was like the cat's pajamas. Like they'd have to be like, all right, we're doing a big team game. We'll have to do 5-on-3 instead of 4-on-4 because Taylor's on that team and he's much faster than us to make it fair. And I'd still win most of the time. And then I get high on my own supply and I hop onto live and play against people, like real people. And it's such a slap in the face from reality because it's like robots, dude. Like I'm not even in the vicinity. Like at no point in this game did I have a chance. This guy's rolling up with fucking, a 5 militia rush 3 minutes into the game. And I'm like, I need to watch this replay because I don't even know what he did to enable this as a possibility. And I'm just getting humiliated. That was
unreal. What are your Kyle? Do you guys play any RTS games? Like you said, you liked Star Trek. Did you play StarCraft? I know they're not really related, but
so not that. Like recently, I played a bunch of Baldur's Gate. Before that, I was playing Diablo. Played a shitload of that. Before that, I played a Dark Tide. Every time I pick one of these games, I'm putting like 400 hours into them or something.
Warhammer was probably the last RTS we played together.
Yeah. Yeah, Warhammer, the
Total War
3.
Warhammer.
Yeah, Total War Warhammer 3 was the last RTS we played. I've played maybe 1,000 hours of that. I like that a lot. I like the fantasy aspect of it more than historical stuff, I guess. I'd much rather have a bunch of trolls and goblins fighting than a bunch of like squares of shot and pike
we
or
played
whatever.
Age Mythology like probably 5 years ago now. You and I played that for a while.
So
that was
good.
fun. That's such a great game. I love AOA.
That was all encompassing. It was 7 years ago. I remember very well. I remember having like laptop to my left, like notebook to my right, just sitting there at 3 a.m. memorizing.
Dude, we won some online 2v2s.
I mean,
just because all we did was like pick civs that were totally complimentary. And I was like, I'm every single game I'm low-key Norse rushing. That's all I'm doing. And every single game, Kyle's holding back, building up an army to join me.
And we would also play with like random fans who like, yeah, let me download the game real quick. Oh yeah, that's only 14 gigs. Oh nice. Yeah. Download it.
And then they're like, what do I do with these villagers? And I'm like, don't worry about it.
I'll be there to get them in a minute. Don't
Keep
worry.
them busy. But,
keep building more though. Build a bunch.
Brandon, have you ever played the Total War Warhammer series? That RTS?
No, I've never gotten into like the big, large landscape RTSs. I would like to. I feel like I would really enjoy them if I could get into them. But my brother's like a mega fan, but I just haven't played them yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, Total War is a cool.
It's like a lot to fucking. It's like a lot to take in.
Anything Warhammer, I like. You can, if you're smart, you can pick up Total War real quick. Like there's simple ways to play. You can pick a simple civ with a simple like play style. So you've only got like 3 or 4 main components to your whole army. But and you're not microing like tons of cav and zigzagging around the board. That's when it gets really difficult. That and understanding what all the matchups are, because there's 1,000 different fucking units in that game with different attributes and weaknesses and strengths versus one another.
Like movements are totally different from other RTS games like StarCraft, Age of Empires. Like you tell your group of spearmen to walk over here, they instantly start doing that. Whereas in Total War, like because you're moving around giant units, like you tell them to go forward and like realign here and then attack. And like it's 50 seconds of in game where they're just like marching that way and then realigning and then doing what you tell them to do, because it's just so much larger scale. And so it's easy to get almost discouraged or out over your own skis and be like, wait, where are you guys going? I forgot where I sent this unit. Okay, well, actually bail on that plan, realign here. And then you go back and you allow a bad matchup to happen. I want to play Total War again. We should do that.
I'm up to play anything, anytime. I just like gaming. The thing that makes games fun to me is playing with other people though. Like Baldur's Gate story was good enough that I could go off on my own and sink, I don't know, a couple hundred hours into that and have a ball. But mostly I like working with people in some cooperative kind of manner. And if possible, upsetting other people. That's the cherry on top. Like if me and you can go over to their base and like hide outside their door with a shotgun and like grub kill his ass and take his good shit and take it, even if we just take it and throw it in the ocean so he can't have it, Like I'm having a ball.
You just like fucking with people.
Dude, I mean, you do that in Tarkov all the time. Like you kill one guy who's in a squad and like grab his gun and just run off with it. Just be a piece of shit. Like I'm not here to fight or play with you guys. I'm just gonna, upset this one person and run away.
Are you mostly an RTS gamer, Brandon?
Right now, all I play is Age of Empires and Hearthstone. Unfortunately, the ultimate pussy getting combo. Ladies love it.
Yeah. I love AOE and also Magic the Gathering.
What game
Arena.
is the best for getting girls?
Oh,
Probably Tinder.
That is a good question. What games do fucking Candy Crush? What the fuck games do girls like?
They love phone games. They like mobile stuff.
Yeah,
Any
but you gotta
game
find
that
a
you're
game
a
where
pro
you can
in
go.
that you make money.
You can't like slide into their DMs in Candy Crush or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
probably
Or maybe there's a game that
of,
impresses them, like the chicks like a fucking guitar
it's gotta
hero
be-
on drums.
it's got to be
No.
Warcraft.
Dragon Force, The Fire and the Flames.
No, you need someone with lots of interaction.
But with the drums, right? That's the sexy one. No?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
It's
guy
gotta
sitting
be,
there like there's like no sound coming from it because it's. Yeah, I don't think
Warcraft,
women.
right?
Are,
You hear
are
about
impressed
people
by
who
that.
get like married to their Warcraft pal.
I hear
Their
about people
war
who
bride.
whore
That's
out their
beautiful.
wives for Warcraft like in-game items.
Oh my god, that's
Which
that's a
items?
relationship that's doomed to fail.
Judgment. Yeah, I remember this woman was talking about it. Her husband used to like have her fuck dudes, and then he would get like, I don't know, flaming diamond swords. I'm not into that game. And she's like, at the time, I thought it was like the coolest thing ever. And he's like, now I feel a little devalued.
Yeah, now I realize I was a prostitute in the lamest way possible.
Adam 22ing your wife for video game skins.
Yeah,
What's
because you want
Adam?
an extra rare knife blade or some shit in Counter-Strike.
Adam 22, is this a backstory I should know?
That knife could be worth a lot of money in Counter Strike.
You know who that is,
Yeah.
right, Woody?
Mm-mm.
Oh, like the No Jumper guy, podcaster.
I mean, you
Oh,
can't think of me.
yes.
You guys know who that is, right, Kyle?
Yep.
Taylor?
Yeah,
I'm spacing. No, I don't know who that is.
Oh,
it's like
just
a
some
huge
fucking-
podcast.
Yeah, he's got like 5 million subscribers or something. But he's just been videotaping, or he videotaped his wife getting fucked by a man for money, and then now he's doing an entire reality show about who is gonna fuck his wife with him on camera for a threesome.
Oh, nice.
That's a whole show.
Well, hang on a minute. It sounds more like this guy and his wife are like just porn stars.
They are,
I'm picking,
Well, okay.
I'm getting a swinger vibe. Like he likes to cuck or be cucked.
but like it was a progressive thing. Like, yeah,
I think
They
Sean
probably
O'Malley
got
has
more
a
and
bit-
more progressive as they needed to do more to make that money. Like,
Doesn't Sean O'Malley have the same situation? Like him and his like wife or girl or whatever, like are just like banging
Yeah.
whoever they want.
I heard him tell a story where he said he called up one of his buddies because his wife wanted to fuck him and was like, "Hey, I just want to let you know it's all good, man. You can do it. I won't be mad."
Sean O'Malley
Oh.
did that.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
Yeah.
so
told the
they're,
story.
what do they call
Nice.
that? Something
Freaks?
monogamy. No, the
Polygamy.
ethical monogamy, something like that. Ethical
I think they're
non-monogamy.
just,
That's what it is. Ethical non-monogamy.
Yeah, they just sound like they're sort of got a polygamous kind of thing going on over there. I know
Yeah,
Sean O'Malley, by the way, is the rainbow-haired guy with the tats on his face, who's like the 145-pound champion of the world.
yeah, he was the
Cool
other
fella.
upset winner, right? Him and Strickland.
Yeah, I didn't think Sean KO'd Aljamain, but before that, like going way back, I'll never forget that he lost to Piotr Jan. Like there's
Mhm.
that was, I'm pretty sure that was the fight that
I agree. A lot of people thought that decision was wrong.
Yeah, Piotr Jan's got a bad fucking batch of decisions.
the worst. The
Dude,
worst.
it is amazing. That guy
Fuck, yeah.
only loses to the best and very close.
Oh,
but
we
he's
got to
also
talk about
on, like,
Tony
a
Ferguson.
4 straight losing
The
streak.
the Goggins training.
Oh my God, Taylor! This transcends like the nitty gritty UFC and gets out to like the wider like just sports world. I think so. Here's the situation:
Okay.
Tony fucking Ferguson, El Kakui, the Nightmare, the Demon Man, the Boogeyman himself, this Mexican 155-pound fighter who used to be the guy that
Mhm.
you didn't want your guy to go fight him. You're like, fuck, he's gonna cut my guy's face up. He's gonna embarrass my guy. He's gonna take my guy into round 5. Huffing and puffing, and he's going to be over there bouncing on his toes, licking blood off his fist. He's that guy. He always trained very crazily, all sorts of like kung fu, ninjutsu, lots of acrobatics, lots of weird stuff. He made a point one time, even though his fight got canceled, of making weight anyway, like cutting all the weight down to 155, which is insane. And that's when I know David Goggins or whatever, like noticed him, because I remember back then that Goggins was like, I saw this guy Tony Ferguson. He's always running. This guy Tony Ferguson. If I got called off, he still made weight. He was letting him know. He was letting him know. And I'm like, yeah. He was letting him know he's a fucking idiot. He just dehydrated his brain. He's going to have to go into combat in a few weeks. And sure enough, he gets knocked the fuck out. He's lost 6 in a row. He had won like a dozen or 16 in a row. And we wanted him to fight for the belt. He was the interim. He had the interim belt. He tripped over a fucking power cord, blew his knee out, didn't get to fight. Then there's people missing weight, fights getting canceled. Lots of bad luck. Now he's on a 6-fight skid. 6 in a row he's lost. But he's lost to the best. He's lost to Benil Dariush. He's lost to Justin Gaethje. He's lost to Charles Oliveira. And there's some other people he lost to. But come on, those guys, like the best.
Some
is
quality
where they
losses in there. I'd be proud to lose to them.
Yeah.
Outrageous. Like the guys that you call when you want somebody to fight for the championship. He's lost to those guys. But now it's 6 in a fucking row. It's 6 in a fucking row. And his next opponent is Paddy the Baddy, who's won 6 in a row. All right, Paddy Pimblett, that British guy with the Beatles
with the hair,
yeah, who the crowd like loved in Liverpool, like lost their fucking shit.
Very popular fighter. Many people would argue.
Anymore.
Yeah, he's said some shit, but many people would argue that his opponent's a little cherry picked. That usually when you win 6 in a row, you're like going for a title. Instead, he's fighting people who don't have Wikipedia pages, kind of.
No, it's his first 6, like he's getting started. But this I'm so interested in this fight. There are a lot of big fights coming up. Championships are on the line, like big deals. Lots of cool storylines. This is the one that intrigues me the most, because you've got this guy in Tony Ferguson who has no quit in him. He doesn't know how. We've talked about how he's crazy, how he kidnapped his son and went to the desert because he thought the apocalypse was coming. We talked about how he tore his mantle apart because he thought there were listening devices in it. He's a wild man, an insane man. I think he's going to win. He's being trained right now by that. You know Dave Goggins, right? And I think I'm getting his name right. He's the black Navy SEAL guy who like does all those crazy things. He's
like a
mentally
marathon
ill.
runner.
He's fucking mentally unwell.
Yeah, he's
mentally
like
unwell.
His training methods are impressive but stupid, right?
Overtraining.
Like running 100 miles with a broken foot in 24 hours. How is that like advisable?
Is that what he did?
Yeah, he works
That was
out till he like
competition.
shits himself. So I diarrhea all over my pants. Stay hard.
I think what
this guy
happened.
seems like a bit of a kook.
I'm surprised you don't know about this guy.
I think I saw a clip of him, this like lean runner looking black guy, and I think like all I know about him is I saw the clip and he was like, I never train with music. You have to be prepared to run and fight in silence. That's why when I work out, it's in silence. And I remember thinking like, that's retarded.
I saw this guy in the JRE talking about he hired David Goggins to help him. And on day one, Dave's like, all right, let's see what we're working with. How many pull-ups can you do? And he does some amount that a normal person can do, like 6 or something. Like, okay, cool. Rests for a little bit. Now how many can you do? 4. All right. It's again, now he's at like 2. He's like, all right, you've done 12. You have 88 to go. And what? Yeah. So he just one at a time with like 10 seconds of rest, 30 seconds of rest. He made this guy do 100 pull-ups. And that was like how they kicked off their training.
So he's training with Tony Ferguson, who's notorious for overtraining himself.
By the way, that's a terrible way to train for longevity and actual results. Dude, if that's what training is, I'm the best trainer ever, because someone goes, I just got back from my 5-mile run, Coach Taylor, what do? I go, hoorah, Semper Fi, another 5 miles, partner. And then I just do that. And I'm the best. I'm the best coach on earth. I just tell him to do more than is appropriate.
I think, but he does it. He does more than what's appropriate. Like some of his feats are outrageous.
Dude, if my coach is shitting himself, I'm finding a new coach.
I think that's a big part of marathon running. I think everybody shits himself eventually.
I think Taylor lacks enthusiasm, discipline, and stick-to-itiveness.
Like those ultra marathons when you're running like 100+ miles. I see those ladies like shit running down their legs all the time. It's an upsetting sport.
Yeah, get better at running so you don't poop your pants while you're doing it. How about that?
Get better at recognizing when you need to poop. Okay,
I saw Tony Ferguson like going through this hell week with this guy, and he's like, doing the fucking elliptical, like running and like training, and then he's vomiting. I'm like, they record the guy. He's vomiting. They recorded the vomit. That needs to be on social media now. I'm hyped for the fight, though. I really am. I would bet on Tony Ferguson. I would bet on Tony Ferguson to
How
break
fat
the.
did Paddy get? Do you know?
I don't think he does that anymore. I think that was just,
Okay.
you know, he did
Wait,
that a couple
Kyle, are
times.
you worried though if Tony Ferguson is being overtrained by David Goggins when Tony Ferguson is already a psycho who's talked about training for 6 hours a day, that he's going to be like fucked up by the time the fight comes?
I think here's what I think could happen. I think that this could get him very mentally focused and motivated enough that he's like that lady lifting the car off her baby. He channels all this intensity, and I just don't know if Paddy is as hardened an individual mentally as Tony Ferguson is. I feel like Tony will go places that Paddy won't. I'm not talking about like eye gouging and biting. It's a fucking MMA fight, but I just think he's a rougher, tougher dude, and he's got so much more experience.
Here's what
And I don't think Paddy's been tested on that level.
Tony doesn't make it to the ring. Tony will get hurt before the fight.
Oh, he'll fight like
I hope
injury or
not.
not though. So I wouldn't bet that.
What?
Remember
He's
when Paddy
been out of so many
Pimblett-
fights?
Paddy
He
Pimblett
and
He
lost.
Khabib
blew
used
his
to
knee
alternate.
out. Like he had
That's
to quit
one.
him out.
He and Khabib used to like never met.
Yeah, a lot of injuries.
Khabib's
But-
kidneys failed that time.
Paddy Pimblett fought a terrible fight against Jared Gordon and then was like screaming in the octagon for a performance bonus. I was like, dude,
Yeah.
like, how fucking
That was embarrassing.
tone
that was
deaf are you?
embarrassing.
That lost him a lot
Yeah.
of fans.
Yeah, that for sure. Well, not only that, like some of the stuff with Ariel Helwani when he got into a bit with him. Chael has been hilarious lately. Chael got into a whole like argument on Ariel Helwani's show in an interview. They're yelling at each other, cursing at each other. Seemingly, maybe they quashed that, but before they could, Jorge Masvidal, weasel that he is, now that his court case with Colby Covington is over, slides in on Ariel's show and talks a lot of shit about Chael, says some stuff, and Chael just roasted him on Twitter. It was really funny shit. Like something about like, can you kick with wearing that ankle bracelet? That court ordered ankle bracelet. Something about, did you go to a Miami dent shop to get Miami body shop to get them dents? That dent Usman put in your head pulled out. Like just really like went after.
Did you
him
see
on
the one
Twitter. It was
about how
funny.
they're not likely to run into each other?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you say?
Chael's response was so good.
I need to see it. I need to look for it.
I would love to see Chael fight again. That's a good fight for him, Jorge Masvidal. They should make that fight somewhere, bare knuckle, or boxing or MMA. Either way, I'd watch that fight. Chael Sonnen versus Jorge Masvidal, because he ain't fighting nobody else.
Yeah, that would be good.
Chael Sonnen's like a retired media guy now, isn't he?
Yeah, but he fought Fedor like 2-3 years ago, right? 3 years ago when he's probably 44 now.
Bellator.
He's still on like steroids and big, and training. You'll see him with like a mouse under his eye. Like, Chael's ready to go.
Yeah. I can't let you get close to me.
I can't let you get close to me. I love Chael Sonnen. He's fucking hilarious. He's had some of the funniest shit ever at press
Here it is.
conferences.
So Jorge Masvidal said, "You juice head. I bet you won't say any of this in person. Keep that same energy when you see me." And Chael replied, "Since I don't spend much time in county jails, homeless shelters, methadone centers, or dodgy unlicensed outdoor barbershops, it's unlikely we'll see each other in person anytime soon." It's like, Jesus
That's so
Christ.
good.
Unlicensed barbershops is the cream on that cupcake. That's very funny.
Because you can see Jorge and like videos getting his like awful hairline braided up, like in cornrows and stuff. Like he's got this. I think he's Cuban or something, or maybe he's got some heritage. Jorge's a piece of shit. Is what he is. Colby Covington is like the heel of the UFC. He's the MAGA hat wearing Donald Trump's "My President, stay off the railroad tracks," kind of guy. He talked all that shit to Jorge and then whooped his ass for 25 minutes in front of the world. And Jorge couldn't handle that. So he assaulted Colby on the streets. He ran up behind him wearing a disguise, punched him in the back of the head, and then ran away and then laughed about it on social media. They just finished that legal case.
What was the result of it? Like,
Was it
I-
simple assault?
Like a misdemeanor, I think.
Yeah. You played it down to a misdemeanor.
Dude, that makes you
somehow.
look like a bitch as a professional fighter, running up in a disguise in like a cape, punching
mask
someone
and
and
a hoodie.
fleeing.
Yeah.
After you lost,
Yeah,
That's the
really
thing. He lost the
embarrassing.
fight. He had an opportunity. This was only like 2 or 3 days after the fight, right?
It's like 3 days after the fight, if that. Like it's
yeah,
right
he
after
just
the fight.
lost the fight. Scores posted. This street assault thing doesn't make him look like the tougher guy to me.
Yeah.
No,
No, you don't look
makes
tough.
him look.
Sucker punching people.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, if he squared up with them and beat him in the street, like, okay, Colby, you want to go again? Colby says, well, heck yes, I would like to go again. I enjoy this sort of thing. And then they square up and Jorge wins. Now the record's tied, but that's not how it went down.
Yeah.
No,
He probably
That's a
didn't
piece
want
of
that
shit.
because he just got his ass kicked 3 days earlier, based on what you're saying.
Mhm.
that's why MMA is the best fucking sport, man. Because you can talk all that shit you want to if you're LeBron James. Yeah, you come here, I'm gonna put this ball in that hole over there so many fucking times, bro. You don't even know.
And when
Like
you
in our
try
sport,
to, I won't let you.
I
That
won't let
classic
you put your
basketball
ball in
trash
my
talk.
hole.
You just try and shoot that ball right through that hoop. Not going to happen, Buster.
Like, what are the
I would love it if
consequences?
someone did that.
But in MMA, it's like I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth out on Monday. Like I'm gonna choke you in front of your family. Your wife's gonna watch while you submit to me. I will be on top. You will be on the bottom. Your children will watch, and you will submit to me. Like if you're on the other end of that, you're like, shit, man. How'd you know my
Yeah.
family's coming and all?
That's
I
what
just flew
Khabib
up-
did to
Should
Conor.
have played baseball.
Right? Conor
And they
talked
take
all
half your
that
pay.
shit, and then Khabib is like, talk now, say something, as he's beating the fuck out of Conor McGregor.
It should be
They take half your pay when they win?
well, you don't get a win bonus. Like if you win, you get like usually double your show pay.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
with a
insult
few
to injury.
exceptions, the contracts will be like this amount to show and usually an equal amount to win.
50-50.
So it's
50
like you
grand to
lose
go walk in
half
that
your
ring,
fucking money.
another 50 if you whoop his ass. So when you're down there, you're like, he's getting an extra $50,000 just to humiliate me. Like, and it was mine, $50,000.
And then you look on their social media after the fight, and it's just like so many fat retards being incredibly mean. Like every losing fighter
yeah.
just gets berated
Oh,
relentlessly.
yeah. If I lose a fight in front of the world, you can bet your ass, like, I'm watching fun videos on YouTube. I'm not even opening social media. No
it's
chance.
hard not. Well, you're right, and that's mentally healthy. But I bet a lot of them don't do that. I bet a lot of them
not.
just hate doom scroll, I guess it's called.
Yeah.
Oh,
Listening to
yeah.
the world
You'd have
give them a
to.
hard time.
Yeah, you can't do that if you're an internet personality or like in a much more intense
No,
way, a
they-
fighter. Like you have to not engage with that stuff or it'll turn you into a weirdo.
Oh, I disagree. You've got to like counterattack immediately. You've got to be out there doing like
With
media, like,
randos?
that is not what. Yeah, this happened. Look at it. You could be calling him a cheater, call him a fucking juice head. Say that you got poisoned the night before. Say that that you had to drink a whole bottle of wine just to fall asleep. Whatever you got to make up. Say it was dick pills. These are all real excuses, by the way, that MMA fighters have used. I couldn't sleep, so I had to drink a whole bottle of wine before the fight. So it wasn't me you saw
Paulo
out there.
Costa.
Oh, someone poisoned me the night before. I slept for 14 hours. Never slept more than 6 hours in my whole life. Like these are all like
You gotta
lies.
tell believable
They put
lies.
Did
something
you
in
come
that
up with any
IV
excuses,
bag.
Kyle?
They put something in that IV bag. Yeah, I'd have all kind of fucking excuses about why like you beat me up and why next time it won't be like that because we're having the next fight on in my country, not your country, where those people cheat. Your scale was wrong. Like Khabib didn't make weight when he beat Justin Gaethje. That was bullshit. Like I'd be
Oh,
screaming
no.
about that all day, every day if I was Justin Gaethje. Like the MMA and UFC in particular is just full of cheating, lying, bullshit, and horse shit.
Making weight
It's
is a
great.
funny thing because, like, you'd think it'd be very obvious and objective, and it's a scale, right? We're measuring weight. This isn't real. It's not an art. It's a science. But then, sure enough, like when GSP's in Canada and he has to make 155, or was it 170? I don't know. I think it was 155. It was 155 point anything you want because you're GSP. And Nick Diaz got pissed off about that.
We need this guy to fight.
They were rounding. I think they were rounding decimals at that particular show. All of a sudden in Canada, and they were like, "We've always rounded the decimals," and it's like, "Okay, bro, because that's not what we do everywhere else on the planet. We don't round decibels. We're
Yeah, you
weighing
have
to the
shitty
decibels."
scales here.
Mhm.
But there's also lots of uses of the towel, that old wrestling trick. They put up a privacy towel when you strip down butt naked to try to make weight, and you push down on the towel. And then what they most commonly do now is they use an old-timey scale like your doctor or your high school coach had or whatever, and they don't wait for it to stop jiggling. If it passes that middle mark, that means we're straight. They don't let it stop. They're like, oh, passed it, 155. And I remember recently the lady's like, what? What was the weight? 155.0. He lost 6 pounds in an hour. 155.0. And then they call the next guy's name out. It's horse shit. It's horse shit.
Yeah, if any sport's rigged, it's fighting.
I was in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu
if your guy can't cut 5 pounds.
And I don't cut weight very often. I've only done it twice. So I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I just read about it and tried it. And I think I cut, if it wasn't 7 pounds, it was 8, which is considered not a ton, in like those are the easy ones. But for me, it was a lot. Like I had never done that before. I'd never tried to sweat all night while sleeping and shit like that. And I weighed in and I made it. And then I get there and they just ask you your weight. Like they were just asking people the weight they wanted to compete at. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like I think I made 170. And I was like, I could have come in here at like 173. Like that would have been so
Yeah, everybody else is honor systeming it, and you're like just like with a cane coming in.
1.5 pounder is massive.
Yeah. Before we jump to the next thing, we're overdue on advertisements. So we're gonna hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. 25. Okay. Calling all PKA fans, celebrate the veterans in your life this weekend with 25% off your favorite products at pharodistro.com. This week only, use code VETS, V-E-T-S, for 25% off your order. If you're into smoking flower, you'll want to check out our brand new THCA buds and pre-rolls. Be on the lookout for new strains and sizes coming soon. And if you're all about dabs, don't miss our DabX Go and premium quality dabs. We've also got a jaw-dropping array of high-quality, high-milligram edibles for you to choose from. For those who are seeking holistic wellness, explore our selection of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. And here's the cherry on top. Use code VETS, V-E-T-S, for 25% off your order. That's right, folks. Code VETS for 25% off. When it comes to quality you can trust, it's pharodistro.com, linked below. Grab this deal before it disappears. pharodistro.com, 25% off all of your favorite products. And that's not just the smokable stuff. It's not just the stuff that gets you high. It's also the medium by which you can smoke it to get high. The DabX Go is an excellent rig, very small, compact, easy to rip and enjoy. Very, very high quality stuff. Get 25% off the DabX Go now at pharodistro.com with code VETS. And if you're looking for the strongest smokable stuff that they have on offering, it is without a doubt the THCA. The THCA is fucking strong. It's like it just feels like you're smoking weed. Like that's what it feels like, and it smells like that, and it's fully legal in the states that allow all the Delta 8 and shit. And so if you've been hitting Delta 8, hitting HHC, and for most people that's going to be more than enough to get you nice and toasty. But if you're like, that's still not strong enough, I want something stronger to smoke, get a pre-roll from them. The THCA pre-rolls, very high quality stuff. And incredibly, incredibly strong, very potent. And as always with the edibles, they have a shit ton of offerings as far as the milligram amount, 10, 25, 50, 100, all the way up to 500. If you are used to 100 milligrams of gas station edibles, whatever you've been getting, please do not start with 100 milligrams of these. It's very strong. It's accurately dosed. And so start a little slower. You can always take another gummy a little later in the day. But if you think that, your tolerance is 100 milligrams and the equivalent of what you've been buying from your local, head shop, it's really 40 milligrams, and you take one of these 100 milligram ones, you're going to be in for a very high evening or day or whenever you take it. So check it out, pharodistro.com, 25% off with code VETS. And I can't encourage you to check out the DabX Go enough if you are into dabs. The easiest, cleanest, simplest way I've ever done a dab. Everyone I have over to my house who wants to take a dab, we use that, and it's infinitely better than the alternatives. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com and chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free, folks, when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And if it's the same as it was many moons ago when we first got Blue Chew as a sponsorship and they sent us stuff, I think it's 3 pills that they give you to try out with just paying that $5 in shipping. And as always, we take Kyle's recommendation. He has the most experience with these pills. Tadalafil is the way to go. That's the direction that he steered myself and Woody. We took his advice and never looked back. It is, I guess I can't compare it because I've always done the Tadalafil, but it's fantastic. And it lasts longer than the other ones, according to Kyle. Like it stays in your system a bit longer.
And there's a third one now whose name escapes me, the chemical. But the only time I think that doctors recommend you go to the others is if there's maybe the Tadalafil doesn't work, because it just seems superior in every way. It lasts longer. It doesn't kick in quite as fast, but it's not a big difference.
Even like online reviews, like it seems like Tadalafil is the most popular of them.
And sildenafil has side effects. Like for me, it always gives me light sensitivity and headaches every single time.
Yeah, so check it out. Code PKA, just pay the $5 in shipping. Check it out. Have a rock hard penis that you can enjoy while you're high as shit on some THCA or edibles. And of course, this episode is always brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm. Brandon has some here. He's spurting like an absolute god. And don't you want to come like Brandon Buckingham? Don't you want a mayo spray all over someone's face the way he does?
Show us that clip again. Show me him mayo spraying.
Show us the mayo spray.
That poor unsuspecting fellow who probably deserved it.
Yeah, you're gonna be taking 5 pills in the morning, 5 easy pills in the morning, 4 simple pills at night, and you're gonna be coming like an absolute titan. Check it out, efficaciously dosed, and you fucking idiots, it's not just cum pills. Derek's got all sorts of products. He's got protein powder, energy drinks.
Oh, look at that.
Sleep aids, and then weight loss supplements. He's got a million different supplements over there.
The black girl reacted like it was acid. Did you see that?
Well, it would catch me off guard too. If someone starts spraying something on somebody. But anyway, Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz. Get 10% off anything over at Derek's site, from cum pills to sleep aids to weight loss supplements to protein powder. Check it out. Code PKA.
You like
code
egg
Jizz.
salad? You like egg salad, potato salad?
I do not like any of those because there's mayonnaise in them.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah, it's just I don't like, and it's also just gross visually. Like even from when I was a young kid, I remember going to barbecues and as always being stoked on like brats, burgers, the meat, and if you have coleslaw there, you want the vinegar kind of coleslaw because it's sharper. That's better. And then I would see people eating fucking potato salad, and I'd be like, why are you eating that half digested vomit? It's disgusting.
I prefer, if I'm at a barbecue and we have everything, like I remember in Texas, we went to this place. I don't remember the name of it, but it was wild. They gave you a platter. Like it was way too much food for one person, but it was like everything. I didn't want 8 different kinds of barbecue meat. I do want 8 different sides though. I like potato salad. I like all that stuff. I like egg salad.
No, that's
love
dumb.
Chicken salad. Tuna salad.
You preferred all of that to like the meats. Yeah, dude, I've said this before on the show. I think genuinely, like a part of me wanting to eat so much meat at like the age of 6 and 7 was because, and no one ever told me this, but that was when Mark McGuire was jacked in like in 1996, 97, and I remember thinking in my head like, if I eat a lot of meat, I can be big like Mark McGuire, and it didn't pan out.
You just gotta drink milk, man.
Yeah, pretty big.
I did get decently big.
Yeah.
Not like Mark McGuire size.
You'd have been a real bitch if you hadn't eaten all that barbecue. Like, can you imagine?
Oh my God! If I was like you,
bigger than rookie Mark McGuire.
That's true. Less athletic by a lot, but definitely bigger than rookie Mark McGuire. Like,
what did he pop for?
Oh, I think he was on
clear
like
and
the
the cream,
real
right?
deal. Yeah, wasn't the
that during the
cream that
Balco
what he
days?
eventually agreed to on the back end of it, where he's like, I used testosterone and I used these supplements, but it was a cream. I didn't inject anything.
Yeah.
Didn't he fall back to
Which
that
does
eventually?
seem better. Like if you're an athlete, especially back then, and they're like, dude, it's a cream you rub on. This is not hard drugs, okay? Like this is like Ben Gay. This is good stuff. You're like, yeah, give me fucking 2 tubes. You know, I'd rub that shit on. No questions asked.
I also think my infatuation with dinosaurs made me want to eat more meat because
What?
I would see the T-Rex eating meat and be like, that's cool.
That's me.
Yeah, that's me. dude, like people meme about those kids, literally me. Like I was that fucking autist. Like I'm going to be either a dinosaur or Mark McGuire. I just need to power through these ribs.
That's when we all need. That's when we learned that like Cameron Ford wasn't mentally handicapped, but he wasn't one of us. When in 4th grade it was like career day or whatever, and you know he still wanted to be a dinosaur.
Okay, well I had grown out of it, you know, mostly by
We were
4th grade.
9. We were 9. People were saying like marine biologist, you know, like people had heard of some shit. We were 9.
Yeah, you have to have like career day at 9. Like they have you come in for like a special thing, dressed, or at least my grade school did. When we were like 8 or 9, you had to dress up as something. And I believe because I had a cop costume, I just wore that. Because I had no desire, even at the time, to ever be a police officer. But
Really?
yeah, no,
I
I
think,
never wanted to do that.
I think right now, like obviously I can't because I'm a felon and everything, but like if there was like what I want to be is like a part-time policeman. Like I don't want to do all that work. All right, I want to come in for 3 hours a day.
Dude, anyone
and
can be a
just-
vigilante.
No, I need the car and the belt and the uniform. That's gonna give
You
me
sure
my
you don't want to
authority.
be a fireman?
Yeah, they don't. I want to fight fire. I want to go to the people who start the fires, Woody. I want to go right to the source. Okay, give me
Okay.
three solid hours a day cruising the streets. I can make a difference.
You should just join a gang, and then you could make citizens arrests on your free time if you wanted to, and kill
You
ops.
need that badge. You need that thin blue line between you and reality that allows you to do whatever you want.
This is the badge right here, the Crip.
I watch like an
I don't think they'd
hour
let
of
us
police
in.
activity a day, and it's like
Why?
they can do whatever they want.
We're not
You know,
cool
they can
enough.
drive fast, they can shoot. There'll be like civilian cars right behind the bad guy who's clearly trying to get away. Blah, 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 blah. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. It's wild.
If I was gonna begin a life of crime, I feel like arson would be a good one.
What?
What the fuck?
Yeah, you get to
You don't
get to
know
watch
what you might be
fires.
doing.
Look
No,
at my power.
What's in it for you?
I'm a good arsonist.
No, no, no. Don't you wanna
What do you
I only
burn
burn
down?
down prisons.
They can't get out.
Yeah, that's murder.
Yeah, I'm solving problems.
burning pedophiles' houses down.
Yeah, no,
Taylor
I
will
would
do
never
anything
burn
for his
someone's
next
house
fix
down.
of meat.
Yeah, they
including
would.
burning humans in a prison.
Yeah, they'd
There's all sorts
go
of
on the
innocents
news
in
and
the
it'd be the
prison.
masked arsonist, and the public would be like, "I don't care what they say, he's a hero."
Taylor, it could be like To Catch a Predator, but you just bolt all the pedophiles in your neighborhood's doors shut and
Yeah.
then burn their house down.
Just burning people alive for
Caught him.
peeing in public when they were 19. Like, you shouldn't have done that in that college town, you sex
Having
offender.
sex with a 12-year-old when he was 12.
Yeah, I just get all the. That's a good one though. Yeah, arsonist
Mentally,
who
anyway.
only targets pedophiles.
yeah, the
Not an
benevolent
effective way
arsonist.
to target pedophiles.
No, I think you want to steer clear of the arson. That's just when I hear arson, I think bad things.
You don't think like
What
you'd
do
at
you
least
think?
get to be like, wow, look at all that fire I made.
You need to be a jewel thief. I don't know how to steal jewels.
Look at me, I did this.
Look how it consumes everything it touches.
There's like every photo all around the St. Louis area. It's just me, just standing watching everything
You
on
look-
fire.
Really happy about it.
Yeah,
No,
just
I
stoked.
I
Got a
don't
flag.
want to start any fires, but I genuinely like being a policeman for like again maybe 3 hours a day. That would be fun.
Not morning hours either. No, we got to sleep after lunch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking evenings. The night shift, so it's harder to see what's going on. I definitely want a dog too. I want to be a canine officer, and I'm going to use him a lot. He's going to be he's not in the back. He's in the front seat with me. He gets out with
Mhm.
me for the traffic stops. He's up on your car like
Sniff.
make a fucking move. Like a fucking move, Officer K9's coming right in your window, right? I don't need him back there. He can't operate. And
Do you have a little
giving
less
the
respect
dog.
though for the dog cops because you're like, this guy can't even handle his shit without a German Shepherd?
I got my partner everywhere I go. I love that when people in the car are like, look how many y'all it takes. Look, y'all pussies. Look how many y'all it takes to whoop my ass. It's like, yeah, this exact number is really good at whooping your ass. And I love that. They grind him in the asphalt, put their knee on the back of his head. It's good shit.
One
But
German
I like when the
Shepherd
dog
fuck
gets
you up.
involved. I saw one recently. It's a lady cop, and she gets all frazzled right away. And she's got two people to deal with. And the white guy's drunk, and he's just like, fuck off, bitch. And like starts walking away from her. She like shoots her taser at him twice, pepper sprays him, and he's just like, fuck you. Walks away from his truck, just walks away. And so she locks up his buddy who's still in the car, who's terrified. He's done nothing, locks him in the back of her car and leaves him there. And her and her dog go after this white guy who's just like, fuck off. Her and the dog track him for like a mile. The dog is so poorly trained that it's playing with the guy. He's just standing there. She ends up shooting him in the leg or something. They have this big fight. She's all out of breath. It's like she can't help the fight. And these two dudes are wrestling with him. And she's got her real gun, waving it everywhere. Just everywhere. She's like, I don't want to shoot you. I don't want to shoot you. And I'm like, she wants to shoot him so bad.
Oh, yeah.
And eventually she just plugs him in the leg for the fuck of it. She has to take her belt off, put it on the ground, and like lay on the ground while her dog runs everywhere and barks because she's so out of breath from walking through the woods. Was
she fat
pathetic.
and a woman?
It's her camera, so you don't even know. It's a woman is all you know.
Oh, she was huffing and puffing.
And the dogs suck. Those dogs are like tens of thousands of dollars, I think, like 10, 20 grand for one of those canine dogs. It's like a real deal canine. And he was just like playing with the guy. Like he didn't know who the bad guy was.
And I don't buy that she didn't want to shoot him.
Oh no, she definitely wanted.
I imagine a big part of becoming a cop is like, I kind of want to shoot somebody.
Yeah. I think you got to be down for that. I saw one the other day where the bad guy pulls a gun on the cop, and the cop bitches out and runs away. And he's like, "Please don't shoot me! Please don't shoot me!" And the guy's like, "Give me your gun! Give me your gun, police man! Give me your fucking gun, copper!" And the cop's like, "No, you can't have my gun! Leave me alone!" And he's like running away with like crybaby voice and like radioing for help and shit. It was pathetic. It was rough.
Yeah, you can't do that as a cop. You got to go down. You got to go down guns blazing.
Yeah, you got to spray that fucker down. I was like, what's happening right now? Why is he running? Why is he running from a man with a gun?
Did you see what he looked like? No.
Yeah, white man. I don't know. I saw one where the guy like gets overwhelmed by some random dude, and the dude grabs the cop by the leg and starts dragging him across the ground behind him like a cave. You know, like a caveman would carry a cave woman. Like he's dragging the cop like that. The other cop comes. He's like, "The fuck's going on here?" Bang, 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 bang. Great. I love those police activity videos.
Did you see that white guy that killed the people that were blocking traffic?
Yeah,
in some country?
77-year-old dude. Was that?
They fucking edited out the part right before he shot, though. What I want to see what happened right before he pulled the trigger. That's bullshit. When you show me 10 minutes of horse shit and then it cuts and there's a guy laying on the ground and like, look at the bad white man. He killed that poor person. What'd you cut? What did you cut? Fuck that. Smoke those guys. He got house arrest for that.
Really?
Did he really?
What the comments
So
say.
he even got to go home faster.
I hope
Like
so.
that.
That's fucking awesome, dude. If
He
you
got
block
house arrest
traffic
so far, it happened like 2 days ago.
God, man.
Yeah, blocking traffic is not cool. Very shitty. Unbelievably selfish and narcissistic. The clip
like when
I
they
saw
run
of
them
that
over.
guy who did the shooting, like I only saw it briefly, but it looked like it was the most casual, like, I got to get home for the game. Bah! Like he just blasted this guy. And it was, I don't know. I think that's enough for maybe cool guy of the week. But
That guy fucking rocks, dude.
I think anyone who stands in there should be laws. Like that's the next Florida law. Like someone should get DeSantis on this because he's all about this kind of shit. If you're blocking like a major thoroughway or whatever, however they want to define it, like don't have to slow down at all. You know, cars belong in the road. If someone's blocking the road, you can assume that they are trying to end your life and proceed as you may. Which, in other words, run them the fuck over. I love when they run them over. I like when they don't even start to slow down. I like when they slow down.
you seem speed up.
cars are kind of made for scooping people up and like rolling them off. It seems like maybe they even designed that into them because it's safer. But if you roll over some cocksucker, then they just get like rolled around over and over like a ball of dough up under the modern workings of a vehicle, like drive shafts, and it's all hot and dusty and sharp under there. And they always come out like that guy at the end of RoboCop who falls in the acid, like all.
Yeah. Yeah, someone's got a bigger problem than fucking CO2 now, don't they? You just got real.
Yeah, it turns out those fossil fuels really are a killer, huh?
Yeah, you really don't care that much about those turtles now that shit just got.
And I remember doing the BLM stuff when they would just like walk out on an interstate highway in a curve, and there's that one clip of a car who's definitely speeding and probably drunk. But I mean, you know, it's late night. We're driving. We're having a good time. Whatever. But he hits these two women going like, I don't know, Mach 3, like so fast, and just slings her body so far, like it like a ping pong ball. She bounced. It was wild.
Yeah.
Anybody in a road, I got no. I got no care for
road.
It all. Like, no
it's for cars. You don't belong on the road.
Yeah. At risk of sounding a little bit insensitive, they deserve it. You know, they're even asking for it.
I believe that. Yes, I believe they are asking for it. I mean, if you know, what were they wearing in the middle of the road? You know, I need to know that too. Was it reflective? You had
wearing a shirt
gear
that says
on?
"I dare you."
Oh yeah, that's a good question. What would you stand in the road and protest for? Because literally nothing for me. There's nothing that would make me stand in a fucking highway.
Traffic.
Here's a recommendation: black hoodie is not good standing in the road wear. I promise you. It won't end well.
Yeah, no, there's nothing I would protest like standing in the middle of the road, because I have the sentience to be like, someone's gonna barrel into me and I'm gonna die looking retarded.
It's the worst way to go out. That's
what I'm gonna be. My memory will be a meme of people sharing it around, like, get a load of this idiot, like just getting bounced.
The protest should make the target of the protests have your full attention, right? Like you should protest outside the White House or City Hall, or I don't know, some dude's house maybe, or protest like in a way that gets the attention of the person you're trying to change his mind. If you just block up fucking I-95 headed into Philadelphia, what are you doing? All those people are not your enemy.
Like the BLM guys destroying their entire neighborhood because they're upset.
Yes. It's like, what are you doing?
It's Wendy's.
I've sold it on the show before.
Thomas.
My buddy who worked in Ferguson, Missouri in like 2013 or whatever it was when it kicked off there. He hated his job so much at the time, and he still had to go like right into Ferguson the next day after those riots and go to work. And he was texting me. He's like, Taylor, the only thing I had going in my life was going across the street to McDonald's at this shit job, and they burned down the fucking McDonald's. Why did they have to burn? He had no care about anything else to do with the protest, the Ferguson stuff. The Michael Brown didn't care. He's like, these fucking bastards. They burned down the only thing that put a smile on my face, which was some nuggets and buffalo sauce.
I don't get it. And some people make it racist. And for me, I don't care what color they are, as long as like violence is being meted out on them. I really enjoy watching it. Like, it could be a black guy or a white guy, when they're just, as long as they're getting ran over. And like, I like when they shoot them with the rubber bullets. It's sad that guy that you mentioned got shot. It sounds like he didn't deserve it. But normally I like it when they break out the rubber bullets.
Big rubber bullet guy.
Big time. It's a shame that the hoses got such a bad, reputation in the 60s. Because the hoses are so effective. I saw someone, I don't even know where they were, but it was an Israeli protester. He had an Israeli flag, and he's like stood up too high or something. And they must have a scope on that bitch, because they just like hit him with a spurt of water from that cannon and sent him flying. So I love the water cannon, but I want to see that stuff that we saw on the Discovery Channel in like 2002. I want to see that sticky foam gun. I want to see that stink ray that they were talking about. I want to talk about that sound ray. They had this one thing they advertised that was like a giant microwave oven type
I saw
ray,
that.
where you'd feel like it was 110 degrees, like baking your, like, like you're just like getting
that's
roasted.
So evil. Like, it's just like cooking.
Break that shit out. Where's that shit at? Like they made it seem like it was just right around the corner, we were going to have all that cool shit for disperse. And I
stink
love
bombs. I don't like that because
They use
you're
that
involving
to
a lot of, because not everybody who lives around there has to deal with fucking shit.
Zach, can you figure out what the Israelis have some sort of special stink stuff that they use?
It's ineffective on Indians.
Oh, I did see that, like
Jesus
that news
Christ.
story where like it wasn't working against Indians.
I read it online. I don't know.
I saw that too, and it's like and I thought it was a joke, and it was like, no,
It's called like skunk slime or something. Like it's got like a catchy name.
dude, Indians. If we're talking about stat points, Indians have 100 constitution. They can they can deal.
They
with
call
anything.
it the skunk. But apparently they shoot this smelly shit on Palestinians, I guess, when they're getting rowdy. Oh my god! So that's a stink cannon, I think. I'm
Holy
guessing.
shit.
Wow.
I choose to believe they're shooting something so putrid on these people that they have had enough. They don't want their freedoms anymore.
Imagine getting covered in your face with stink juice, whatever it is.
Have you ever been pepper sprayed?
Yeah, I did it to myself. My third YouTube video ever to try to get views. It didn't work.
I same story.
Might work better
it
now.
worked,
Try again.
though.
Yeah.
It really fucking sucks. It really fucking sucks. Which is why I like seeing when they use that too. You know, that would completely demotivate me in 99.9% of situations. Like if we're mad about like some horse shit, like you pepper spray me and I'm completely out. Like I'd have to
What
be fighting for
non-lethal
my
weapon
life.
would you want to have if a dude was getting aggressive with you?
Pepper spray. Me.
I want
Pepper spray, not taser.
If I definitely not taser. If
Oh,
I could
man.
get the bear spray, like the one that looks like almost like a small fire extinguisher, and you sort of
Mhm.
squeeze like this, and has the big, like gaseous almost cloud of effect. That would be the ideal weapon if you're going hand to hand with anybody. Unless you're some ninja. You got to be some. You would be training with that fucking sword if you think you're going to be better with that than I am with my bear spray, because you're going to completely change your mind when you get shot with bear spray. But with a taser, the closer they are, the closer the two barbs are going to be when they impact you, your target. You know, so there's an
sense.
ideal different, and the further the barbs are, that's the distance that's going to be affected by the arc of influence that's being pumped into your body. So if I get one in the top of your shoulder and one in your ass cheek, you are going to get dropped like a sack of taters, because everything between your top of your shoulder and your ass cheek, including your whole glute system, is about to start like locking up at a
Right.
I don't know what the.
But if they both hit the same nipple, I might be able to shake it off.
You will. If I shoot you point blank and they go into you 6 or 8 inches apart, then it's just like a real bad stun. And especially if you're a larger person and you're strong and you're not maybe you've been punched in the mouth before. There's different, some people are tough. Some people are used to getting hurt. They're like, oh, you think this is the third time I've been assaulted today. Come on, motherfucker. And then some people are like, oh my God, I've never been touched before. Well, I'm shocked. So if you get I've seen lots of people just pull those things out or just sort of brace themselves and eat it and then come on, give me some more. But if they're spread apart, you're dropped like a sack of potatoes. But
How long
again,
can a taser tase?
5 seconds at a time. I don't know. It automatically does 5 when you pull the trigger, and then you can give them another 5. But there's a brief pause between the two. If you just kept rapid firing the trigger, it probably just rides you. It probably keeps you on a continuous ride. But when I shot Jeremy, I gave him 5, and I was so hyped up. The adrenaline goes, and time is just moving for you. So I was like, damn, that was not cool. That 5 seconds felt like 1 second to me we're recording. So I gave him 5 more. And and he's a tough guy, but he was crying when he got up. It hurts a lot, I'm told. But still, if someone's trying to get you, you're probably just going to piss them off and they'll take it away from you. And then they end up like torturing you with it or something. I'd rather have pepper spray.
Dude, I got pepper gelled directly into my eyes by my dad. And I tried to read Dr. Seuss because I thought I could like do it and then read a little bit, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
If I had to play tag for $1 million, I couldn't after getting pepper sprayed. Like it was completely.
That's kind of what I
incapacitating.
did. So my video was I get pepper sprayed and then I try to shoot targets. It's like spray me and then I turn around with a gun and try to shoot the targets. And I immediately was like, nah, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
So bad, dude. It was like 45 minutes of fucking absolute hell. You ever had it, Woody?
No.
It's so bad, dude. Oh my god.
Shit, I haven't been really any of this stuff. I've been, what's not tasered? What's like weaker than
Stunned.
a taser?
Stun
Stunned. I've
gun?
been stunned. Those, it's funny. Like it gets you and you're like, you big reaction. But if you decide not to react, you can. It's almost voluntary.
Yeah, it's just pain. And it's if you're cutting me, I'm not just afraid of the pain, I'm afraid of the damage. You know, that's why I'm so afraid of being cut. But when you're getting stunned, you can kind of be like, I fucking hurt. Stop fucking doing that to me. I can eat about 3 more seconds of this and I'm gonna God, get it off me. You can kind of pull one of those, especially if it's not like a cattle prod. I've never been hit by a cattle prod. I've only been hit by like army surplus, like stun guns that you might see in a glass counter at a shop or something. And those hurt, but you ain't incapacitating me. And the idea that a lady might carry that in the hopes of defending against a male attacker, I got to tell you, you might end up getting tortured with that or like made to comply with it yourself. That's the most likely outcome.
Right.
Oh, dude, I'm going to hit a low single on that bitch. I'm taking her straight down, getting wrist control and fucking making her tase herself.
That's literally how it would go. So
I'm going high crotch like John Jones. When she starts going off bounce, kicking that other leg out, we're going down. Arm neck choke. It's absolutely every time.
I couldn't beat up a 5-year-old off the pepper spray. There's just no way.
Brandon, if you wanted to take me down right now, what would your takedown be?
I would probably go. I guess. Do you tie up? Do you collar tie?
Yeah.
My like main takedown would be like a shrug, and if the shrug doesn't work, then I'll do like a double through the shrug. But if someone doesn't tie up, I like low singles or snatch singles. But I'm a big upper body guy. I did a lot of upper body takedowns, inside trip, uchimata, that kind of a thing. But dude, MMA makes it so hard to take people down. I'm having a terrible time in this MMA training.
Yeah, what's going wrong? You put your face in the wrong spot when you try to do a takedown?
I'm training with this guy, like one of my main partners is named Matt Semmelsberger. He's in the UFC. He's 5-4, and they're just like so incredibly strong. They're also good at jiu-jitsu and wrestling, but then just way better at striking than me. So it's like, even if I get them down for a second, then they just get back up and just go and kick my ass. And we're doing so many rounds. Like, look at these blisters on my feet, dude. Like my,
you familiar with that fighter? He's one of the Russian Muslims. He's the guy with one eye.
Yeah, what is his name? What is that guy's name?
Muminov or whatever. Anyway, the Russian fighter with one eye that only gets to fight in Abu Dhabi because he can't gets cleared to go over here. When he was, I don't know if you saw his fight a couple weeks ago. He was doing more damage from the bottom than I've ever seen. Like Tony Ferguson would have some nasty elbows from the bottom. I've seen him do that before. This guy was striking from the bottom effectively, like beating the guy on top up.
Jesus, I didn't see that.
He's got no takedown defense whatsoever. He must have gotten taken down 8 times in the fight.
He's like a kickboxing Dagestani guy.
Yeah.
Years ago, I was training MMA. I was at Joe Lozon's gym, and I won the takedown, but I was in the guy's guard. So having had more time jits than striking, and pretty much no time at that point mixing them together, I'm in his guard, so I've like got my elbows together. I've got my hands like on his chest or something. I'm sort of figuring out what my next move is, and while keeping my extremities protected. And he punches me in the face, and I was surprised that I forgot about that part of the game. I made sure that my arms weren't vulnerable to any things he was going for. That my neck is pretty good, my arms were good. He punched me in the face, and it just rocked. It seemed strong, but I just had to be like shake it off and get back.
It's like cold water.
It hurts worse than you think to get punched by someone that's laying on their back. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah. If you can find this fight I'm talking about, that Magomed, whatever the fuck, one-eyed fellow, I've never seen anybody that busy from the bottom. He does what, like, as someone who's never done any of this shit, when I watch it, I'm like, why don't you just go get him? This guy did it. He's just like working, like throwing so many strikes, all sorts of strikes, like whatever you can do, staying so busy that the guy on top is like flabbergasted by the whole thing.
Was he elbowing from the bottom?
Yeah, when he could, yeah. But lots of just strikes, lots of punches.
Brandon surely knows a lot more than me, but it used to be punching from the bottom was giving the guy your arm for an armbar. Like 15 years ago, people would take advantage of that. People would bait you into it. Now it seems like it's more effective, but elbowing from the bottom, you don't really quite control my arm in the same way.
Yeah. Dude, my jiu-jitsu bottom game is completely nullified in MMA. Like, I fucking got a guy in a triangle yesterday in sparring, and he just fucking drilled me with 2 hard punches with my head on the ground. I just let go and was like, oh my God.
Yeah. We were talking about guard passes. And as you know, there's a million guard passes in this thing. But they're like, if punching's allowed, just punch him in the face. It opens right up. And
seriously,
my dumb ass was like, well, I wouldn't. But yeah, sure enough. Yeah, it's kind of a natural response.
Did you see Yuri Prohaska's interview? He's fighting to.
You're just
he's
making
the real,
up names now.
dude,
Yuri Prohaska.
Jar Jar Binks is
Yeah.
fighting Charizard on Wednesday.
Ooh, I'm taking Charizard.
See, Yuri Prohaska is fighting Alex Pereira.
Great fight.
Remember him.
So you've got like a European samurai versus a South American like native, and it's they're both gigantic human beings. Yuri's the real fucking champ. He had to leave for shoulder surgery. You know, whenever I hear that, whenever they're like, yeah, he's gonna be out for 1 year, he's dropping the belt. You know, it's the worst shoulder injury we've ever seen, but he's right back in a year, like ready to contend for the belt against Alex Pereira. I call steroids 100% of the time, and I don't care. I don't care anymore. Shoot them up, you know, like get strong, get ready to get in there, because Yuri's a scary motherfucker. I don't know.
He did
what
a surgery that left no scars.
Yeah, Yuri in his interview, he's like, I am here to fight because too many fight now, pussy men. Maybe I should not say this way, but it is true. Pussy men, they do the fight. I here to do fight. How you say, with man versus man. So in life you feel full. And I'm like, fuck yeah. Yes. Every bit of that, buddy. Let's go. And the guy he's fighting is huge and terrifying too. So I'm psyched for that one.
Yeah, that guy rocks.
Do you remember when it is?
I think it's this weekend. I'm pretty sure it's this weekend.
Is it next?
I like the storylines in MMA because it's like wrestling for adults. That's what UFC is. It's pro wrestling for adults. They actually do the fighting, and a lot of the arguments and troubles are made up and fake, and the good guys are good at faking it and making you believe. But I love it. What outside of the UFC, what's your second favorite combat organization or sport? Because it used to be for me. I got two right now. Karjitsu is hilarious. I love Karjitsu. But combat karate is fucking real as it gets. Like, combat karate is fun. They beat the shit out of each other in there.
I would have said bare knuckle boxing.
I can't do the cuts.
Yeah, that's just good. I like Ryzen, the Asian promotion.
I don't trust the Asian promotions.
Woody doesn't like Asians. This
That's
just
not
it.
it. They're just like, they always fix fights. So like, you think shit's fixed here? It's super fixed there.
Yeah, they put on good Muay Thai bouts and stuff. Shout out Jonathan Haggerty.
Oh,
That guy
Muay Thai
fucking
is a
nuts.
fun style. I'm a most casual fight watcher here, but they're always moving, very active. Like the guys who want to be on their back like a turtle and will sometimes in MMA like almost rock back and like put their feet up like a baby being changed and be like, come on down here, bro.
Yeah,
Come on down
scooters.
here. And we can both look retarded. I really dislike that. You should be able to head kick from that position. Can you like kick someone in
Not
the head?
it.
if they're
Not
down
in the
like that?
UFC,
All
unfortunately.
right. Well, if Commissioner Taylor makes that change,
you can
instantly.
kick them anywhere else.
Yeah.
I would. They kick their ass. Sometimes it's like you'll see them immediately be like, "Whoa, no one's ever kicked me in the ass like that before. I'm going to stand up. I didn't know that you were going to kick for reals. I thought we're going to patty cake and both catch our breath like normal, and the ref would make me stand. You're just going to kick. Oh, you're going to. Oh, all right, I'm up. like leg kicks are so for. I have no concept of what a leg kick feels like. I've never been leg kicked, but I can see that athletes, like manly men that I respect, their toughness when they get them, they're like, "Fuck you." I can't remember who it was I saw recently. It might have been one of those like
Cormier.
I saw Cormier with Pereira, but I also
Yeah.
saw like maybe one of those British bodybuilder guys, one of those giant human beings, and he wanted to get kicked, and the fighter was like, "No, I'm not going to kick you. You don't understand. Have my daughter kick you." And he has like a 8 or a 10-year-old kick him, and he's like, "What the fuck? All right, never mind then." What? The kid, this little girl walks up and goes, "Whaka!" Like flicks her hip over and hits him, and you can hear her leg hit his, and it goes, "Pow!" And shit. Leg kicks ruin combat.
Yeah.
It's very boring to watch.
I like the.
It looks like nothing happened.
When you say no holds barred, it sounds cool, but it's not. All right, let's slow down. Let's take the biting out. Let's take the hair pulling out, the eye gouging. The leg kicks have to go, but I'll give you the 12 to 6 elbows and the soccer kicks. All right, that's my sport. That's what I want to watch. You get 12 to 6 is all you want. You can kick their teeth out. I'd love to see it. But for the love of God, stop ruining people's legs so that they can't move. You're crippling him so he can't fight you. You know?
Yeah.
And Conor wouldn't have beat Nate if he hadn't had those leg kicks fight too. But I'm just saying, come on.
Yeah, it's just it's not exciting.
You said it right. I processed it wrong.
Yeah, it's not exciting, and it's I kind of feel bad for them when I see them limping, or when I see a big strong guy who I know is just the best at throwing hands. Just it's like when the dinosaur gets hurt. It's when the good dinosaur gets hurt in the movie and it's limping now, but it's still trying to fight the big predatory dinosaur. Oh, come
To
on,
save
whip your
all
tail,
his
buddy.
friends.
Whip your tail.
And Littlefoot's grandparents are trying to defend, get the T-Rex away
I'm just
from
imagining
Petrie.
Taylor eating the neighborhood animals, and he's like, "I'm a T-Rex, mom."
I had in my head that eating meat was some sort of like way to be giant and strong, which kind of like it pans out a little bit. But I did have in my head, I'm like, why is the T-Rex so big and strong? It's eating other dinosaurs, consuming their power. You know, eating.
You ever think maybe you could take the power of another man?
Yes. Yeah.
Make it your own?
Dude, if I lose my mind and become a serial killer, 100% cannibalism's in the mix.
You let me know if you ever want to, because I think a duo is the way to go with something like that. If we opposed as a gay couple, like they can't really question anything we do. We're gonna be
immunity.
We could make some moves.
That's good.
We're touring the country together. It's our honeymoon.
We have like a bunch of finger bone necklaces on. Like just we're just shoving it right in their face that we're gay, and then they make us fuck on camera because they don't believe we're gay.
All right, if you're going to serial kill, like who's going to be your demographic? Because I want to pick one and go with it. I don't want to be mixing it up. I genuinely want to pick one.
We're already having problems, like because you can't just pick one demo because then you're going to get caught. Oh, the great dwarf killer. Like
that's why we travel around. That's why we keep it moving.
It has to be random and
RV or
totally random
or big rig. RV or big rig.
RV for comfort, big rig for practicality.
RV's also less threatening and likely to get a thorough search. There's no.
I'd want an RV. You got like a TV in there. It's comfortable. We could have snacks. Like
RV's
big
the way to
rig
go
because you can blend in. Right, RVs is not that many on the road.
We don't want to blend in. We want to be unassuming. We want you to come and you want to come hang out with us tonight. We're gonna play Magic the Gathering. You've never played? Yeah, bring your girlfriend.
Van life, go stealth.
That's true. Yeah, they're gonna think that this guy's way too lame to be a serial killer. He just wants to talk about Age of Empires and Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
talk about how afraid of heights he is, like a bitch. Like that's.
Meanwhile, Taylor's crushing oxys up in his wife's drink, and I'm getting the power tools ready.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah.
We're putting up a shelf.
I would kill illegal immigrant Guatemalan men because what are they gonna do?
What are they gonna do?
Yeah, but see, you segment yourself too specific there, and now you're gonna be 8 kills in, and you're gonna be driving around going, for the love of God, where's my
illegal immigrants don't call the cops, just saying.
Yeah, that's my tactic.
Yeah, but
homeless people would be. I feel like a lot of the most prolific serial killers padded their numbers with homeless people a good bit.
I'm gonna be real. I don't want to kill minorities. I'm just saying it.
You got to kill white people.
Yeah.
You can't be some hoity-toity. I only kill one kind of person. You're not You're not Batman. We're bad people in this scenario. We're murderers, and if we're
that's why I want to
and take the top spot from whoever has it, Albert Fish or whatever, then we're gonna have to throw a broad net.
Yeah, let's make it racial.
We're the equality killers. No one's safe.
Like all right, here's the real question. When we get caught, do we want life or the death penalty? Because if we make it a racial thing, we definitely get death and we get this whole thing over.
But we're not going to get caught if we throw a wide net and we're just
that
firing
was a test.
guns
that
outside
was a
of
test.
windows.
I wasn't going to marry you if you'd said anything other than what you just did. That was a test. No, we're not. I love you.
Exactly. Love you too.
I call that a red flag. I don't know.
That's how you do it if you want to get away with it. How did Jeffrey Dahmer get caught? He was just killing homos.
Mm-hmm.
And he was hanging out in gay bars, and they're like, "Hey, all the people going to these gay bars, a lot of them are dying."
Much as well. Like he didn't know how to put the hammer down. I think you need to be like there's a time and a place to play with your food. Don't get me wrong, but let's get them out to the cabin, out in the woods. Let's drive the RV down on some trail that we know. Maybe on New Mexico's good. You know, you got all that government property, no supervision whatsoever.
Once in a while,
sandy ground.
We break off from our normal plan of like homeless, poor, dejected people who aren't going to be missed, and we like do it in a big like Bel Air mansion or something, and then we can live there for a month or so until it's time to move on.
How do we swing that? Like with ill-gotten gains? Like, is there a way to make this a financial crime as well? Like, could we kill rich people perhaps? And
I have a thought you guys should consider.
We do that.
Sell their
You
baubles.
should never ever kill pretty white girls, especially if they're blonde, right? Because it's been just shown time and time again when these girls get like captured or go missing.
Yeah.
Oh my
Natalie
God.
Holloway
Manhunt.
effect.
Exactly.
Oh, Mr.
It's a big
Vandersloot.
problem.
We're gonna write a book about your ass. Nancy Grace is gonna make a career. Man, this Vandersloot guy is so bad. Turns out she was right the whole time, and he killed another chick before they finally got him.
Yeah.
Never seen a book about a Guatemalan man, have you?
Not one. Not one.
Maybe
I couldn't even find
Brandon's
them on
in
a
the
map.
right direction here.
No, but seriously though, if you went on like
They're
ridge
also
hikes,
little.
yeah, they're easy to overpower. If you went on ridge hikes in Hawaii, these like crazy dangerous hikes where you're walking on the crest of the mountain, you could. I did one, the Stairway to Heaven hike. I was thinking like, yeah, you could kill anyone up here. It's fucking terrifying. I thought someone was gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Just shove you, and then it's like,
You're
oh,
like
we
turning
slipped.
around. Hey, I know what you're thinking, motherfucker. You're thinking, I'll just push old Brandon Buckingham off this mountain. Nobody will see. I'm gonna let you know something right now. I'm waiting on you.
Yeah.
Dude, we could really goose our numbers just by camping
I'd
in
let
that
you get a few
suicide
steps ahead.
forest in Japan. We just camp in the suicide forest.
Just hang
people
people.
walk in, and it's like we're barely even doing anything wrong.
I'm not allowed in Japan.
We're just,
Oh, yeah.
well, dude, we're already serial killers. We could sneak into Japan.
I'm not sneaking into Japan. What is this, World War II?
I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to, find some shady guy with a boat. He'll take us in, and then we bring camping equipment with us. We go straight to the suicide forest. We set up camp there. Every time someone comes in, we don't have guns because we're not trying to make a ruckus.
Thrill in that. I want to be a classic serial killer, driving across the United States in an RV with my lover, and just doing our thing.
Yeah, and then
Maybe like the Richard Ramirez thing where you like target the color of a house or something.
Ooh.
Is that what he did?
I think so. I could be mixing things up, but I think
Damn.
I've never heard of anything like that, but I like it. Like what if we had some weird way of connecting the victims so that an investigator would connect them all, but no one else would. I kind of like that. Like we only killed guys wearing like a very specific kind of wristwatch or something.
How long do you think before we got bored and started like sending clues in or something like that?
Right away.
Right away. Like we haven't even killed someone yet, and we're sending.
Like honestly,
email.
that's the most fun part because I don't want to hurt anybody, but like it kind of maybe playing that cat and mouse game, like the.
Kyle, I'm getting tired of cutting all these copies of people up for the letters. NordVPN works when you email the FBI, right? Like just do that.
Oh, that's the worst with BTK when he's like, "Hey, you guys can't like backtrack a floppy disk, can you?" And they're like, "Nah, what is this, Star Trek? Yes, fine."
He's sitting at home like, good. Cops aren't allowed to lie to you. Like
he sends him a floppy disk with like his fucking rants and raves, and it's like got his name.
I wouldn't want to be crass about it though.
Metadata.
Like Albert Fish, who killed all those kids and sent that letter to
awful.
The victims' parents talking about how he cooked their child's ass in the fucking oven and ate it with Chianti and fava
onions,
beans.
I think.
Like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be gross about it.
it's fucking insane. Jesus Christ! Didn't the BTK killer wait in someone's backyard for them to like let their dog out and then come in through the back door when they let their dog out? Was that him?
I don't remember that. Richard Romero, like the Night Stalker, he did all sorts of crazy shit. Like, BTK, I don't know which one was worse. Because Romero, I think, was very rapey. I think he raped children too.
Yeah, old women as well.
I know that they like released his photo or whatever, and it was almost like a movie. Like people on the street recognized the Night Stalker. Like there he is. And got him and like whipped his ass a little before the cops could get there. Like an angry mob, like captured the bad guy and beat the shit out of him before the cops could get there. I think he'd been wounded as well. There's a
That's
whole
badass.
Netflix thing about that. It's really good.
Like it wouldn't happen nowadays. They would just be taking TikToks of him. They wouldn't kick his ass. They'd be like, "Yo, can you fucking do this? Can you do the Dougie? Whatever they do."
Can you do the Dougie on this guy's dead body?
Yo, I'm here doing the Gertie with Richard Ramirez, the fucking Night Stalker. You badass, man.
Yeah.
Badass. Look at him. He got that Riz and everything. Look at his trench coat. He like right there.
Be sure to subscribe to his channel and check him out.
I think that would happen. People are so quick to get their cameras out and like make a moment and get some clout because they're standing next. Like, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more with like the war. I mean, shit, you see some of that war footage and people are clowning around in the war, right? Like you see jokers having fun with that. And it's like, I don't know. It's
we'd be going hard mode because being a serial killer now is way, 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 way harder than 100 years ago, 60 years ago. Like there's so much more. It's almost like when they try and bring up records from baseball players in 1887, like serial killer totals don't count before DNA.
You say Ty Cobb's name, I'll serial kill you. You leave this conversation alone. That's my hometown, goddammit.
No, anybody who was hitting dingers in 1911 when World War I was a far off, threat.
He thought dingers were silly and a silly way to play the game, so he intentionally didn't hit them.
Really?
Yes. He was challenged by a reporter, and he hit, I think, 5 in 2 games.
Damn.
Man,
I like Ty Cobb. He's also the guy who pistol whipped a pocket thief to death in the streets, right?
Jeez.
I caught a guy's like,
damn, so he got one.
Yeah, I mean, he pistol whipped that guy to death and got away with it.
Ty Cobb's pretty cool. I didn't know that about him.
Yeah, ton of hits.
Makes me.
How many
like
other professional athletes have killed? Not the obvious ones, like OJ, obviously,
and Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh yeah.
Never forget.
Oh yeah.
Oh, actually, that was Bruce Jenner.
That was Bruce. Dude, the ultimate
people.
modern day catch-22. I didn't do that. That was Bruce.
That was Bruce Jenner.
I'm a woman now. I'm aghast that you would even misgender me with the actions of
Bruce is dead.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Just like his victims.
Yeah.
Who's the guy? What's his name?
A couple NFL guys have killed.
What's Matthew Ferris Bueller? What's that fucking guy's name? He killed some people. He ran them down. Claims he has no memory of the event, but he killed a couple people with his car.
Really? The Ferris Bueller guy killed people with his car. Matthew Broderick?
Yeah.
You guys know that
lady's husband?
The tight end Todd Heap used to play for the Ravens.
Did he kill someone?
He reversed backed over his 3-year-old child in his driveway. Does that count?
Like, that's gotta be
That's so fucked.
Hope you don't have him in your fantasy league.
Yeah. That's dark.
What was his name? Something
Todd Heap.
That's dark.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
well, there's the classic, right? With who was the guy who got caught? Was it Junior Seau or somebody? Who was the guy who got caught paying to like have somebody murdered, or maybe he murdered him, and then it turned out he was gay, and they outed him as gay while he was in prison, and he offed himself.
Oh, Aaron Hernandes.
Yes, Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah. Junior Seau killed himself, I think. That counts as a murder, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, so did Hernandez. He killed himself in prison it was so fucked up, dude. So like he was in prison for murder. Like he had killed somebody, but they outed him as gay, like on the morning radio. And I've heard, and they're like making jokes about how he used to be a tight end, but not anymore. And I guess he heard the jokes and killed himself that night. Like that's fucked.
Damn.
Oh, Oscar Pistorius, the Blade Runner, the Blade leg guy. Yeah,
that guy's fucking innocent, dude.
Yeah, he was denied parole in
fucking
2023.
way. That dude put like 20 rounds through his back.
He shot through the door. I thought it was an intruder in my bathroom doing his makeup.
So for those of you who aren't, for those of you who aren't familiar with the Blade Runner story, this guy Oscar Pistorius was famous for doing well in the Olympics with no fucking legs. He's got these blade legs. They call him the Blade Runner. Anywho, his girlfriend or wife or some shit is in his bathroom, and he gets his gun out and just blasts her like 20 times through the door. And his story when the cops get there is he thought some like intruder is in his house, in his bathroom. And so he shot first, asked questions later, and they convicted his ass.
They were going to get my shampoo. Like, what the fuck? You killed him in your bathroom?
And like the trial was
Yeah,
crazy. It's like, you know, he had time to strap his legs on, you know, get his gun. It's like, you had time to think about this. Did you never look next to you in bed and notice your wife wasn't with you?
Oh, he had his legs on?
Yeah, he put his
Well,
legs
I mean,
on.
he had to like get him on to go kill his wife.
Yeah.
Man, I thought he would have at least been like, all right, I have to stay in the bed and I have to just like have the gun in my nightstand and then like fire wildly, because they'll obviously know if I start athletic taping my nubs and slipping my blades on that this was premeditated.
Yeah,
He's got like shooting gloves on.
Chris Benoit's another one.
oh
Yeah,
Chris Benoit's-
That's a big one. Yeah,
that's the classic.
That was the
that made me
CTE
afraid
one,
to do
right?
steroids a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
But then it like clearly it was the CTE.
yeah.
And not I bet if he was doing like especially Trin or something like real intense that can affect your mood and well-being so much, like that could have compounded it, but it was clearly CTE. That
Yeah, I
guy went
think
on to
they,
kill his
like-
whole family.
Yeah, that was so
They, like,
fucked.
How can you
checked
kill your
his,
family? I'll never understand that. I saw a police activity video the other day. They show up and this dude has killed all 3 of his sons in his front yard and they're laying out in the yard dead, like little kids.
Oh,
And he's just sitting there like,
That
That's
stuff is
who-
sinister, man. That's
yeah.
just like
that's who
Yeah.
we'll serial kill. We'll comb Wikipedia for cases we think were mishandled, and then we'll go dispatch our own brand of justice.
didn't Chris Benoit break his neck with a lat pull down machine? Or am I misremembering that?
I thought he hanged himself on something, right?
Didn't he kill somebody with like a weight machine?
that
Did he?
dig up
Zach said he did.
he killed himself using his workout equipment.
I think he pulled the lat pull down machine on with a bunch of weight and put his neck around it and then like let it go and like snapped his neck. Something like that.
That's
It looks
interesting.
like he used a weight machine cord to hang himself by creating a noose on
Oh,
the
is that what it
pull-down
was?
machine.
That's
okay.
so fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not how you want to go. You know, I don't want to give suicide instructions, but you should start Googling if you're going to hurt. Woody tried to kill himself when he was a kid. He tied himself. He took a belt, put it around his neck, and hooked it to the ceiling fan. And he's just like, like hanging there. And the ceiling fan fell in the room. So he like failed at killing himself and then felt even worse about himself because he failed at killing himself. But, you know, that's not how you hang yourself.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, he should feel bad.
Now you gotta go to Lowe's, like
Yeah.
fix your ceiling.
You need some cords.
Yeah,
Need
you're
some
embarrassed.
spackle and shit.
It's spackle. Yeah,
It's embarrassing as hell.
I think Chris Benoit was, because he didn't shoot himself in the head, he hanged himself, and so like they checked his brain afterward, and it was all ate up and destroyed from taking 1,000 WWE concussions.
There's a MMA legend guy named BJ Penn. He's a Hawaiian guy. He, back in the day, he was the GOAT, and he's got CTE real bad. People call him out on it. And he was like, CTE does. This is on social media. Like CTE doesn't exist. And he lists like 4 of the greatest boxers, like Hearns, Ali, Tyson, blah 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 blah. Like these guys didn't have it. It's made up, just like the coronavirus. They used CTE to hide murders. And that's what he said. And it's like, there's CTE for you. Right there. See, he's paranoid, like not making any sense. And he's mixing it with alcohol too. So that's another sad story. We're going to see more and more of that. And I don't think it's going to be a long time before the positives are stop outweighing the negatives, right? People are going to keep letting their kids play football because it's so much goddamn money. We're not going to, and the NFL is so popular. We're not going to stop. They're just going to keep slamming their heads together.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's fucked up. I think BJ
that's Aaron
Penn's story.
Hernandez.
BJ Penn's story is going to end up really sad. I think.
I agree.
It's already sad, but like, I think it's going to get
Like,
nasty.
I hate to say this, like, because dark jokes aside, like he's probably going to hurt himself eventually because he's got this weird mixture of a few things. It's definitely CTE, it's definitely substance abuse, and it's definitely an odd personality to go along with all that. So, and Tony Ferguson's right on the cusp of it too. He had that DUI crash where he flipped his truck like a couple months ago, and he's a guy who's had done nothing but be a champion contender for fucking 10, 15 years. He doesn't know any other way.
He has
don't know.
CTE, or you just think after his career he's likely?
I guarantee he does. I Justin Gaethje broke his brain. Like that man has absorbed more damage. He's only been knocked out once, and it was just like, what just happened? It's that clip when the guy got kicked in the chin and his face gets mushed.
Michael Chandler.
That's Tony Ferguson.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that guy needs to retire.
Yeah,
well,
the
Paddy fight's
Gaethje
coming up.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good fight. The Gaethje Ferguson fight was like really gross. Just like the sound of his face getting hit. It's like,
Yeah,
oh my god.
he was eating those punches to the nose, and you could see him just like shaking the pain out, like shaking the blood off, and just like coming back for more. And it's like, dude, why isn't your corner throwing in the towel? You have no path to victory. You're not going to take Justin Gaethje down. You don't have KO power. It's gonna keep going. You're in a meat grinder. Get out. Get out.
He looks like a
And then this
monkey,
happened.
dude.
He does.
awful.
He
That's
looks like a fucked up Down syndrome monkey.
How many G's is he pulling right there? Like his brain is slamming into the bottom of his skull right now,
Ugh.
and with the same whatever force it takes to pull your face, skin, and flesh down like that, and make you look. Even his hair is flat against his skull. Like his skull is accelerating so quickly toward the goddamn moon. His brain can't keep up. It's slamming into the bottom.
Aren't you
He's
so
never
happy you
going to
didn't?
get there.
Aren't you so happy you didn't try to be a UFC fighter?
Every time
Oh
I
my
watch
God.
a UFC fight with a girl or somebody who's not like watches as much as me, I'm like, this is the worst job in the world. Sewers,
terrible.
sign me up for the sewers. Sign me up for like rat killer. Sign me up for garbage man. I ain't getting in that ring for 12-12. Fuck you. 12.
Yeah.
Like not even like I got offered to bare knuckle box Diego Sanchez about 2 years ago.
What the fuck
And
kind of offer is that?
And exactly right. I was like, that's where we start. Fuck all
no.
y'all.
Yeah,
And
fuck
people
no.
were like, come on. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like,
You do it. What the fuck?
you don't understand what you're talking about. Like that guy's a monster, first of all. And but I did like, play into it a little bit and talk shit against him. And he responded, which was hilarious. Because he's like, I could tell this Russian guy's on steroids, but I fought cheaters my whole career, so who cares? Like he bought into the whole shit that I like laid out. It was funny. He's clearly an easy guy to like, or maybe he's just a pro fighter and he knows how to like hit it back.
He
But
probably
I
has
think
CTE. Diego?
CTE. I think he's mentally ill too.
Yeah.
He's always been like that, though. Like on one hand, Diego Sanchez really seems like he has CTE. On the other, I saw him 20 years ago, and he was like that. He's always been crazy.
I think he's always been a little mentally ill, a little bipolar or something. You got to be a little out there to want to jump in a cage and fight another dude in your shorts, right?
Dude, Brandon's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I'm doing it against another YouTuber, so it's like that's a much better proposition. I would never do it against Diego Sanchez. Like fuck that.
Yeah, absolutely not. Or maybe like boxing though, like boxing, Diego Sanchez. It's like, all right, I get a concussion. I'll sell a concussion for 6 figures or whatever. But if you're gonna bare knuckle somebody and like get your teeth knocked out, like who's paying to put my teeth back in? I'm gonna lose money on this. You know what I mean? I'm gonna lose money if he knocks my teeth out. And you get your teeth knocked out in that sport regularly. I see it happen all the time. It's as regular as face cuts are in MMA.
If you guys were to bet, would you bet that I would win my fight against that guy?
Oh, the
Again,
person that you're likely to face
Your
against?
fight coming up,
Yeah, against the black belt YouTuber.
and it's MMA
It's
or
MMA.
boxing?
It's MMA. I think I'm a pretty big underdog.
I think what you need. Can you strike with? You think you can strike with him?
I would think I would be able to outstrike him. I mean, I
I
don't
think
know.
what you've got to do is start a campaign of terror in which you point out that all he's going to do is take you down because he knows that's the only place that he can win, that he can't fight a real man's fight, and sort of play that angle and tempt him into a stand-up fight with you. Because, like you said, he's a fucking black belt.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that means. Is that a Kmart black belt, or did he go to Brazil in some cave and
No,
train under?
He's very good at jiu-jitsu, and so
Yeah.
it might not
It's a
be. But then again, you
problem.
said you've wrestled for 20 years.
I
Like,
think he's durable enough to close the distance. That's my fear. And then
he's a very
excited
strong
for
guy.
it.
Like, yeah, I feel like the more boxing it is, the better your odds are.
Also, getting
what's your
submitted seems way better than getting knocked out.
for sure. Is the goal pretty much to like backpedal and make them pay for trying to close the distance? Is that
No, I plan on grappling with them. And I train at Crazy 88 with people like, Tim Spriggs is a black belt world champion, Vanessa Griffin, black belt world champion, Chris Chairman, black belt world champion. So I roll with those guys all the time. And I mean, yeah, they beat me, but I feel like I don't know.
they have to work at it?
Yeah, I'm confident. I believe in
Well, in the end,
myself.
it's going to be a fight. Like
I believe
he's
in
a
you
black
too.
belt in jits or whatever. But like, what is his MMA experience? Like what has he done in real like striking sports fights?
I think
he's a professional boxer who's 0-3.
0-3 in boxing, yeah. But I'm 1-0 with my one win against Ice Poseidon, so that's pretty much.
What kind of gloves are you wearing? What kind of gloves are you wearing?
I think 4-ounce MMA gloves.
All right, so based on the 2 sentences that we know about this guy, maybe he's never been punched in the mouth with an MMA glove before. Maybe it's a different kind of fight. Like we keep talking about something that I don't know very much about, other than every time I've been punched in the face, I fucking hated it. That's what I know.
It's terrible.
I didn't want to go. I didn't want any more. All right, we're done here. All good. Mistake. I bought all that boxing gear when I was like 19 or 20 or something. Like a set of everything, because when you're the kid who has money and your friends don't, you might buy 2. And then like got rocked once, and was like, all right, no more of this. Don't
I hate getting
mouth.
punched.
Don't need this mouth guard anymore, do I?
I love the tough guy out there. Like, I love it. I love eating shots. I'm like, do you, dude? Do you really? Because it fucking sucks so bad.
They were gonna set me up to fight over. It was a couple of years ago, but I forget how it evolved.
In MMA?
It had something to do with me and Keemstar. I think it might have been in MMA. If it wasn't, it was boxing. But it was basically, I think it was MMA. And I'm like, this is so lopsided. Like I don't know. It might as well be Diego. Like I can't beat a vert flow. I can't. Whatever happens in there will be what he decides to make happen. And I declined. Yeah.
Well, they wanted me to box him, and I was like, "There's just no point. Like, if he's 0-3, it's like not impressive. If I beat him in boxing, but I think if I beat him in MMA, that'll be impressive. You know?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but he's a black belt,
and I'm not afraid to lose at all. I mean, I think it's cool to take a challenge that's difficult. Like, I'm not.
I have a lot more respect.
Humiliated.
Yeah, I'm way too much of a bitch to fight someone in a ring. Like,
Certainly
there's
MMA.
no way I'd do it.
There's no way I would do any sort of MMA or bare knuckle. I wouldn't do it at all. But like the thing I would prefer is that we put on those big floofy boxing gloves and we have a pretend fight for 2-minute rounds.
Actually, I would fight Kyle because I know he would hate it as much as I would. And we'd be like texting beforehand, and we'd be like, all right, whoever.
You know what we do? We'd spend the whole 6 months camp choreographing the best fight ever. There'd be sweat popping off your head and stuff. There'd be like all sorts of matrix dodging.
What's the dance fighting? Capoeira or something?
Yeah. He'd be doing. I'd do a barrel roll through your legs, and you look confused for a moment. You'd go to pocket sand, and I would just like pretend like I couldn't get it out of my eyes while you work.
Someone pulls the John Cena
full WWE. You're like talking to the crowd, and I'm like behind you, like holding my finger up, like shushing, honestly, like don't let them know I'm
like. That's the kind of like YouTuber fight that I would want to be a part of. Pro wrestling YouTuber.
Yeah. And then we fail at that because you actually have to be very, very in shape and athletic to be flipping off of that shit.
6 months. You give me 6 months to do anything where people don't beat me up, and I'll be presentable.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you hit me in the head with a chair.
I also only get 8 weeks to train for the fight, and I went from being completely out of shape to now in 8 weeks have to get ready for a fight. So that's also like not great.
Any performance enhancing drugs?
I would love to, but I'm pretty sure we get drug tested, and we got drug tested at the last one.
What?
Yeah. I've never done PEDs because I'm scared of the like it killing my fertility. But
yeah, you can free sperm though.
I think it would be badass to be like fucking super roided up.
I'm
6'3", imagine me at 250, dude. Fucking just
you'd be enormous. Barreling down the street. No one wants to do interviews with you anymore.
Yeah,
I take
pack on a lot of
testosterone.
muscle.
Like it's.
Say what?
I was asking Kyle if he predicted you'd pack on a lot of muscle because you have a thin frame.
Yeah, I'm 6'3", 175. I'd probably pack on a lot of muscle, right?
It's testosterone. It's the testosterone is saying, "Oh, fuck genetics. Put some muscle on there." Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're just going to build a lot of mass if you train correctly and eat correctly and just take testosterone. He'd get huge.
Yeah, I'm twink up right now, dude. I got to beat this twink.
If I got roped into a fight, I would do PEDs.
You'd be out of breath
as a way to get out of it. Like,
Taylor fails the drug test.
I'd come in there. I've got like veins on my forehead. I'm so vascular.
Little do
like,
you know, this
fight.
is a
I'm like,
Keemstar
fuck,
organized
really?
fight.
No.
Hey, Taylor failed the drug test, but he looks amazing. Well, looks good to me.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, what?
The smell test.
And
smells fine.
You're just like, all of a sudden you hear Boagria. Your opponent arises from the smoke.
Dude,
Wouldn't it be
the-
awesome if I fucking head kick KO'd him or hit him with like a knee or something? Wouldn't that just be so cool?
Incredible.
I mean, a head kick KO in a YouTube match would be the biggest highlight from any of those ever. Has that anything like that ever happened?
No, they've only done boxing. But watch, I'm gonna throw that. I'm gonna throw the head kick. He's gonna catch it, take me down immediately, get me into full mount, and then arm triangle me.
Was it more challenging to get a MMA match sanctioned or whatever, like approved, than a boxing match? Because
it's still not like officially approved. Like we're waiting for the paperwork and stuff. So hopefully it doesn't fall through because I've already spent a bunch of money on the fucking camp.
Okay,
I don't get why it's so hard. Like if everyone's agreeing to
what
it,
state are you fighting in again?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, it should be good.
Okay, never mind. I thought you were gonna say like Connecticut or something. Oh, you'll be all right.
Yeah,
or
it's
like
gonna be the first
Indian reservation would be perfect.
Yeah, Dakota. They go to the Dakotas, but it's supposed to be the first influencer MMA fight. So
yeah, you're gonna kill it. Like that'll be. I'm gonna watch that. That would be fun. I
am too. The idea of
only one other one I actually watched was Boogie and Wings, and it went exactly how all three of us on this show predicted it would, which is like Boogie can't even keep his hands up. Like he physically can't keep his arms up long enough to even throw a punch.
His shoulders don't work, so he can't like raise his arms up to even like.
Yeah.
And Wings is significantly taller. Like it's seemingly 4 inches taller or something. Like
his trash talk was better too.
Yeah, I liked when Wings like
he came out rapping.
Wings was
let's
like,
never forget that he came out. Never forget the Wings of Redemption. Look, credit where credit is due. Okay, I call him like you see it. He came out rapping and like it was well done. I bet he didn't get to practice it. He came out, he nailed it. Like wasn't out of breath, and then like went through the ropes. I won't say athletically, but like fine. Like, you could very easily embarrass yourself stepping through ropes. I've never stepped through ropes. I would probably embarrass myself the first time. I'd be ginger. I'd want to try it out first. I'd want to go out. You remember that scene in Rocky? Not you, Taylor. That scene in Rocky where he goes to the ring the night before the night of the fight, and he's the short's the wrong color, and he's out. You know, you got to go out there and see what's gonna. I want to go out there and experience it before I go out there and fight there. But I don't think he got to do any of that shit, and he nailed it every step of the way. And then he whooped the guy's ass, and like, man, what a win for him! Like that was incredible.
The pre-fight press conference, you know, Boogie's like, "I'm gonna kick your ass." He's like, "I don't know, man. Look like those stairs kicked your ass on the way in."
Yeah,
yeah.
Like, what did Wings say? Like in his style, he's like, "Boy, I'm gonna beat the bricks off of you," like something like that. And I like watching that clip because that was in the Boogie documentary I watched last week. I was like, "Yeah, that's like every bit of Wings is confident in saying he's going to beat the bricks off of you." Like Wings had to go into that fight so confident. Like I'm going to fuck Boogie up so bad. Boogie is here for his 10 grand paycheck. He has no delusion that he's even going to land a punch. During the like little Boogie documentary thing, like you know how like words come up like fade in the documentary style while a clip is happening or a still shot. Yeah. It came up like during the clip of him and Wings fighting and was like, Boogie failed to land even one punch. Like in the fight, he didn't land a single.
That was such a good documentary. I watched that last night.
Wings really should have been so. That's how Wings could have like topped himself if he had like, come on, give me one right here. Come on, give me one right here, and let Boogie like throw because Boogie's incapable of hurting him. Let him, and then make him. That would have been great. That would have been great. That's got to be his finest moment, right? Like
Wings. That was a great moment for Wings. It was not it was good for credit to Boogie for getting in the ring at all in his shape and like even trying.
Certainly.
Speaking of that documentary, Brandon, did you like the weirdest part of that whole thing was, well, obviously there were too many scenes of him in the tub. I didn't like that. Boogie, there's a lot of tub scenes. He spends a huge amount of his day in the tub like a hippo. Like splashing water.
It's crazy. Dude, I'm a habitual bather, and he's doing too much.
He's semi-aquatic.
He was like, it was like early in the documentary, and so I didn't think they'd lead off with something this absurd. He was like, and it's not my current girlfriend, but
his favorite memory.
My favorite memory is I was sitting in the bath with this girl, this young, 20-year-old girl, and she had a thing where she loved rubber ducky toys. little rubber duckies. And so we both sat in the bath together, and I watched her play with her rubber ducky toys, and I was the happiest I've ever been. And I was like, don't say that. Like, don't never say those words in that sequence. Like,
Now,
you fucking weirdo. Like,
just as I was very calm, like you see him, when Wings had his incredible moment, rapping on a stage in front of maybe 1 million fucking people, who knows? That's some creepy shit.
Dude, it was.
There's a word I want to use, and but
ghastly.
It was so
ghastly. Will work as a stand-in, I suppose, because it's less. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Those little girls in his bathtub with the rubber duckies, and their mental age must be just on the cusp of illegality. Just my goodness.
And it was funny that like it was a pity play of a documentary, like to try and get more of that, and every single comment, like I saw like one with like hundreds of upvotes that was like, fuck this guy, glad everything's falling apart. And like hundreds of people were like, yeah, this guy's a ghoul. This guy sucks. He's the worst.
Yeah, that video's gotten 500,000 views since I watched it yesterday. But yeah, the exact quote is, one of my favorite memories was playing with her. With her is us sitting in this tub, her playing with rubber ducks as I washed her, and then when I got out, I took her to bed. It's one of the best nights of my life.
It was worse than what I recall.
I wonder if it's a prostitute. Like
blacked it out.
I want to go back and find that episode where he was on here, because like, you know how memory can be weird. Like you can watch a TV show and somehow it'll be part of your memory if you think about it enough times. But didn't he describe either his dream girl or maybe a past girl?
The Asian, he described his dream girl, and it was like an 80-pound petite Japanese woman. It was something like that. Maybe not
like 18, 19 years old, little Japanese girl. Where did I come up with like wanting the girl to pop pimples on his back or something? Like because that's seared into my memory.
That sounds familiar, but it could be from you telling me on the show. Like,
see what I mean?
I think he might have added the 18 or 19-year-old part too. I don't think he said that, did he?
I remember petite and Asian.
I mean, we recorded it.
To me.
Yeah.
I'm sure. We filmed it. He said,
listeners will know. They'll leave a comment about it.
I heard it and thought, this, he wanted like a petite, hot Asian porn star type chick. And
wait a minute. I'm remembering it better now.
Okay.
I don't think it was what your dream girl was. I think we were just talking about like, I think maybe he was single at the time. We're like, all right, so what kind of girl are you looking for? And then instead of say what we wanted was, a heavy set Midwestern gal, maybe she wears a Carhartt jacket and boots. She drives a Toyota.
Well, just an overweight
dairy farm
dog of a woman.
No, you imagine a big bitch, she's 220 and stocky, and she's okay with a big fella, and she'd be the alpha in the relationship. She's that kind of gal.
That frame's rebar.
That's what you expect him to say, because that's what we'd all do if we were him. We find that gal, that good old country gal, to make us some dinner and like be okay with that. We were 400 pounds, but he was like, oh, there's this Japanese anime.
Wait, wasn't he low key dating the girl he described and just didn't say it?
He was low key renting the kind of girl that he wanted to date. And look, we all rent it or buy it in the end anyway. But when sometimes he's clearly paying a premium because it cost him. Was it $250,000? Is that what he spent?
200,000, yeah. And he said as much as 5,500 in a night. What kind of fucking prostitutes is he fucking with? That's unbelievable.
Well, I have this idea that he's paying
you
for the
fucked boys
gap
before?
Between him and them.
What'd you say, Kyle?
Have you fucked prostitutes before?
Yeah, remember the first time I was on the show?
Yeah.
Of course. Just got back from Thailand, and I was
like, how much?
During his quarantine,
dude, max like 300. That's like 300 is like crazy. That's like Jesus.
That's what I was going to say. Like if you're spending more than $300, like it's something special.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's just insane. I also don't understand like the Andrew Tates of the world obsession with like fucking an 18-year-old or dating an 18-year-old. Like,
Yeah.
can
marry
you imagine how
those bitches.
fucking annoying they would probably be? I can't remember the last time I hung out with a fucking 18-year-old girl, but they're probably unbearable.
Yeah, I'm gonna have nothing
I think
in
those
common.
those
with
dudes are talking about
18-year-old.
wifing an 18-year-old and then training
Mm.
her to be like the best, your ideal specimen lady, which sounds awful creepy when you say it the way it is.
Yeah.
When you say it the way, yeah, I saw you were like going in on like that red pill crowd on your Twitter a bit.
Dude,
like,
I fucking hate the whole red pill people so much.
I
Andrew
am
Tate,
very put
Sneeko,
off.
Myron Gaines. I want to kick all their asses so bad, but they're such tough guys. They will never agree to a fight because they're fucking afraid. They're
I
afraid
know
of
who
getting their asses
Andrew
kicked.
Tate is, and I know of Sneeko. He's
Yes.
like similar red pill, like alpha male.
He's the
content,
guy
right?
that made up a fake rape allegation about me that kind of stuck for like 6 months and had everyone call me a rapist, and my phone number leaked and my parents harassed, and it was just like months
Shit.
and months of harassment.
Mm.
Oh,
Jesus.
that's lame.
It
Yeah,
was awesome. And now he won't fight me. So it's really cool.
he won't even fight you after
He
all.
won't
that.
fight me. And he's like
Uh,
bragging on
isn't-
it. Say what?
Isn't he short? On the
He's
shorter
6'2".
side, though?
He's 6'2", 170.
Oh,
Oh well, then
Okay.
he's like almost.
I had
your
a
height.
weird-
Right in your weight class. He's right
Unreal.
maybe
there.
I've seen him stand next to some big fucking people. Who's the
guy's
guy? Or
unreal.
maybe this is a completely different
Sneeko?
crowd. Yes.
Zach, can you get his picture?
Who was that fucking TikTok guy or whatever who has the big black security guard who goes around being a piece of
Jack
shit?
Doherty. That guy's a pussy too. I'd like to beat
That
his
guy's
ass as well.
such a scumbag. I hope somebody. I can't say that.
These guys should be forced to fight. I mean, these guys are such fucking pussies. They should be forced into it.
Like he's walking through the mall doing like Mega Man shoulders, bumping into people, and immediately some dude's like, "The fuck's your problem? Do you want to fight now?" And like his big gigantic security guard comes and steps in the middle of it, and it's just like, you're an awful person. You're an
Yeah.
awful person.
This guy.
and
That's Sneeko, I guess.
Yeah.
Is
What's
he
that?
wearing a corset?
Yeah, his shirt is missing.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't look tough. Is he like trained in fighting at all? Or
He's
no?
been posting stuff from him boxing since 2019. And yeah,
the haircut's nice.
he repeated 9 times that I threatened to rape his girlfriend and then had my phone number leaked and
It was
he
only
just
5.
constantly harassed.
Shitty. Yeah, and now he won't
He's
even.
awesome.
Now he
How-
won't
how
even
many
pay the
times was
piper
it?
and meet you in the
Yeah,
ring.
yeah. How many times
Because
was
he
it
knows
really?
you're gonna beat his ass.
0. But yeah, I would love, dude. Even if
Oh,
this
it's
guy,
this guy.
even if this
Okay.
guy beat my ass, right, I would have so much more respect for him. Like I wouldn't even be upset about it. I'd be like, oh, at least he got in the ring with me and he settled it and punched me in my face. I would be so much happier if he would just punch me in my face instead of
Dude, he
doing whatever
would-
the fuck he did.
You would fuck him up. Like
Oh, yeah, I
there would be
remember
no
this whole
chance.
debacle.
So what is
Yeah.
is he like Andrew Tate at like adjacent where it's like
Yeah.
women are whores or I've never consumed any Andrew Tate content. I couldn't say what his voice.
He admitted to going to a sex party and sitting crisscross applesauce in the bed while a man fucked his girlfriend. Then he admitted to going another time and eating his girlfriend out as another man fucked his girlfriend and the dude's balls dragged on his face. And then I made fun of him for it and said that I was going to run a train on his girlfriend like she asked me to last time I saw her because I went out to
Wait.
dinner with him and his girlfriend. And
No,
then,
you went out to dinner with him and she wanted you to fuck her.
I mean, they were trying to fuck people. They ended up like hooking up with 2 people that were at that dinner. So I was obviously taking a dig at him, like, I'm going to fuck your girlfriend, like people say when they're in beef. And then he took that as that I was Brandon Buckingham, word for word, said, I'm going to rape your girlfriend. Which
Damn,
is
that's
yeah.
totally news. And I bet he's
Yeah.
a big doesn't like fake news guy.
Oh, his bio was like seek truth through funny. He's such a fucking moron. Now he's Muslim, but then I have video clips of him just last year saying he's Jewish. So it's like he's just a flip floppy little boy.
Damn.
All right.
That's a weird conversion.
That's a
right
weird
there.
flip flop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Dude, he's covering all
trendy.
his bases. Just jump into
Actually,
every
is it though?
party.
Because they're both Abrahamic religions. They both have that almost identical diet. I guess it makes sense to slide from one to the other. Now that
Michael
Wait, so
Jackson went from
was
black
this-
to white. This dude
was-
can go from Jewish to Muslim.
and so did Sammy Sosa.
Yeah.
He went from black to
Mhm.
pink.
that was vitiligo or something, right?
I thought he did some sort of dye or something because he looks like whatever that pink cereal mascot is that they used to come
He
out on
looks like-
Halloween.
He looks like they did one of those wax sculptures, but they used spam instead of wax.
Yeah.
He's just disgusting. Show
Wait,
us a picture of
so-
Sammy Sosa. That's
Wait, this
really does look like
so
spam.
was this guy doing red pill content while he was watching his girlfriend get fucked by other guys?
No, he
Well,
pivoted.
not at-
He pivoted.
Pivoted.
he watched that happen, and then got made fun of a bunch, and then did the red pill content. But yeah, being the target of like fake rape allegations online from hundreds of people definitely had me really mentally fucked up for a bit there.
Yeah,
I would imagine so.
It's an
That's
unnatural experience, but I
Sorry
think
you had to
that
deal with
I think it was a good learning experience. I don't think internet stuff could get me that upset now.
Zach knows how to
Jesus
like find a
Christ.
man's best pictures. 'Cause I'm gonna
What
tell
the
you, Sammy
fuck
looks like a
happened?
ghoul in real life. Like that's the best picture.
But it really
of-
showed the
of-
transformation.
That's as good as it gets.
No. White Sammy is disgusting looking. Like I'm telling you, there are much worse. There's one where it looks like his nose has been. He's had like nose surgery too, like gotten a white people nose. Yeah, there you go. There's
Look at
White
him.
Sammy.
Doesn't he look, is it the Frankenberry guy? Yes, pull up the Frankenberry guy now. Because
It looks like a vampire made of meat.
And you can superimpose the Frankenberry guy over Black Sammy. I saw a comedian the other day, and he was like,
Why'd
"You
he
think
do
R.
that?
Kelly is in prison right now?" Thinking, Michael Jackson song comes on the radio, and he's thinking, "Man, if I could just danced a little better."
I could have just moonwalked my way out of this whole mess.
Never would have went down like this. That dude was so brazen with it. We knew he was peeing on little girls when I was in high school. I was in 11th grade when I found out that R. Kelly was a pedophile, and they didn't lock his ass up until like last year.
Yeah,
That's
isn't
true.
that crazy?
He had like a Cosby-esque run.
That's insane.
I mean, it's a ridiculous run. Like he was, and he wasn't
There
like
he is.
subtle about it. Like he was rapping about it, and like there was a video of him peeing on a little girl. It wasn't even like a video
Yeah.
of him like you could pick on, you give Jerry Seinfeld a hard time because he was like 41 and his girl was like 19 or some shit, and he'd known her for a while, something like that. Like known her for too long. It's
They weren't
always that
official
Pat-
till she hit 18 or something.
Yeah, it's that Pat Barry bullshit. So Rose
Mhm.
Namajunas has been
Mhm.
Pat Barry's like student / girlfriend, like her whole life somehow.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
like,
Like-
14 or
like-
something.
They've known each other since she was 14. Like it being her in his not his, but like the same gyms and everything. And then like he sort of courted her, and then just, oh yeah, we're together now at some point when she's 18, and he's still with her, and he's just Sean Strickland straight up calls him a pedophile on Twitter. It's hilarious. Sean Strickland does not fuck around. He's my favorite.
Yeah,
Like,
I love Sean.
like because he's like Colby Covington, but he believes the shit he says. That's the difference. Like I genuinely believe Sean Strickland is that kind of guy. He's just a wild man. You seen those clips of him yelling at people in traffic?
No.
He's getting a fender bender like bullshit in traffic. This bitch is yelling at him. He's like, you got a man you can get out here? You got a husband, a boyfriend, come out here and stand for you? Someone whose ass I can whip? like he's just talking so. And then another completely.
See, that's
different
the kind of red pill content I want.
Yeah, he's alpha male. He's an
It's
alpha male.
completely
Just
different
barreling into
altercation.
every room.
Now
saying
he's
whatever
yelling
you
at a
want.
man in traffic, and he's like, "Fuck you! Fucking pull over! You want you go pull a gun on me? No guns, no knives. Pull over." And the guy goes, "You want to do guns?" He's like, "No, no guns, no guns, no knives. Pull over."
You know, I'm not liking my chances without a gun.
This guy's the middleweight champion of the fucking world.
He's gonna beat the shit out of you, and then he's gonna post it. He's gonna tweet your broken face.
I've been
With
watching
a
his
meme.
interviews. He's been doing like some gun content. Like he's like at shooting range with the chick that interviews him, and it's fun. I love Sean Strickland. I hope he's about to fight Dricus du Plessis, the South African badass motherfucker,
The real African.
the real African UFC fighter. He lives in Africa, trains in Africa, all that stuff. I love that. I want to see him come out he needs a Black Panther outfit. They keep cropping it onto him on the internet, and I fucking love it. But he's very white, and he looks like an action hero or some shit, and that's going to be a really good fight. Looking forward to that one too.
The face-off he did with Izzy was so out of pocket. I don't. How did Izzy get away with doing that? Like screaming in his face, like
Yeah,
that?
Izzy
And saying
screaming
the
in his
N-word
face, the
over?
N-word, over and over and over. Just calling him the N-word, and Dricus just won. Dricus just beat Sean Strickland, who's been the gatekeeper at 185 5 years now. He beat a guy he is not supposed to beat. It's usually probably a 2.5, 3-1 underdog, and he just smoked this guy, made it look easy. He's proven himself to be the number one contender, and you don't even let him have his moment. And you don't even let him have to come out there and be like, "Oh, I'm so happy. I told you I had it in me. I always knew. You doubted me." He doesn't get any of that. you get the champ jumping in the ring, calling him the N-word over and over and over, screaming in his face. And
saying he's not a real African.
Do.
Yeah, the dude's lived in Africa his whole life, like trained there his whole life. It's like, what the fuck? You were claiming China 2 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck Izzy. I'm glad
on that sport.
I loved watching Izzy get smoked. It was beautiful both times. As beautiful it was to watch Pereira fuck him up, getting to watch Strickland eat him alive for 5 rounds, and in the closing seconds of the fight, Strickland is screaming at him, "Come on, pussy! Come on, pussy! Fucking come on!" and like coming after him. And Adesanya is running. He's running from him. It's like give me 2 more rounds and you're a dead man. Give me 2 more rounds. He's gonna put his hands on you. And you're not gonna get up.
5th round, the champion is losing. Everyone in the building knows the champion's about to lose his belt. The guy who's about to take it from him says, "Let's do this right now. Let's go. No more running. Let's fight." This is his opportunity, right? It's almost like last shot wins, because you can knock out and win. That if you're beating me in this football game 50-7, and then you say, "All right, Woody, next touchdown wins," it's a gift, and that's the gift he gave him, and he chose to walk backwards.
He's scared. You could see what it was is he's scared of being finished. Like, it's a big difference to lose a decision or to get finished. He does not want to get finished. It's a different look.
Has he never been knocked out?
No,
Alex got him in the 5th.
Yeah, he got KO'd by Alex Pereira like 2 fights before that one.
Times.
But then he came right back and did the same to Alex, and he had that crazy fucking drawing the bow back 3 times thing.
Dude, I'm so glad.
As much as I hate Izzy, that's some of the coolest shit that's ever been done in the octagon as far as a celebration. Do all your backflips you want, Justin Gaethje. Do the worm if you want to, and throw your knee out again. Whatever your fucking autistic name is, can't think of that guy. But
Johnny Walker.
Johnny Walker, him drawing that bow back 3 times on him while he was KO'd, and then doing the fake knockout, mocking his son in the crowd. That was some cold shit.
I don't remember
watching a little kid
mocking his son in the crowd was my favorite part. I was there for it. I thought it was okay. People were divided on this, whether it's okay to mock a guy's son. His son mocked him.
Yeah, get that little kid the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that child.
The kid was crying. His father was like this.
Well, that kid can dish it out, but he can't take it.
His child.
That kid entered the ring. That 7-year-old should have known. How old was the kid?
7 or 8.
Old enough to stay the fuck out of it, dude, for sure.
Less than his dad should have been a better leader there and been like, "Hey, don't get involved with the shit talk with this adult."
Yeah. What the fuck?
Is he got his attention and did it. Did the mock knocked out. And
are there any what's the most insulting celebration in MMA?
Izzy Adesanya. I got it. So it's actually performed by the same guy we were talking about, Israel-Adesanya. When he got Costa down, he did a butt fuck hump into his ass. He submits Costa. I don't remember the particular submission. I may have even TKO'd him.
Are you sure about that? I thought it was a slow, boring decision. Am I crazy?
I think you're thinking of maybe Costa and Yoel Romero.
Maybe I am. Okay.
I could be wrong. The way I remember is Adesanya fucking up Costa, and at the end, doing a butt fuck into his ass. And it was real off-putting.
Yeah, he finished him in the second.
The butt fuck definitely happened.
Did he? Okay. Yeah, the butt fuck definitely happened. I thought it was mid-fight, but I guess I was wrong. I'm trying to look it up, but he said he finished.
Yes. Yeah, this right here. Taylor.
That's right.
And now this was on the main stage. You got to imagine this is a big pay-per-view main event.
Yeah.
This is the all eyes moment. But on smaller cards, there was a guy who did a thing where he used the other guy like a springboard. He jumped on the other guy with both feet and did a maybe even a flip off of his body like he's a diving board. That was ridiculous. I think that guy got cut immediately.
There's a crazy one where Shinya Aoiki breaks a guy's arm, and then right as he breaks his arm, he stands up and gives him the finger right in his face and screams at him.
Yeah, that's dark.
I thought Tito Ortiz thing where every time he beat a fighter, and he was a champ, he won a lot of fights, he'd dig a mock grave and bring the guy into it and pull a body bag over him or blanket. Or
see, I like that. That's theatrical.
Yeah.
A lot of miming.
Yeah. Khabib spat on his opponent and then jumped out of the ring and attacked his opponent's trainers.
That's pretty intense, but I don't like spitting. Yeah. That's gross.
Yeah. Then all Khabib's cousins jumped in and tried to mob Conor, and he kind of handled him 1v3.
Yeah. How about the reverse, the most disrespectful loss? Conor breaking his leg and then yelling at Dustin Poirier, "Your wife's in me DMs." Send me DMs. Like, dude.
He's laying there on the canvas, and his leg, it wasn't compound fractured, I don't think.
Connor's
But
leg is
it's
broken.
broken in half. Like his whole leg is pointing the wrong way. It must be excruciating. Joe Rogan gets down and gives him the mic, and Connor basically says, "I was boxing him up on my feet. I was kicking his legs the fuck off of him. Had a little slip here and broke me leg. I mean, your wife sent me DMs. Your wife sent me DMs. You bitch. You bitch. I'm fucking your wife." Like he's fucking like, "I'll be back. I'll be back, you bitch." It's like,
you haven't seen the last of me.
That's why Connor's the greatest. That's why he's the GOAT. Like we can talk about GOAT at being an MMA fighter, but when you talk about being the GOAT as far as like the best guy who's ever done the business of being an MMA fighter, it's Conor McGregor. Because when he steps in there, he knows what he's doing. He knows it's theatrics first. He knows how to work the psychological side of the game. And him cutting a promo, sitting there in that excruciating amount of pain, is just a testament to that. It was incredible.
I hear you. I can't get over Chael Sonnen. I think he's the best who's ever done it. I still rewatch his shit sometimes. I watched him he just beat Shogun, and he calls out. He uses the opportunity, having just beat Shogun, a former world champion, to call out Wanderlei Silva. And while he's doing it, Joe Rogan, he's holding the mic for him, and he pulls it away briefly. And he's like, "Give me that mic back. I just beat a world champion. If you think I won't take out a middle-aged comedian just for the fun of it, you got another thing coming." And I was like, "Fuck, he's riffing on the fly. He has he's scripted stuff, new stuff,
great stuff." One of them was something like, Joe's like, "How does it feel?" And he's like, "I want to know how. You tell me how it feels. Is it electrifying to be in Chael's arena in Chael's stadium with Chael's people?"
Yeah. He's like, "When you're the greatest fighter in the world, they don't call you the greatest fighter in the world. They call you Chael P. Sonnen." It's like, wow, fuck. Yeah.
Have you seen him in the press conference with Tito Ortiz when he's talking about Tito's wife?
Yes.
He says that
made a living with her mouth.
Tito always says, "I'm using my mouth to get opportunities. The only person I know that made money using their mouth is his ex-wife."
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
He has that whole bit about the Nogueira brothers, about how when they first landed in the U.S., they were, "I saw Big Nog. I swear this is true. He went up to a city bus. He tried to feed it a carrot. Little Nog was stroking it. He thought it was a horse. He was stroking. Whoa, big fella, you believe this? This actually happened. Do you believe it happened?" He's saying this to Errol, and Errol's like, "No, I don't. It happened. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm telling you, a man fed a carrot to a bus."
And then later it comes back, and all of Brazil is so mad. They hate him. He's like, "In my defense, I did not know that Brazil had the internet." Just laying down extra insults.
Don't you think that Chael should kick Ariel's ass for calling him a pussy or whatever? He was like,
No.
I didn't. Yeah,
I think he called him a weasel or something.
What did he call him?
He called him all sorts of things.
It was insane to watch that.
I saw Chael's video where he basically quashed it. And I think he admitted some fault in the argument himself. That he had said some things, and I thought he did a really fair job of sort of quashing it, and then just really laser focused everything on Jorge Masvidal, who's somebody he can actually fight. What was unacceptable was when Ariel Helwani suggested that Chael Sonnen is an anti-Semite, because he did that right on his show. I heard it. I synced it with my own eyes.
You see it.
So he's like, I wonder why he's piling on Chael on me all of a sudden. Maybe it's because lately it's kind of fashionable to do that. Maybe it's a little fashionable to do that against people like me.
That has fucking anything to do with it at all. It's so ridiculous, dude.
Oh,
he's the worst.
Called him a weasel, which I didn't know was an anti-Semitic thing. But I think Ariel called Chael a weasel. You've never heard? Oh, I hadn't heard before you.
A weasel is just like a slimy, shitty guy. Wait, so who? The fighter called the other guy a weasel?
It's complicated. These are two media journalists at this point. Yeah, they're both ex-fighter and journalist essentially.
Okay. Well, I can buy a fighter being mad at a journalist that covers their sport.
It's not
of course
exactly that anymore. They're more peers at this point. They're like ESPN co-hosts and that sort of thing. Chael's been retired for a while. I think his last fight might have been Fedor, but it's been a while. And now he's mostly, I see him on YouTube. I watch every YouTube video he does if I'm interested. He does like 3 or 4 videos a day. But he talks fighting. He talks mostly UFC, and he covers it really well. I like him a lot. Don't like Ariel very much. He seems like an awful human being.
What else did he do?
He's just a real instigator.
He's a rat
and backstabby, sort of sneak.
He's like making
I actually
stuff
don't
up.
know. There are a lot of fighters who don't like him, and I always feel like he's doing a good job. I like him, so I don't understand why other people don't. He will ask you the thing you don't want to be asked. You know, like, hey, I saw you got into a beef with this guy. You are looking to put that in the past. This isn't what your focus is right now, but I'm dragging it out because it's the juiciest close click getting thing going on right now. Kyle.
He interviewed Jorge Masvidal, for example, and he's like, you spent a little time in prison, huh? Back in the day, a little trouble with the law. This is a guy who's second or third biggest name in the UFC at this point, and he's trying to like capitalize on that net. Now it's time to get those like not just $1 million nights, $2-3 million nights. And he's like, I don't know, those was rumors. That might not have even been me. He's like, no, I believe, he's like, starts getting paperwork out and shit. He's like, he's like, you don't want to talk about it? He's like, he goes, Skip, this is not, he's like, could we talk about your father? He's like, yeah, my pops. What's up about him? He's like, he was also in prison for a while. And it's like, holy shit, you fucker. Let this guy make his, why are you doing this? He's trying to like, UFC's trying to market this guy to like a different crowd. Okay. This could be our new Conor McGregor. Look at him. He's ethnic. He's got cool hair and an accent. He's from Cuba. Like we can have him fight in Florida. It'll be great. Like it was a bad look.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fucked up. You ever seen John Anik be like, both of these guys are fighting for custody of their children or something like
that? Which journalist said that? That's pretty funny.
John Anik. So the fight is happening.
Well, I like that one.
It's like that moment right as the two fighters are in the octagon and like they're getting the cameras out of there and getting the cords and locking the door and everything. And you're adding some little tidbits, some color commentary. Oh, yeah, actually, this guy trains Shaolin kickboxing originally and transitioned into Muay Thai. But he's just like, actually, both fighters tonight fighting custody battles for their children. Jonathan let us know that he has no idea where his son is and hopes he hears from him soon. This is like,
fuck that, dude.
And what it was, I actually heard John Anik speak on this, and I hope I don't get it exactly right, but one of the fighters had been like, hey, I want to draw attention to this. I'm trying to get my kid back, and they're railroading me. Any attention we could shed on this would be good. But the other fighter wasn't down. He was like, "The fuck are you talking about my kids for?" On the like I'm trying. What are you doing? So it was a mixed bag of weirdness. The UFC is great because it's not polished. NFL is like every time I don't like the NFL, but when I watch one of those games, it's like, man, they got their shit together when they put this show on. Like the way like there's never any dead time on the air. Like you watch college ball, they'll fuck up occasionally, but the show they put on, the NFL show, was incredibly polished. UFC not so much. There's a fan dove out and attacked a fighter last pay-per-view. Hit him. Dove out of the crowd like in a movie. You know how somebody dives head first? Like that gives them. Did that and like hit a fighter. Paulo Costa. Like absurd things happen.
I wonder if like what impact that had on Costa.
Yeah, none.
You think none, right? But who knows? Maybe he has like an adrenaline dump on the walk out. Maybe that like is in his head.
He wasn't there to fight. Remember, he had the fucking staff in his elbow. He couldn't make the fight. There's a whole mix up, and
so he's fine.
Costa's not a real fighter. Costa is a guy who stays famous and marketable by pretending to be a UFC fighter. He's pulled out so many times. The last time he pulled out was supposed to be the last time they were going to give him another fight, and here he is again. And granted, you look at his elbow; it's rotting off. But I mean, he's just not a reliable fighter.
Yeah, right. Like you say, this guy's falling too many times, and then people stop believing you.
Yeah. I think he cried wolf like 3 or 4 times, and then missed weight as well, while like cracking jokes on the internet. But now he's got a staff in his elbow. I think that Charles Oliveira was so afraid to fight Islam Makhachev a second time that he sparred hard until he got hurt. I think he got himself cut. I think that's exactly what he did. Like that dude's scared of Islam Makhachev. Everyone should be. The fucking Russian Muslims are the toughest motherfuckers on the planet. I'm gonna let you know right now. They're the scariest, toughest motherfuckers on the planet. They're about to eat that sport alive. It's gonna be all white dudes.
I wonder what their win-loss record is compared to YouTubers against professional athletes, because they're doing well too.
They're like 87-1. Like when you take like Islam, Khabib, and like a couple more of them, you get to like 87-1 or something like that. It's ridiculous.
I mean, shit. Jake Paul losing to Tyson Fury's cousin, whatever, Tommy Fury, is the only time I think a YouTuber has lost to a professional athlete.
And they say that it could have gone either way. Like I keep seeing them give the other guy a hard time about how close that was. I can't watch that shit. The Ngannou fight was the only boxing match I've watched anytime recently, other than the Harley or Wings or something like that, like a YouTube.
Wings fight's the best one that's ever been made.
Fuck yeah.
Well, you guys want to wrap it?
Yeah, Brandon, where can everybody go to find your wonderful content?
On YouTube. My YouTube channel is Brandon Buckingham. You can follow me on Twitter at Buckingham Show and Instagram at Brandon Buckingham. If you guys want to check out a video of mine you'd really enjoy, Gathering the Juggalos 2023, my good friend Donovan Castillo, Crip Daddy, passed away, and it was his dream to make that video. So if you guys could watch that, I'd appreciate it.
Check that video out. Sub to Brandon. Follow him on Twitter.
Legit, can you put that link in the timeline? Thanks. PKA 673.